We are back, guys. अबे यार ये क्या हो रहा है? मैं थोड़ी देर के लिए जाऊंगा बीच में कार लेने जाऊंगा सोच रहा था पहले ही चला जाऊं मैं कभी रुक जाओ थोड़ा सा ये
Very
लोग देख
luckily
लेते
made
हैं
it here into the finals. They were barely able to pass up the
अजीब लग रहा है
Wolves.
बट ठीक है
So, I mean, to
पड़ेगा
see them barely make it in, at least I think it gives a lot of relief, right? Because, you know, for all the Wolves fans out there, they're like, we were so close.
Yeah.
But for Arena to actually pop off, it's like, okay, you know what? The team that made it deserved it, right? Like, they're actually doing something here. If they were at the bottom of the leaderboards, it'd be like, kind of a waste. But they're not messing around. I think that the way this tournament fared for them so far was kind of a perfect storm, right? Because they had the record, don't make it. They barely make it here. And I think that really just lit a fire in them to be like, you know what? We got to just play our game. Let's go full-fledged aggro. And then that's what's happening because they are just pushing team after team after team as a full squad and just picking them apart little by little.
A lot of teams will unravel under that kind of pressure. Need to keep your mind thinking forward. I saw some monumental plays in that last game, so
yeah.
I'm hoping that the nerves aren't going to be too rattled for a couple of our squads. It's going to be difficult, not only on the losing side of those fights, but again, on the winning side of those fights. Because in those scenarios, that adrenaline just hits your system. And it can end up, once it drains out after the end of the game,
yeah,
that can be a real detriment to your performance. And that's when you need to rely on the rest of your team, on the advice of your coach, on the feeling of comfort, hopefully, that you can find with the rest of it, to be able to absorb the impact of falling from that great height.
Yeah, and okay, well, speaking of height, right, the zone goes all the way up to the tippy top here.
Going back.
Yeah, near Crater Fields, near the Hacienda del Patron area. We just saw this circle very not too long ago in the last match, so teams are going to be trying to take a similar spot to what they had here. Arena, like, yeah, why don't we go to that same spot we were at last time? We won from there. We'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit further west. It does keep a lot of those Crater Fields areas in, but it is very similar. You're right in terms of that location. Aurora spotting a player from Furia, but Coops will not stop in just one game. He's going to find shots onto them again. I feel like they should definitely be aware of his location this time around. But losing a player, you know, for Furia, that's not a good feeling. That is not a good feeling.
Yeah, that's Miramar for you. It's tough. I mean, you're trying to rotate, and losing players on rotation is a rite of passage here. You try to avoid it as much as possible, but just sometimes there can be that one guy there waiting for you. You can see Godlike getting peppered up from Lost. And all these players just ridiculously good at shooting people out of vehicles. And Jiggle, I heard the crowd pop off. Jiggle ends up taking out quick from Aula.
I mean, they did it last time very early on. This time it's taken them a couple more minutes, but same start to unfold. Hera have managed to transition down towards that south and look to control the really sharp high ground that sits to the east of Crater Fields and overlooks a lot to that south side. So a powerful position for them to hold if they can maintain it. A little crash between Flash over on the east side and Vitality. That very quickly concludes with one casualty. Win trying to get some revenge, but not really connecting.
There
goes Vitality, rotating away. They take that elimination and run with it. Federalis driving outside of the zone here, maybe looking for another vehicle. Seems that's what they have their eyes on here. No Fear pumping out the buggy though. Gonna be putting some pressure onto Aurora. They're on the rotation. They're going to get caught out by both. No Fear's going to push up a little bit closer here. Scarface through the nade, into the building, catches out top, and that is Aurora getting picked apart here in match number 2.
Only one player now left standing. I do not think Doc is going to get the back up. He is over 500, probably about 700 700 meters away from them right now in the shadow of Nigma Galaxy on the west side. You just can't move. This is an easy set of flushes coming through. Ulf have got this roadside compound. They got quite a decent amount of cover. It's Hera who sit on their northwest across the road, up on that high ground. So for them, for Ulf, I'm feeling like they're fairly safe. This next circle might put more pressure on them, but being as central as they are, it's unlikely.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty. They don't pretty much have to move very much at all. And yeah, they don't have to move at all here with this next circle. Vitality, though, over there by water treatment, are going to have to push on in. Nongshim Red Force on the south side are going to have to get into some battles here very, very shortly. And that's just because Nongshim always land on that southern end. So a northern circle like this makes them into the circle. We'll see what their decision-making is here as Tianba looking to put themselves in a slightly more central position. Sleepy gets a nice knock there on Aaron.
S2G are also pushing in from this northeast side. Aaron down, allows Tianba to move in. Eagle and Milu in with the same vehicle, but there's a beautiful spray down. What a response coming through from Solus, holding in the face of the push. QZ wants to try and turn it around, but Solus has more left in the ammunition. Wow! We'll find a third. Looking for now the last player of Tianba. QZ with the M249 is being hunted. Ketch steps into the fight as well to assist his teammate, but there is still more to do. QZ won't go down, but he finally falls, and Solus stands in the face of Tianba, says not today.
Not today, indeed, as Ulf with a beautiful stiff arm onto Tianba. And oh, you can see the pressure is on. You can see the player Gav Ketch relieved after that one. What a play from Solus, though, to be able to shut him down.
There you go. Tian bounced out of that compound. It was not to be. I mean, what a lineup there. A little bit wayward on the crash. It felt discoordinated between the two players in the vehicle. Not quite what you want to see from Tianba. I don't want to say lazy. I feel like it was being harried by Hera with the off angles there on the northwest side. S2G were putting pressure on the back of that, and it became a little bit too chaotic. They couldn't quite find their way through it. There was no way that they could navigate that storm, unfortunately. But for Solus, that is a monumental clip farm. Not quite a 1v4, Jukes, but it was pretty damn close.
That's as close to a 1v4 as it gets here, folks. I'm telling you, big plays coming out of here in the finals. Axel getting naded up pretty good, peppered by Al-Ula. This is with the replay here. Solus with these headshots. Taking out that duo. And still finding himself some good movement here. Yeah, as soon as he sees QGZ, comes on out, pops a nade on accident and gets the knock.
Oh, okay, we're back in with Al-Ula versus Vitality. One over the top, looking for another as well. There are three players alive on side for Al-Ula, but there is damage pouring back over towards Vitality as Razy now and Axel have to step into the fight to try and keep this one going. Razak gets shut down though as S2G are flowing out to third party on the north side here. Kamikaze, Sulke, both moving into position. Lost is out on a north wide flank too.
And Axel trying to find some high ground here, trying to find an off angle. Razy just forced to just run out in the open, no vehicle to his name. Trying to be able to help out Federalis. Federalis is knocked, and it looks like he will be thirsty. It's taking a long time. Meanwhile, S2G decided to just back things up. Say, you know what, we don't want none of this. This zone going down south. Let's prioritize that instead. And Razy is going to start cresting that hill. Can he spot out one of these players of Al-Ula? He sees red. When he's going to take that shot? No, does not see a good sight line. Decides to back on up.
Yeah, it doesn't have the team shots to go. Well, doesn't have a team to take shots with. Is more accurate here. Razy, you need to be 100% sure that you can lock down Ida getting rolled down by Orangutan there. Nicely done, but there's still a little bit more to do. Ida being devastated yet again. Rita now lost face for another approach. Rita cooking a nade to try and slow things down, but there's an off angle coming through from Arena, who is stepping up and forcing him over the ridge line into the firing line of Orangutan, who get 4 elims on the game and send Ida packing.
There we go, and that's going to be the 15th place team so far. Starting to turn things up, but here we go. It's the White Rabbits battling it out against 4 Thrives. Turning can't get the flushes. It's all up to block, and it ain't going to be good enough.
I think push
Arena just putting in that work, and they're going to keep their whole team alive.
Back up they get. Nicely done, nicely done. We saw Razy doing a lot of work against Al-Ula. This is a solo? A solo against AORUS on the north side? Where did that
Bit
come
devious
from?
थी उसको.
Ray's
But
popping
ये
up on the
devious में
north
ही
as a
खत्म
solo.
होता है.
3 eliminations. Ray Z putting up
एक तो गोल
points
तो
here
सामने
for
तो मार
Team
देगा.
Vitality. The Indo squad looking good here as they're going to be pushing into this next zone. And we're looking at this next circle as it is just south of Crater Fields. You got OG on that southern end, right next to E Arena. That battle should happen out any soon. And now you got Enigma Galaxy right next to Nongshim Red Force as well. Let's see how they're going to play this out. Coop's got that Mini 14 looking for that long-range headshot.
I'm also looking at S2G on the northeast side of the circle right now, Jukes. They have to push in, and as a 4, do you go in the shadow of AORUS, or do you try and sweep down and push past Flash? But it is a difficult approach for S2G, and they do not have long to make that choice. I feel like they are committed much more up to the north edge and could potentially challenge AORUS on that northern side.
OG I think lifting है
Let's see how this is going to play
आरू है ना
out.
एडमिन
Schwepp's
को
got the
नॉक
high ground as well. This is still
वाह भाई
only
क्या है ये
stage
लोग
4
तो
here,
फिनिश भी हो
folks.
गए.
Admino does get knocked though from Godlike and
Rock
flushed.
बैठा है भाई
So it's
इसमें
only going to
शायद.
get 2 players up for the side of Godlike. OG in the same boat with the duo. Driving around, just trying to get a little bit of intel. Dawkins nearby. You got to watch out for that. Meanwhile, Aura from the high ground are trying to catch S2G out on the rotate here. Sleepy is able to put some suppressive fire, keep him away for now. Kamikaze's buggy is smoking, and he's going to get popped out of here by No Fear.
Oh, that is a scary sight, cresting the ridgeline, No Fear. Spiking the heart rate of S2G as they try and make their way in. They did have to make that choice in the end. But moving in, they've managed to get 3 through. Into a position which is at least tenable, but not really super beneficial to their long-term prospects. In the circle, though, which is good. Not the same can be said for Enigma Galaxy, E Arena, Flash, Ulf. These teams going to have to move when the time comes. So, a good result, but if they keep getting picked apart with Razy still doing bits, hang on a minute, no, that was over the sky. So,
OG और गॉडल की फाइट हो गई. ले आरू ने इस पावर को मारा, फिनिश कर दिया आरू ने इस पावर को. आरू ने मारने को. अबे ले भाई ले.
Okay, this is the replay of the 1v.
आरू ने दोनों को पेल दिया.
Yeah, there we go. Acer catches him out as he pops out the vehicle. And then, pow, beautiful use of that ridgeline. Ray Z just picking apart AORUS. Those mistakes, man, making it look easy there.
Yeah, that was pretty clean. Swaps out to the bayonet as well for the final moment. I wanted him to run it through there a little bit. That would have been the coolest. But you know what? You're looking pretty cool already. Razy still with a knife fixed at the end of the barrel.
Yes, indeed. Let's see what Razy can do with it. He's going to be holding on to that AUG as well. No Fear up on top of the hill, doing a good job of applying that suppressive fire on these teams trying to find a way into this next zone. Oh, Razy soaking up the points as a solo here for Team Vitality.
I mean, since he's been a solo, he's gotten 4 eliminations. He's weakened AORUS' hold on this northern side as well,
yeah,
which I think is a really big factor here. With 4 players, AORUS are basically unassailable.
क्या इशू है भाई?
AORUS are basically unassailable. With 3, that's a different conundrum altogether. Ulf could potentially have an opening road towards them if they don't go down in this spot, because Sleepy has got that angle. But if Sleepy gets knocked, if he gets spotted, all of a sudden you have to commit so much to one side of your hold for AORUS instead of having a couple more sidelines available. And that is a massive benefit of having 4 players in a scenario like this. For Furia, it's going to help them a lot on the western side. So hopefully they can dance to the beat of their own drum into the rest of this game.
Ulf putting up some great points on the board here. They got 7 so far. Sleepy's going to have to leave that high ground position. Ooh, making the long drop on in. Vehicle, see if he can go ahead and stay right up. He does.
Clean.
And you're going to have to do another one.
Oh.
Beautiful.
Sticks the landing.
And that's a 10 out of 10 right there. Sleepy. Going to go ahead and look to pick up his teammate, possibly. Nope, never mind. He said, give me that crate. Meanwhile,
Okay, Enigma Galaxy here getting rolled up on. They're fighting on the southwest side, as Hyunbin steps into the cauldron of this fight. Motherboard gets pepper for the back lines in the arena. Third party, the end of that fight into the card for Nick the Galaxy. And now they're down, second place out this early. Good news for the arena, who are now on 6 eliminations and third partying this engagement. Hyunbin tries to hold, and he's good for one. Turns on for a second as well. It's Furia chiming in with a long-range third party as well. And the arena, they're now down to just one. Sweats on the back line, and Furia wants to change the tune.
Ayala gonna have to switch weapons here. XZY just able to get the reload on the MK, but it ain't gonna be good enough. Furia with the fourth party, able to clean up the fight. What a shot though from Hyunbin there. Tried his best, but what could he do with that kind of pressure? Now Ayala looking to apply some even more pressure onto the side of E-Arena. Somehow this squad stays alive, but oh, that 9-8's gonna hurt. It's up to Schweppes, gotta do a 1v2, and it ain't gonna happen today. Furia looking to start that domination.
And down go E-Arena. 74 points now on the game. It's all for really their closest competitors, but two of their players are knocked. I don't know if AORUS are gonna be able to confirm these flushes, certainly not just yet. And all the while, sneaky beaky like it's Razy on the side with his ghillie suit. Trying to play it quiet, trying to play it smart, finding these angles.
Shh, Razy. Playing it very, very quiet. Finds a little spot to hold himself in for now. But he's over so dangerous. He's got that ghillie suit. In the desert, not quite the best camouflage he wants.
Yeah, it's the green one, not great.
It's the green one. But you know what? He's looking to get that green for his team. And this is how you do it right here. Staying alive, just, you know, able to get some confirmations, some sneaky confirmations on some knocks, soak up some points. Meanwhile, S2G got a little car wall set up here.
Ooh, Furia on the move. Silence up and to the ridgeline. Jiggle will be aware of it. Razy completely hidden from Furia's radar right now. Operative word being right now.
Right now, and yeah, look at this, silence. Gonna have to be silent here, but Razy, he knows something's up. He's waiting for someone to peek that hill, waiting for someone to make the move. But instead, he's just gonna stay very, very quiet here. Uh-oh.
Up they go.
Jiggle, you better watch out. They're coming for you. Silence, driving up the hill little by little.
I think Razy's gonna get spotted here. Igor is gonna run straight into it potentially. Ooh, maybe not. Darts back a little bit. This negotiation on the north side is tense. S2G isolated right now on the southeast side of all of this, sort of all just playing in the same spot. Looks like they're trying to start to move out now, which I like. I think it's the right decision. And we've got solos from Aurora, solos from Ulf, as well as Orangutan. A Tanky may be the first of those to go down, but does take a fair chunk out of loss before he goes out.
Put some damage on the board. S2G looking to clean this up here. They definitely need to win. They're in 12th place. Win will definitely put them in a good position here for the rest of the day. Furia, the same boat. Let's see who's going to take this chicken dinner. Aura rocking a 2-1 split with Jiggle on the absolute high ground here. Don't forget about Doc though. Aurora all by himself. He's still there. You can see him. He is just holding that spot and starting to soak up some placement points here. Only 6 teams remaining.
The thing for Aurora right now is that they know there's a solo on the north side, which gives them a little minor advantage if there's going to be a third-party fight between them and Furia. Razy's angle might not be known. S2G take a shot from Eren, who is their solo from Ulf. And Eren finds the flush as well. So S2G now down to 2 players. Jukes, there's a lot of solos here, but they aren't without their opportunity.
Yeah, that's for sure. They could win this whole thing if the timing ends up perfect for them. You can see nice shots there from No Fear. Oh, instant confirmation too. MSG's really hurt.
Thought he's going to throw the pan there.
Yeah,
no.
that would have been nice.
Pulls
to say,
the pin on the nade.
Take some of this. How about some of that? Long nade. Not able to get the finish. And it looks like
इस मैच के बाद ही जाऊं फिर फटाफट आ जाऊंगा
having a Molotov for another day because I mean, he has the high ground. He might have the arm to get there.
It doesn't look like they're going to go for it. The res likely to be coming through now. For S2G to keep themselves alive as 2 players.
बोल जरा.
It's Razy that I've got my eyes on still from Vitality. He's gone so far for Furia. That could be a dangerous spot if they're caught unawares. Oh, he's hopped out as well. Doc might just be able to get away with a free Elim here. There's a nade in his hand. This is not where you want to be for Eagles. If he doesn't hear this pin, if he doesn't get out of the way, this might just be a free knock, but he's into the vehicle again. And I think he's read into it. He's up into the wall now. Doc has to hold his little shack out in the open.
Silence and Furia just waiting for this fight to happen. These guys are going to wait up to the last second here. The zone is closing. Okay, Jiggle backing things up, and he goes right into Razy. Gonna have to make a play. Great headshots, but Sleepy, great teamwork there to be able to shut him down.
It felt like that was the opportunity there. Jiggle stalling on the buggy slip, but just didn't quite finish off that spray. And the backup from Hera, of course, they did know he was there. As I was saying earlier, after losing a player to him was good news. Oh, another solo goes down. That will be the final solo out. So we are playing 3v3v2 as Furia in with a chance here. Put that chicken dinner on the board. Same story for all three of our teams. I feel like S2G are the most suppressed in their area right now.
Yeah, but they're and they're suppressed on the leaderboards too, right? So literally all these teams desperately need this game. Gonna be big points regardless. You can see right now, 8th place, 11th place, 12th place. It's gonna help them out big time. Let's see what No Fear can do with that high ground. This is stage 8, folks. The zone will be closing into nothing once that zone pops. Sleepy applying that pressure on S2G. He's got the intel now, knows exactly where they're at. He's got a couple nades. Gonna go ahead and use that high ground to try and get the shots. But some big shots on the Aura. That's No Fear eliminated. That angle being gone is critical.
A really nice pick up there over onto the high ground, as well as Jiggle going down. Leaves Hera now just on the one player alive. Furia want to regroup, and the descent comes through from the last remaining player for Hera, Sleepy, who has broadside on Lost, but he's not taking the shots just yet. I think Lost spotted him just before he ducked behind the ridge. And he has to drop down a little bit further to be a bit safer. Spots Lost, gets a headshot, but doesn't quite get that full-blown knock just yet. And then they roll.
Sleepy.
He finds the other, though. He finds his teammate, and maybe a 1 versus 2. But Furia now sat with their players rolling across the open zone. And Sleepy finds another. 3 players now left for him to deal with. But there's a P90 outside. He's behind those trees. I don't think it's going to work. No, sirree. Brazil able to find the chicken dinner here. And Furia fight back.
It's about time. We knew that chicken dinner was only gonna take a little while, and it happened to be just 2 matches here into day number 2. So Furia get the win, and the crowd is pumped up for their team here. A huge, huge win for the side of Brazil.
Absolutely beautiful stuff. I think it was 9 elims towards the end, something in that region. It's a massive jump for them, as we talked about on these longer game sets. 18 matches, a game like that can really give you the foundation that you need to jump up to be in contest. With E-Arena going down fairly early, with Enigma Galaxy going down fairly early, a couple of elims on side for these teams, but that is going to put them in the gap, and that's exactly what you need to be doing. Keeping that mindset on side of every single game, the points we profit, that is 1 step closer to the title.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is right there. Nice play, though, from Sleepy to be able to get that 1v2 on S2G. Gets a couple more points on the board and some extra placement points as well. But you know what? The board is going to be, the leaderboard going to be balanced out a little bit right now. Because like you mentioned, top teams go out. Teams in that mid-pack start moving their way up. But I think that inequality is going to be coming right back, because guess where we're headed now?
Oh yeah, it's going to be a little bit toasty over on Rondo next, which is very, very exciting stuff. We've already seen, what was it, 2 1v4s, at least 1 1v3, a couple more. Why not throw them in there? It's basically just what happens at this stage. But yeah, I mean, the Razy solo 1v3 on the north side there, beautiful. The impact he had also cannot be ignored. If 4 players were alive for Hera in those final circles, I think they win that.
Yeah.
Without Razy having that impact, it completely changes the dynamic. It allows Furia to be so much more free and easy on that western side. The suppressive force of Hera on that north edge is so much assuaged. So I think that is a very, very important part of that last game that maybe flew under the radar for a couple people.
Yeah, you got to be hyped up for Razy. 1v3, then finish in with a 1v2. And you guys got a 1v1 and watch the rest of these matches coming up in just a bit.
What's happening, everybody? Jackie Powers here, joined by two absolute legends of the Sidemen. We got Ethan and Toby in the building, just arrived in France. You enjoying your time at PMWC here at EWC, boys?
Absolutely. It's my third year on the trot coming to this. So yeah, really excited to see what today's got on offer.
First time here in France, so actually we're really excited.
What, just generally first time?
No, not generally, for this in France.
Oh,
like,
right,
normally
okay.
it's like in Saudi, but here in France it's exciting.
You enjoying it though? Getting on with the vibes? Bit different, right?
Yeah, we got in early on the train this morning, so took a little bit of waking up, but I think we're into the swing of things now.
You always look fresh. Both of you do. You've come out giving it. You got the style on the go, so I can't complain, boys. And there you go.
You're showing us up.
Yeah,
Can we get a fit check, please? Fit check, fit check.
Great.
Hey, look, I've
You
gone
look
for a
unreal.
beige.
The turtleneck, he looks amazing. The watch strap, look.
Wow.
Ugh.
That's what we do. That's what we do at PUBG Mobile. We've got a bit of a different vibe on the go. I know you love a bit of PUBG Mobile yourself, but you've been enjoying the chicken dinners? Caught any of the glimpses of the
I haven't
games?
caught any glimpses just yet, but they're going crazy as we speak. We've got a little glimpse of a screen up there, and I can't wait to watch some of it.
It's going to be big. I think we've had a lot of interaction from the fans this event, which has been cool. A lot of different nations, so it's been super loud. We've had drummers, we've had like cymbals. Mate, I've seen instruments I've never seen before.
I thought it was a football game. I heard it. It was crazy. I can't believe there's drums at an esports event.
It's unreal.
They've kind of been getting sick with it too. One of our commentator talent basically used to be a drummer.
Oh,
so he's
okay.
been sat there every game, mate. He's watching in the background. I just want to get involved. I want to teach him a new
He's
beat.
loving it. He's loving it.
You any good on the instruments yourself, pal?
Me, no. So Jizzle, however, he has an own producer back in his day, you know.
I dabble.
Hey, we got to get you in there. We could cook something spicy up with the fans.
No.
Right
It's been a long time. It's been a long
EWC
time.
anthem? Come on.
I don't quite have the same rhythm as I used to. You know what
It
I mean?
could be a nice tie-in. We'll get that in for the next charity match, no?
Maybe.
That's what I'm saying. That would be sick. Look, it's going to be a good time. We've got about, all of today, so about 6 games overall today, and then tomorrow we go into the finals, last 6 games. We got some big orgs here, boys. Couple big names. You got like 4 Thrives. They're coming out, showing up. Vitality, legendary esports orgs, right? Orangutan as well. They've come in bossing it.
Orangutans.
Orangutan all the way.
Come on, orangutans. Listen, this ginger bearded beast.
My orangutan.
Yeah, come on. Go on, the orangutans.
Oh, mate. I hope they do you justice.
Yeah,
They've been looking good, honestly.
Have
They've
to
been
now,
looking
have
good.
to.
So we're saying orangutan
Go
chicken dinners all the way.
orangutans. Let's go.
All right, let's see what happens, boys. Always a pleasure.
Pleasure,
any
mate.
final words before we send this one back?
Up the EWC, up the PUBG Mobile. Bosh.
We'll see you later, guys.
Thank you, Jackie. And I agree, Jackie. You look good today. You look good every single day. And so do we. Joined by Lace, Calaris, Natura, and once again, the 7WG. But we got to talk about Furia, that last match. The Brazilian aggressiveness was there, and boy, did they show it.
Didn't they just? I'm so excited. Furia's back. Let's all jump. No, but he's just gone. Okay, my show now. Furia, right? Furia was on top of it. I really enjoyed how they were actually able to play that so well, right? You've got the duo of Alaya? Yeah. Ayala. There we go, I got it. Yeah. Ayala and Silence, both of them just coming in onto that third party against Nongshim, then over onto EA, just wiped them completely, no point about it. The 2-2 split coming up onto that the western side, making sure that Furia couldn't, making sure that S2G couldn't go around to the south side, but also pressuring Hera to actually push into S2G at the same time. Very well played. Good control of the teams, good control of the zone, and the timing was really good. They backed it up with firepower as well. You're seeing 9 eliminations. 19-point game is exactly what they needed.
I just absolutely love the fact that they sort of, like you were saying, they had that sort of western side of the mountain. Hera had such a great setup though, right?
Yes.
So I was getting a little bit scared in the I guess final moments because that zone closing in pushes them off the mountain. But HiGuard's just down there scouting for the entire team, able to get that little 1v1 out of the way, and then having that sight so that when they obviously descent down the mountain, Sleepy comes down the mountain further through this and just cleans it up easily. Their timing today, Neptura, why are we Furia fans? Just backing you up. That was just such a smooth play from them, and when we're used to just seeing them get in a vehicle, charge down, whatever, this is more strategic and smart from them. Very exciting.
I was scared for Furia though. I thought we were going to see some drive-bys that we ended up seeing from them yesterday that ended up backfiring. But for Hera Esports, I got to give them even more prop scale because they had a 3-1 split on that mountain that ended up working out perfect, especially when the circle didn't go their way.
There's multiple facets to it, right? Hera, when it comes to them controlling that kind of mountain, La Cabrera is somewhere they oftentimes go to. They've actually abandoned that and gone to Valdemar on most of these Miramars. They had to abandon their loot phase quite early to make that extreme wide rotate based on those circle shifts that were going north to get onto that mountain fast. And I think they really understood how to hold down on that location well, to the point where they were having to deal with certain circumstances that they didn't want to have to, like trying to cordon off Ulf as they're trying to move forwards as well. So very impressive game here by Hera, absolutely.
It is. S2G as well, being able to collect some points in this last match too. And one team that was able to collect even more points that definitely needs them, Orangutan. Collecting 7 eliminations. It's something that we've been wanting to see out of this squad, being able to frag out a little bit more. I know yesterday we saw the passiveness out of OG that we're so used to seeing, but being able to just bounce back. And it's actually not Aru by himself. It's Atanki coming out with 3 eliminations.
I mean, it's great. I mean, I think in the group stage we saw more from WizGod than from Atanki, but he's coming in really nice. Ara, the IGL, also stepping up as a fragger as well, which is really nice to see. So very excited to see. Very excited to see what we're going to be looking at into the next Rondo, for instance, right? Getting that momentum on the Miramar is like 7 eliminations on a Miramar already. What's Rondo going to be holding in store for them?
Feels weird that we're doing Rondo, not at the start of the day.
It does, doesn't it?
But anyway.
It's like, okay, well, mid-game, mid-rondo. Mid-rondo. It's a mid-rondo.
You know what it reminds me? I said it earlier and I'll say it again. It reminds me when we used to have Sandhog at the halfway point.
Oh, yeah.
Where teams that weren't performing well, that would kind of use Sandhog to just spark up their day. But talking about Rondo, let's look at the top teams right now from Rondo. You got Enigma Galaxy up there. Aurora Gaming so far really hasn't had the best start to the day, especially when we're looking at the Miramars. But going into Rondo, we saw what they were able to do yesterday, and I'm hoping that Aurora is going to be bouncing back here.
Yeah, you'd like to think so, right? I actually do think that there's definitely been lulls in some of the performances internationally as well, and obviously this team for a long time, when we were at Alpha Gaming, etc., and things like that, everyone was hoping that eventually they'd hit it big, eventually be able to get one of those big titles. Actually, coming into that day 1, I thought to myself, wait a minute, is this the time? Is this the time Aurora Gaming actually finally makes it happen? Because they were able to be up towards the top. They've slipped a little bit, especially with the arena looking as well as they have done so far. But there's still a chance. There's still hope.
Yeah, for Aurora right now, 34-point gap. So I am hoping that we're going to be seeing some insane gameplay out of them, especially going into Rondo. We have seen E-Arena put up 29 eliminations. Can anybody get even close? We saw the aggressiveness out of Furia with the third parties too, but we got to talk about Enigma Galaxy been performing well as well. And what I really enjoy about Enigma Galaxy, so far is the way that they've been getting those placement points outside of their win. You can see them being able to be consistent.
Exactly. They've got 14 placement points outside of that win, so they are really making sure they hit that podium time and time again, backing it up with eliminations. And again, this is something that I saw yesterday from Nigma Galaxy, is their timing is on point. Coops is back in his prime, it feels like, and the whole team is rallying around that. So the timing is really good. The synergy is very good. They're holding, they're waiting, they're making other teams play for them instead of doing all the dirty work themselves. It's a really, really nice control play that we're seeing from Nigma, and it's working out beautifully.
I mean, I just want to quickly touch on Ulf because we were a little bit worried about them at the start. We're like, what kind of plan do they have going forward? It's good, it's wins, it's that, it's not, it's dropping. That one, the vehicle sent. They're actually in like a 2-2 split hold, and they were like, what do we do? Let's take the vehicle. Let's wedge Tiamba up against that and able to sort of decimate that entire squad. Obviously, the rest of the team sort of joined in that position, but look, they're making split decisions quickly when that moment comes. Is it bad that these decisions have to be made incredibly quickly because they didn't plan it out beforehand? A little bit, but look, they can capitalize on it.
It is. One team that I'm going to be looking to hopefully capitalize here in Rondo as well when we're talking about eliminations is going to be none other than Tiamba. Tiamba has been quite slow today. We've seen them just going down that ranking, and it's a team that needs to be able to bounce back because guess what? Yesterday, it was all about eliminations. Yes, they do end up having some placement points, but it wasn't of the likes that we know they're capable, especially with what we saw at Survival.
Yeah, Milu and QZZ have looked fantastic throughout the entire tournament, right? And Milu really rose to the occasion after QZZ was able to get that MVP title on previous internationals. I do think that, yeah, it's been a bit of a slow start for them, but regardless of that fact, there's definitely an opportunity for them to get back to fragging power, fragging potential that we've seen from them in the past.
I'm just looking at Coops right now. He's locked in. Raouf just going around, circling his chair. Satan as well, but Coops, it's all about Coops right now. Hopefully somebody else will be able to step it up from that team as we're going to be going into Rondo. So Hot Jukes, John Allen, take it away. What is Satan looking at?
Here we go. We're headed into Rondo. The match to put some massive points on the board. As if Miramar wasn't crazy enough already, it's about to get even crazier.
Maybe it's just something about the start of the day, Jukes. Maybe it wasn't Rondo all along. It was just the first games. Maybe this will be the calmest Rondo we've ever seen.
Yeah, they brought that Rondo energy off the rip, right?
Yeah, they're used to it. Fresh off the breakfast, ready to find their dinner. And that is what we're going to be looking to find here for one of our teams. It will be the case. Maybe a massive early game. We saw it from Milu yesterday, huge, and the rest of Tiamba as well. Huge start to the day yesterday. Not quite as powerful in the game so far today. So hopefully for Tiamba, they can find that resurgence here. And if you're an Arena fan, you're hoping that they can continue to make their strides forwards and keep that White Rabbit chase going.
Gotta be able to separate yourself from the rest of this lobby, and if you're gonna do it anywhere, it's Rondo, that's for sure. I mean, we've seen a 39-point game in this tournament. Oh man, well that turned things around from. Look at Team Vitality though, averaging, 4.33 elims per game, 1,000 damage. It's a great average here. The thing is if you want to win that $500,000 at first place, become the champions, you gotta do something special consistently. So I'm interested to see, right, how these teams are going to fare now that we're playing Rondo for the third match of the day, right? Are they going to be able to keep that aggression up throughout the entire day here? And who's going to be the kings of Neon's Factory?
Oh, could be. Or, indeed, somewhere else. Flame Path decides that we don't want to be going to Neox Factory. In general, when you're talking about podium competitors, you're talking about teams who are looking to get about 10 points average. 10 to 12 points average tends to be where we see at the end of these game sets a first place type scoreline being. That generally is a great indicator that you're performing at the level that's needed to rise above the rest. So hopefully our teams will be able to keep that on side. And being able to get, as we were seeing, sort of mid-4 elims average, being able to complement that with placement points is very, very important. There are a couple, I think, of teams who have a distinctly higher average on those elims than others, but it is definitely something that you need to be focusing on to join up at that 10-point average. Because right now, I think quite a lot of our teams are falling short of that metric.
That's a fact here. And if you want to be able to get in that metric, though, this is the place to do it. You can see these players are locked in, they're focused. They understand what's at stake here, just how important Rondo is for your total tally. We only play it 3 times in this whole finals here. And this being the second one.
6.3.
Yeah, 6.3 average from Tianba, man. This squad have been really, really consistent here. A night and day difference from their group stage performance. And this is the Tianba that we know and love. We expected them to do very, very well here. And it's only a matter of time. I think they get that right position going, and then we see them get that chicken dinner.
I mean, we want that survival stage, Tianba, right?
Yeah.
To be able to jump up and compete with the very, very best. Furia, fresh off of their chicken dinner, their numbers don't quite display that sort of a storyline just yet, but it is a great start for them to be able to add that one to their tally. And again, it's a real great mental boom to these teams to be able to find a high-scoring game and to be able to close out that game. Sure, maybe the point swing isn't huge depending on how many seconds into those final circles you last, but I feel like there is nothing more relieving than finding that chicken dinner, than converting it. Even if you ignore the 4 extra points you get just on placements alone, it is a massive mental fortitude booster. And you need to keep your head on straight because you are going to get into something crazy very early on. I know it, I love it, it's Rondo and it's ready.
It's ready, these players are hyped up, they're ready to go. I hope y'all guys at home are ready as well because, man, this is just getting started. As the plane is taking off, we're headed to Rondo. Ooh. Okay, we got a little double plane path action here.
Okay, so Neox Factory is accessible from the easternmost plane path, and to be fair, from the west one, but it's unlikely you want to go there because the teams in the east plane will hit the ground so much faster than you. It's much more likely if you're going to hot drop, you go to Yulin, and the same is true vice versa, right? Yulin is further along that plane path. What this is going to do is split these hot drops up. It's going to make them slightly less chaotic, Jukes, but more teams may want to go for them because of that.
Yeah, and those teams that normally like to go to Neox Factory, if you're in that other plane, you're going to be there late, so that's going to put you so far behind. So teams are going to have to adapt on the fly, switch drop locations, and make these decisions very, very quickly here. And you can see, these squads are out. Top players right now. Scarface from Ulf, okay, 16 eliminations. Mormon right behind him, and of course, Milu right there as well.
Yeah, Scarface on those damage numbers as well, right on the heels of Milu. Look at that, only 20 damage points behind. We'll see if that changes very quickly into this match because teams are now starting to touch down in towards Neox Factory. They'll be grabbing those weapons. Yulin also will now be occupied, and things are going to get hairy quite quickly. As Irina already taking a knock, Tianba as well have already lost one. Irina, by the way, generally preferring to drop out near Stadium, but the plane path they're on didn't assist with that. We saw them hunting down solos in other matches, those solo outposts that are near those recall towers, which are a major feature in Rondo. They were the team to take that dynamically to that fight in a way that we haven't seen from many others. Oh, no, S-Power goes down to a guard.
Not good. Schwepp's hurt and gonna get caught by a beautiful angle from a cop. And that's what happens is that if you're just so used to dropping in one particular area, switching it up here, sometimes those little angles can catch you off guard. And OG putting in the work here. Gonna be keeping an eye there on the side of Ulf. Ooh, does see Aaron. Now we're gonna switch on over to another fight. Here goes Furia. Applying that pressure to Aura. Sky bandaging here. Waiting to be able to find those angles. He's got some good weapons here, but Ayala gets caught.
A nade forces Sky to reposition away from the corner. Does take a little bit of damage, but that'll be okay. Remember, the recall towers here in Rondo allow teams to get their players back up and alive, so early fights are the norm. Silence rolling around the edge of this corner, trying to suppress Sleepy, but the UMP in hand gives him a little bit of confidence and the need to back it up. Flings across his sightlines. No Fear does go down on a trade, and now Ayala's looking to break wide to change the tune of this fight, and looks for more with Chief at his back. Sky on a sliver of HP just about finds the retreat, but there's a re-engage around the corner.
Chief would have had that, but he ran out of ammunition. Now he's going to have to make a play. Ayala there with the assist, and great work for the side of Furia. They're going to go ahead and take out Aura, put some early points on the board, and they should be able to pick up Silence here. Now they're going to start laser focusing towards the side of Four Thrives. Four Thrives creeping in on this one. A little late to this third party, and now they're going to have to battle a pretty kitted and well set up Furia.
4 thrives. They got some loot on side as well, though not too many nades. In fact, no nades for T24. Neox Factory's been popping off as well. I think Ulf bore the brunt of a lot of damage pouring on their way. See some elims coming through from Orangutan. Doing bits, but ooh, okay. Ulf may have a little bit of vengeance here, as Eren is still in the firefight. Tianba with their position on the south edge. Spot Tizzy sending away, but Tizzy wants to re-engage on the door frame. It's not going to work out well for the first spray, but suppresses the angle. QZZ with the nade cooking. Drops around the corner, but Hyunbin evades the damage.
Oh shit, Red for super aggression here. Looking to get some of them early eliminations. Hyunbin with the laydown, wide out in the open!
Oh, what?
Catches QZZ with the spray. Just keeps that suppressive fire on that window, catches him on the re-peek, and a great turnaround there. 2 superstars battling it out. Now Tizzy, oh, look at that instant peek back. These angles, Nongshim Red Force so good at these CQC angles, man, and Hyunbin putting in the work, forcing Tianba to have to do a full res on their team.
Getting those flushes nice and quickly. Nongshim Red Force with 2 elims. They're up to 4 now. But they've got another team to try and deal with. Orangutan sidling on into the fight. Tizzy using the bus's cover. There's a nade from a tanky, but the pin goes back in. And Eren, the solo left in the situation for Ulf, is going to find the backlines for Orangutan and slow their approach towards this Nongshim outpost. The 2 players they've got there can just live a little bit longer, but a tanky keeps the pressure up, and Orangutan keep marching.
Man, great movement from the side of Tizzy and Hyunbin. They are outplaying so many of these players here. So good at this urban fighting. Their peaks, their timing, just impeccable. Wizgot, though, with that nade, looks good. Tizzy jumps away and gets peppered only a little bit. Pulls the pin again. And you can see they're utilizing those doors so well. But how about that nade? That one looks good.
Ooh.
Tizzy jumps away from it once again. He's not falling for that one.
I like the attempted utilization of the smoke to stop the vision on the nade arc as it was coming on through. But Tizzy read that one nicely. Knew exactly what they were going for. That nade doesn't connect either. Still has a couple more. The shotgun around the corner. Steps in for it. Wins the trade. And immediately Eren snaffles that point away for Ulf. He's up to 3 elims there on the inside. This guy's doing bits. The rest of Ulf are happy to hang out near Danqing on that south side and let Eren roar over in Neox Factory, as it still has yet to conclude. Aurora, I think, still have a solo in that spot as well. And Eren does finally go down to Godlike, who have rolled up into the fight in Neox Factory. A late approach as they were forced away over towards main round.
Now you can see T24 trying to find some angles here. Zypha, ooh, quick shotgun here. He's got the right-hand priority. He should win this. He does. Catches Ayala. And now, shots happening back and forth all over the place here. But Zypha's gonna have to make another play, but suppressive fire. Was that IQ? Yeah, IQ on the other angle, doing a great job of applying that pressure, that headshot. It's gonna be the end of Furia.
Furia, though, well, in this location.
In this location, correct, yes.
Igor's on that south side, very far away from Yulin right now, means that they can get that full reset. The recall towers are still available, and at the moment, only 1 player is completely down. I think that's about to change as well, as Admino gets back to his feet. Aurora with top. The man on the spot only needs the 1 shot to take down Salme, and now he wants more. S-Power with the nade, can't quite connect on towards top, but he spots him running up, has the nade cooking. This could be perfect. Needs it over the top, a lot of damage, and the spray to convert. That is good for Godlike.
Great work from S-Power there, right? Just staying calm, collected. He had that nade locked and loaded, just goes, chunks it, and just uses his weapon to take down top. So we're gonna see some recall action happening. Everybody pretty much back up for the most part. Only a few players still eliminated. And now you know what? Why don't you guys do us a favor? Get in game and go ahead and pop some of the lucky spins right now. Hopefully you can get one of those exclusive 2026 Pmwc tournament sets. So you can be styling and looking good like a lot of these players are. Let's see how S-Power's gonna look though in this 1v1 against a tanky. It is India on India action here. That's that Molotov. Oh yeah, he's like, all right, I'll hold the stairs for a little longer.
Hot footing it away from that, doesn't take a tickle. which is good result. Hard southeast shift on this next circle. Pushes us down towards the southeast side. Keeps that northern area above Hungshan in the west of Danqing as well. Ulf, very happy about this. I think their hill there is probably going to play quite well for them, I think, Jukes, and that is a great result for them, given that they're in third place right now. Arena in first place. They haven't had an impact on this game so far. They were pushed away very, very quickly. Possess power. Holds the corner, but yeah, there's a third-party angle. Well, a second player on the opposing team angle coming on through. That should be, again, still recallable. Manya may opt to go for the recall on the forward position so that he can bolster that and let the back two from Godlike move in behind him.
Yeah, S-Power's like 1v1 me, bro. And they were like, nah, not today. There's money on the line here. We got to make this happen. Now looking on over to the rest of the fight, though, we got Vitality end up holding a building here. They're going to be popping some shots on over to Enigma Galaxy. Satan trying to drive away, trying to be able to survive here. Lowered in the same position. Enigma Galaxy on the bold rotation. And Satan does end up getting caught and eliminated.
Very messy now on the western side of this circle. A lot of teams forced into a fight that is unfavorable for a rotation that leaves them exposed. We're seeing the results of that now. The recall tower on the south side of the circle, currently under control of Nongshim Red Force. Looks like Godlike may have their forward position on one recall as well, I believe. So they could look for that. Actually, it might be Arena who have got control of it out on the east side. In the meantime, 4 Thrives, with their 3 elims so far, have a position near Yulin.
See these teams just starting to get set up here, getting ready for that late game. This is so critical. This is the map to put some points on the board. OG have 5 eliminations. Aurora have 5 as well. So a great start for a few of these teams. Now it's about how you're going to end. I think the Galaxy down Satan on that rotate, but they do end up finding a spot in this next zone. Pretty central one too, just a little bit on the southern side of it. But we never know where this next circle is going to go.
I mean, Ulf really have got a brilliant position here. They've had a while to establish it as well. On the hilltop that they have so much control over the surrounding area. They have vision every single direction. Everybody else just trying to play in their shadow at the moment. Arena have managed to push in from the east side. And 4 Thrives continuing their hold on the southeast point of Yulin. Doing a little bit against AORUS. Godlike suffering once more at the hands of Orangutan. And the Arena actually pushing up to try and third-party split that fight on the north edge and maybe hound down Godlike.
Godlike trying to hold on here. Southern shift. Yeah, indeed for a lot of these teams. S2G, 4 Thrives, Arena not liking that one. Now there's Godlike. But Fudia, they'll take that all day long. Possibly even looking for a back-to-back chicken dinner here. As Aurora, though, that's going to be the team they're going to have to fight because Aurora's going to be pressing into that hard shift side location. Tianba, QZZ knocked. Doing a great job of being able to throw down those smokes very, very quickly here to try to pick up their superstar player. Coops trying to catch some shots into those smokes. They can go ahead and just hold on to that coverage for just a little while longer.
Just a moment longer. Right now, I think that, yeah, we've only seen 3 players really fully confirmed to not be really in with much chance of moving forwards. A lot of recalls coming on through. Almost everyone in the lobby getting back to their feet. Damage going over towards S2G from Coops, but not quite fully connecting.
He's locked in today, man. I mean, those shots were on point. He was hitting them for the little slight angle that he had. He was getting serious value. You know, Tianba's locked in as well. They're just trying to get themselves in a good, solid position. They're in 4th place, 48 points. Not a bad start. But E-Arena with 75. They're the big threat in this lobby. The Thai squad looking really solid here in the Rondo. 1 elimination, the whole team up. They do have a position on the eastern side of the circle. Aurora right on top of them, though. Let's see what they decide to do here.
I mean, they are certainly alive on this side of the circle, but between Aurora and Ulf, it is a difficult position to try and hold down. And can they get much further forwards? I'm not entirely sure, Schweppes. Oh dear, the flames already licking the front of the bonnet there. And that is going to be an unhealthy vehicle. Not really too reliable when it comes to moving next. but they are safe for the time being next to these two teams. I'm looking at Orangutan and Fourth Rise on that north side. Could be a contest around the mountain that sits between them. Godlike, I think, are going to have a difficult time moving in as well. Either they could swing out into the blue zone very, very quickly now and try and rejoin Rita. But if you do, you're basically committing to going down in the next zone. Yeah. It's just not going to work out.
Yeah, for sure. And Ida need to have a monster rondo here if they want to be able to get themselves into serious money. Enigma Galaxy, meanwhile, second place, down a player. Lord going to be using some of that terraforming to put himself into a safe position. This is still super early. I mean, that's just Rondo. Rondo starts off so aggressive, starts to slow down here in the mid-game as teams solidify their locations. And then it's going to get red hot here in just a minute. Let's see where this circle goes. We're going to see a crazy Southern hardship again. Will it center up? That's going to be huge for these teams. And it does favor the south side a little bit.
Okay, I mean, for Aura, this is great news for them. Their west side is fairly free and clear. Ida do opt to regroup on the south side, which I'm not entirely sure about. I feel like that may be a misplay for them. A very difficult approach from that angle. S2G trying to make the approach that is probably in Ida's future. Finding out how difficult it can be. Furia extracting a toll for it. But they do crash in. They do get to the center of this one. And actually, may be able to get control of this recall tower that's available for about another minute or so. If they can get control of it, get that recall in fast, they could be in with a full force squad on this location. And I think they know that Jiggle's here, but they don't have a lot of time to play around with. It's really ticking away, and a bounce on the nade's not good.
Yeah, kind of a little bit of a self-nade there. I don't know if you saw that chain link fence at the top of it. Great nades, though, from Nongshim Red Force. Oh, it doesn't hit the mark, though. I thought that was good. And they're going to be sharing this location for now with E-Arena. This is pretty darn central. So I'm surprised they're really battling this out. This is a dangerous fight, honestly. Like, if they take this fight, they're going to get third party.
I mean, all the fights now in the middle are dangerous. Godlike on the south side.
What happened?
Ooh, I think a vehicle explosion there came on through.
Was
Took
that?
Tandy K down. No, it wasn't a self-drop, don't worry. I would have clocked that one. It was an explosion that came through. The nade, just falls short of the deployable cover. And they continue to not quite find the mark for for Nongshim Red Force. They aren't quite connecting here. Not quite getting what they want to get done. Orangutan try and crash into the middle against S2G. It's looking to go pretty well for Orangutan, actually, as S2G are going to go down fully. These recall towers are pretty much done and dusted. Only a couple more seconds to get them used.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to be able to use it here at this late stage, especially if you already burned a lot of your recalls earlier on. And let's see right now as Ray-Z is able to get a nice knock there on the tops with a nade. Another one would return as Bose catches Federales. And now here comes Win in the vehicle. Possibly just trying to get some information. He gets some for sure. Pops out. Oh, that did sting.
Okay.
Razak, though, got the shotgun. S12K. Oh, gets knocked. And Team Flash put in the work here on Vitality.
Hey, we know what Razak can do, but he's not going to do it this time around. Vitality go down. Flash playing on with 3. The recall towers are now shut down, which means that every elim will stick. There are no recalls available. The Arena somehow managed to get straight to the center of this circle. Is kind of crazy, and to do so with 4 players alive, great news. Hopefully they can make that one work. Meanwhile, on the south side, you've got Godlike, Ida, and Furia all looking for position. Yeah, this is a replay, I think, on how Tony K went down.
Yeah,
he ran into the buggy. He ran into the buggy.
Yeah, well, it was that cover flare that ended up busting up that buggy, and it was just inching it little by little and just did enough damage to pop it. So you gotta watch out where you drop those cover flares.
Hey, no harm, no foul. They're all alive, and that's what matters right now. Nade over the top, over towards Enigma Galaxy, though, from Tianba, who have had to fight down from this north side of their compound. Enigma Galaxy have been hiding here for quite a while, and Tianba seemed to be an overwhelming force for them. Ralph, alone, isolated, away from the rest of the team. Ulf have been trying to push in from the east side, and somehow Scarface doesn't go down here. Finally does get knocked to QZZ. There is an answer, a little bit of damage, and his 4th drive's chiming in for a third party from the west side.
QZZ getting caught out by Ulf. And now Milo getting shot in his back from 4th Thrives. Tianba now are fully pinched. You got 4th Thrives looking at one side, Ulf looking on the other, and this is all outside of the circle. Disaster here for Tianba. who are looking so strong in this game, gonna have to fight their way out of this position.
A lot of movement now necessary on the northeast side as well as on this south edge, and this is what I was worried about for Ida. They managed to get a couple of elims on the angle, but they trapped themselves behind the water. Wrapping around that one, it takes so much wind out of your sails. You just don't continue that speed. You don't carry any momentum in towards the circle. And they found out all about it. Furia were a roadblock for them, and they may have dragged Furia down with them, but for Emre, he's now got so much to do, and he's going to crash probably straight onto Aura, and almost certainly going to go down here. I'm so surprised he hasn't already fallen, and Emre just sneaking his way through.
Tianba on the drive-in now. Gonna have to force to just fully send it onto the middle, but they are getting beat up here. Sacrificing players one by one. Milu, oh, with a bad drive. And now it's up to the single player. Oh, he does end up catching 1 point. So Tianba hold on just for a little while longer.
Staying alive, staying in the thick of things. The arena unlikely to be able to push fully up and over with ult suppressing this angle. Akin can survive for just a while longer. And Ulfa going to have a tough time actually pushing towards this one with the suppressive fire coming in, but Akin does go down. That actually comes from Furia. Very long shot down from the south side. Close to max range, I believe.
Furia,
yeah, 393 meters there, Ayala.
Ayala and Furia are putting in work here. 10 points on the board so far. Right behind him is OG with 8. They definitely needed those points. And here comes Furia, pressing in through the south side, moving in little by little, making sure that there ain't nobody near him.
Aurora with the western high ground as well, this mountain, giving them a lot to work with. The position held previously by Aura, but they decided to commit instead much more central onto the west point of the compound that sits central on this circle.
It's gonna be a big game for
Aurora this position. I mean, it absolutely could be. Given their position with 8 elims, they've got some brilliant oversight. Not too many teams have the flexibility to challenge them. It is, of course, the Kiss Curse position, though, because you do have to leave it at some point. Well, almost certainly you're going to have to leave it at some point, and that is where things start to get a little bit muddy.
If this zone shifts to Aurora, they're getting like 20 points this game. Plus, I mean, this is the spot to have. But it is quite on the edge here. Let's see if they end up getting lucky. This is the time to get lucky in the map that you really want to get lucky on, that's for sure. But meanwhile, Nongship Red Force catching Chief out from Furia.
Sneaking in. A shot in around the sides of those silos, through the fences. It is pretty resible, though, for Furia, I imagine. The circle does move away from Aurora, though, and up towards the north side. This is a lot of open ground that maybe Fourth Rise could try and leverage, but there's not a lot for them to try and work with. You could see just sweeping out to the west, it's wide open. You're going to need those cover flares, so it depends how many they've got in the back pocket. Create some of your own defilades with that destructible terrain. It's what they're going to be needing to do to control that north side. In the meantime, Furia still giving it large on the south side.
Doc starting to throw some nades in. They know they got to get moving here. They got those vehicles. They're smoking, though. Bose does go down. That's huge for the side of Aurora. And Doc trying to drive very carefully, little by little. Oh, he saw that crate. I need that. I need that. I got 300 rounds. I need more. I need that util. And he's going to find at least another drink because he was out. Swaps vehicles, and now Aurora just trying to leapfrog into this next zone.
Last player of Orangutan goes down in the meantime. IQ gets spotted out in the open. I mean, this is what I was talking about, right? It's such a difficult area to try and move into. The question is timing, and for IQ, he gets caught a little bit too early. And there's really no cover. But it is such a majority on the circle. If you can establish any sort of position out there, you start to get so much control. And with Aurora still able to use the high ground that they've been playing from, they have great sightlines to control that. But Fourth Rise will be able to move in. Aurora are also going to have to move. Oh, beg your pardon. Have to move.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing, though. This is Rondo, and if you don't got cover, you got to make your own. Use those cover flares, use that terraforming, and make it happen. You can see Ulf with a good, solid position that they've created for themselves. You got Aura on the other end trying to sneak some eliminations. No Fear going to be laying down, trying to see if he can catch that pixel. He sees him. He sees him. Puts some shots, but not able to get the knock.
Aurora rotating back in towards the compound, looking to extract more point value from these elims. Tourniquet will be spotted. Zjol rattles him down. And the rest of the team answering with a volley of fire. Emre, by the way, from Ida, still alive. A solo who managed to sneak his way on through. I imagine Aurora should be aware of this position. But we'll see if they deal with it or if they allow him to sit there in their buffer zone.
Seoul just getting set up here. I like how he risks it and moved that vehicle just a little bit further so he can cover himself from that angle. The crowd is hyped, they're excited. The Furia fans are going nuts. They see their team with 11 eliminations so far. And there goes Aurora starting to throw some nades. They are in this next circle, so they're just holding the spot for now.
Just holding it down. Slowly marching forwards. Nongshim Red Force making it very difficult for them to move up and through this compound. If they can get a knock, if they can open a way, might be an opportunity for them. There's trades back and forth across every single angle. Nongshim also have spots on towards Hera, who are trying to make their way up on the western edge. Oh, it's a nasty ascent up this hill. There is a complete broadside from Hyunbin. He's got that DP, a lot of ammo in the tank, and a big north shift comes through.
The circle goes up to the top and away from all of these teams. So all of them are gonna have to start moving. Hyunbin, he realizes it. He's like, oh, we're in trouble. We need to just start getting some eliminations here because getting into this next circle is gonna be almost impossible.
I'm looking at this circle. I feel like it's Aurora and 4 Thrives right now, who are in some ways stopping each other from being the best in the circle and therefore allowing teams from the south to have an opportunity. If this fight concludes one way or the other, which I don't think it will, Jukes, not at the moment, it could be pretty tricky for everybody else to march forward, but it seems like they found some sort of peace between the two.
Yes, that's the right play in all honesty. You gotta just throw the smokes in between, but like, guys, let's look down south. Let's get all these eliminations, fight each other later for first and second place, because, oh, this is a feeding frenzy here on the south side, as all these teams are just desperate to try to find a spot into this next zone. Hyunbin up close and personal. He's got the shotgun. He can make the plays, and Nongshim Red Force are putting in the work.
Crazy cluster.
Up close and personal.
Take down E-Arena, the lobby leaders right now. And get 2 elims there, no placements. A nice result for the teams looking to chase. Also in a little bit of danger as they try and sweep up from the eastern side and crash into 4 Thrives, but with Hasaifa going down, with 2 players left, actually only 1 player left in action. It's only IQ up on the north side, and Furia, in the meantime, are sweeping up. Over on the inside of the compound, Ayala on the corner. Does goes down to Nongshim as they move out to the east. But Furia now, 12 elims. They're looking for more, and a solo from Jiggle, the only thing standing away in their way of controlling the entirety of this compound.
Make that 13 eliminations. Furia on a tear. Jiggle up on top, catches out the last player of Ida. Aurora, though, are just waiting for this. Gotta be a little bit careful with that cover flare. A little bit too close. Chief now forced to just run out the open. Jiggle with the jump down. Trying to make the play in the 1v2. It's Igor to shut him down.
Hey, that's so nasty, though, because it does mean that Igor's going to be alone, solo, and will not be able to weather the storm of bullets sent his way by Nongshim Red Force. Now at the open, it's Aurora as we transition up to the north side. And 4 Thrives, I mean, they lost so much on that push forwards, and it's just IQ now. Hasaifa, I don't think you're getting back over to him, mate. And he does go down. IQ, a solo for 4 Thrives. 14 eliminations for Nongshim Red Force. 10 for Aurora. Big game is a big game. Any way you cut it.
And it's going to be one of these teams that's going to win it. Who's it going to be? It's Aurora versus Nongshim Red Force. Zol gets knocked. That could be the opening volley. Nongshim Red Force just going to hold that angle so easy. Catches top as well. So just knock after knock, back and forth. That's going to really hurt the utility from both these teams. Reefus, level 2 vest, pretty beat up. Sees an angle though. Hits the headshot on the Tizzy and gets the knock.
How do you do it to him, Reefus? Goodness me. That is a beautiful start. And this is the open ground I was talking about before, Jukes. It's just so difficult. There is that sloping ridge in front of Nongshim as well. That means they really kind of only have one angle to go. And it is fully covered off by Aurora.
Yeah, it's because Aurora is shooting some dang laser beams here at the end. The tiniest pixels, nothing but headshots. Nongshim Red Force, we know they got the gun skill to pay the bills, though. Gonna have to battle it out with Aurora, because Aurora are on fire right now.
Drop भी पड़ा
Now they
है,
have the
easy
numbers
cover है
advantage
इनके
as
पास.
well, top with 5, and look at that.
दे देंगे ये लोग
Nongshim
knock
Redforce, they're
में
just
लग रहा है.
stuck. They're stuck in this one spot. They are
वो zero
laid
knock है.
down, but Hyunbin evens out the battle with that huge knock on his Yo. Perfect timing.
And it's a forward position as well, which means that in order to get them back up, they need to break forwards. For Aurora, they need to expose themselves. That makes it more likely. We're in a 3v3 clean. Hyunbin suppressing the corner of the rock there. Looking to try and put the back ball. And he will bury them behind it. As Doc is taken down on the angle. That is resible, but it's going to allow them to move forwards incrementally, making their way, making their approach here. Reefus doesn't dare step up.
Hyunbin is just an absolute beast with these laydown plays. Putting in the
Bro, ये
work,
क्या
catches
knock खा रहे हैं भाई? Top भी knock हो गया.
Hyunbin is on fire.
Defuse तो पूरा game है.
Making it happen for his team. Applies that suppressive fire on Reefus. Reefus cannot
Defuse
afford to get
knock
knocked
होगा.
here. If he does, he's
Defuse
gone.
knock
He's got
होगा.
the
Defuse knock
MG3
होगा.
from the crate though. Is it going to be
Pinned
enough?
Reefus.
A lot of damage done to him. Ziol's been slowly bleeding out. There has been reses coming through or attempted to come through from Aurora. And they do manage to pick all 3 of their players back up on the forward front. Ziol finally flushed. Reefus dying left and right with the MG3 barking loudly across the open ground. Not going to be enough. It's going to be the knock sent his way. And Nongshim Red Force are giving this an excellent goal. Moving forwards, they make it a nade, and they are just out of range. The nade goes forwards. Only top remains in the way.
मेरी सही लग रही थी मेरे को. मैंने #2 पे I think इन लोग को रखा था. तो देख लो. #1 रखा था भाई मैंने इन लोग को. नहीं #2 ही रखा था.
Looking unstoppable, and then Hyunbin said, "Oh, you think you got it, huh?
क्योंकि लास्ट में कुछ तो चोक कर रहे हैं भाई.
Clean execution at the end from Nongshim Red Force. A brilliant exit from that location. It got so messy around those silos. Those compounds really tricky, and it's got to be so disappointing for Aurora as well.
They don't lose those.
You shouldn't be losing those, no. It is really tough stuff. But the open ground was so difficult to get in and towards, with 4 thrives being in the way for Aurora. If they'd have been able to deal with that a little bit earlier, maybe they could have had more presence there and stopped Nongshim Red Force from getting as far as they did. But a brilliant oversight on the compound for Nongshim Red Force. The South Korean side managed to navigate that one brilliantly.
I mean, that's as fair as a fight as it gets here, folks. I mean, I think out of all the fights I've ever seen Aurora lose, I think that is the most frustrating one for them, because they know that we just got outgunned skilled. Us, Aurora, the Mongolian super squad? What happened? Hyunbin with those laydowns, making the plays, the pop-off, absolutely well-deserved. I mean, that was just disgusting.
Locking it in with the daps. That's what you got to do. You got to be pumped when you get those chicken dinners on side, and on Rondo no less, with a big elim count. That is a breath of fresh air for Nongshim Red Force, hoping to get another global level title as well, to convert from their recent win.
Sneaky. I mean, Nongshim Red Force, when they won PMMI, they weren't on top of the leaderboards until literally the last game, right? They stole that tournament, and now in this Rondo, with that many points, ooh, these leaderboards are gonna look dangerous.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. Remember, E-Arena, Enigma Galaxy, again, going down a little bit earlier. That's gonna close the gaps once more, and teams can start to catch up. It is looking level. And again, it's that marathon style that we've got on today with the 8 matches from the delays that we had yesterday. The 8 matches today are going to test these teams' endurance.
We still got so many games left.
I'm so excited.
This is just Rondo. We got 3 more Air Gales, 2 more Miramars. How's Aurora gonna roar back though? That's gonna be my question. You know, Doc, he did not like that one. They did not like that. Yeah, they were like, there's no way we get bad beat here. Hyunbin though, I mean, using that terraforming, you can just see for everybody out here that wants to be a professional player, these are the guys you got to look at here, because you know, in order to be the best, you got to beat the best. And Hyunbin, with those laydowns, applying those suppressive fires, predicting where they're going to pick those heads out, hit a few crucial knocks, and he won that for his team.
Absolutely, yeah. Getting those picks, absolutely crucial, like you say. and it is a really interesting feature. I think it's probably, for me, the most interesting feature of Rondo is the impact of those, well, actually, maybe two, but the impact of having destructible terrain, being able to carve out those little divots, those little defilades with explosives, as well as the deployable cover flares. I think those two features make Rondo so interesting in these late game stages.
Yeah.
And if it weren't for those two features, I don't think either team would have been able to make it towards the end there. There was so much open ground, but they had to close it down, and the team to do it was Nongshim Red Force. We'll see you in a few.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
सेंसो है क्या सेंसो
बोल
मसाला देखेगा
क्या मसाला दिखा भाई दिखा हाँ ठीक है
Last year, 4 Thrives arrived at the PUBG Mobile World Cup with an entire country behind them. As the first Pakistani team to qualify for Pmwc, reaching the world stage was already history. But once the matches began, they proved they had not traveled there just to participate.
He's got the flash. as well. Nucky, no! How can you do it to him? They want that first place. Well, you're gonna have to prize it from his cold, dead hands. Squashed with a chance now, and he's able to close it down.
4 Thrives finished second in the group stage, going directly into the grand finals, and eventually securing 7th place in the world.
Last year, Pmwc taught us to be more aggressive and more consistent to win this championship.
Their journey began at the PMGO Season 1 South Asia Finals, where they handled the pressure of playing at home and claimed the regional championship.
Now sending shots around the corner, so much damage done, and it's ended. 4 Thrives get themselves a chicken dinner and secure an unbelievably good position.
That victory sent them to Jakarta for the PMGO Season 1 main event, where they would face teams from across the world. And on the opening day of the grand finals, 4 Thrives took complete control.
Possible, but IQ's down, and T24, we're a 1 versus 1. Weapon swap with the shotgun around his teammate. He finds it! He gets it done, and 4 Thrives!
After 6 matches, they had collected 3 wins and 82 points, building a commanding lead at the top of the leaderboard.
After the 3 chickens on PMGO finals day 1, our confidence boosted a lot. Like we didn't felt any pressure, and we knew we are going to win because we had a big lead.
The second day brought a different challenge. Every team in the lobby was chasing them, and every mistake could reopen the championship race. They finished with 122 points, 77 eliminations, and 3 wins to become the PMGO Season 1 champions, securing their return to PMWC. Last year, they arrived as history makers. This year, they arrive as global champions.
Nothing has changed for us. Our hunger is still the same. Even you can say we are more hungry for this PMWC trophy. We are even more confident than before. We have more experience. We believe that we can be the team who can win this back-to-back global trophy.
4 Thrives have already shown that a Pakistani team can reach the world stage. Now, 4 Thrives head to the PMWC at EWC 26. Ready to prove that PMGO was not the end of their rise. It was only the beginning.
Hey, get us up on the left now!
Let's go. I'm nading it, okay? I'm nading it.
On the Dacia, bro. He's low.
I don't have nades.
On Dacia is low.
No, I can drop the C4, wait.
He's low, headshot. Nice.
Last one on me.
Yes.
No, two.
Nice. Let's go.
Get the loot.
Go left, guys. Please, go left. One guy right, one guy left.
Easy. They've 2 knocked. Zone will kick them. Zone will kick them.
Let's go left.
Let's go left. I'm running up.
Behind the tree.
Okay, I'm running up on him. Play time. Time.
Behind the car.
Kitleyim ben. Risk yapmayacağım. Bir daha
Taşla yapıyor galiba. Taşla yapıyor galiba.
Mermi çektim.
Tarıyorum Cema, full tarıyorum. Mermim yok ama.
Mermim kalmadı.
Lan gidin vurun, alana salacak.
Nice oğlum. Nice.
เฮ้ยขวาตัวนึงขวาตัวนึงไปนอนอยู่นอนสวยซ้ายเจมส์เล่นด้วยกันนะมองนี่พี่เว็บ
เจ็บมาดิกันวิ่งมาเลยต้นไม้หลังต้นไม้เจอมาลูกกู
สายกลาง
กดซ้ายกดขวาเฮียไม่วะ
This rondo would be the match to just kickstart a bunch of the teams that weren't performing well in this first two Miramars, and one of them being Aurora, showing on Kalaris one of the biggest throws that we have seen. They look so good until the end.
Everything was lining up so well. They threaded the needle down on the south to be able to get between Godlike and Furia on that rotation. And I thought to myself, they're playing it fantastic. They're being able to hold a position, cautious of where Horror was, and then maybe flex out on that west side. But Max, the fight against Nongshim, who played an amazing game as well on the other side.
Like, you can't hate too much on it because, yeah, Nongshim Red Force had some insane shots. Hyunbin in particular, the way he was able to every time to allow his teammates to push forward and he would cover them, but he wouldn't just be cover fire. He would literally tear down every single player on Aurora Gaming. I think he knocked out top twice in that final fight.
I'm not happy about it.
I'm very happy about it. If Kalaris is angry, I'm having a good day. So yeah, but like as you said, it was great rotations overall from Aurora, but the gunplay from Nongshim Red Force is what redeemed the game for South Korea.
And this is completely opposite from what we saw from Nongshim yesterday, right? Because we were talking about Hyunbin just being super aggro and going without his team and all of this, and he's done the complete opposite of that today here, going, I will support you guys. I'll be that support player. I'll be the fragger, but I will let you guys go first.
I mean, it wasn't just this final fight for Nongshim Red Force that looked amazing. It was the parking bay control, dealing with anybody coming from silos, fighting into the circles as well. This for Nongshim Red Force was a masterclass of control.
The fight with E-Arena especially.
Yeah, the thing is, that fight on E-Arena was executed so well. It was so snappy, so quick. But the fact that they survived that fight in the city, right? Get outside the city, fight against the other teams that were 4 thrives, then win the fight onto Aurora, all of that. Basically, while still keeping yourself up as a 4-man team is insanely impressive at this level of play.
I think there's very few teams that can make it look that good.
No, because, and this is the thing, is this is one of the teams that can go from 0 to 100, right? They were in that compound, they were there for a long time, they were just kind of keeping away from E-Arena here, and then they just unleashed the beast. I mean, look at these eliminations coming in from each of the players, so even across the board, and they just are able to just turn up the heat, go, okay, it's go time, and go for it.
Yeah, we usually talk about Hyunbin just being able to be the frag out power for this squad. TZ as well has been stepping up. It's good to see that all the players have been stepping up in this one. One of the biggest question marks that we have had for Nongshim, especially in this last 2 days, have been those placement points. And for them to finally get over that hump, getting that chicken dinner, considering that the Smash rule is going to be in play tomorrow, this is going to make them really happy. I know you're really happy about it.
You know, I'm loving it, seeing Hyunbin and the boys getting so many points on board. But before this game, right, the placement points were at an all-time low. We just didn't see very many late game finishes from this team. But the fact is, and as we just saw on that graphic, right, they got eliminations on every single player. Very happy, but apparently Eren is your MVP of the game, and he had some really good fights. One of those onto 4 thrives, so good plays here from Eren that I didn't expect. I thought it would be definitely one player from Nongshim Red Force.
Well, Tizzy, the fact that he did 1,200 some damage from the parking bay. I mean, it's one of the highest spots in that circle, never mind the silos that exist there. So it's a great spot to be able to have those engagements from.
No, it was very good indeed. And mentioning Ulfred, because they were in an altercation with 4 thrives, and looking at the circle, I was like, okay, well, Nongshim has everybody in town to deal with. You've got 4 thrives having to deal with Ulf, and so Aurora were able to actually just have the complete west side kind of to themselves, get that long-range third party going, which is that's their MO, and that's probably why we saw them do so well. While they probably should have had that win, was they were long distance, they were able to have that long distance, put some distance between them and other teams. But for Nongshim, for them to actually third party over onto Ulf in the 4 thrives fight, just as 4 thrives were kind of getting cleared up, That is true.
They do.
They do.
Ida has something personal with
They
NVIDIA
do.
Galaxy.
It's so true. It's so true. But Nongshim really showcasing how great their timing is and how well they can actually read the lobby, what's going on around them, and take advantage of that.
One team that we've been following as well, especially today, that has been starting to kickstart it, it's 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives, in this last match, they were controlling a lot of that north, but they were 2 split, even though they weren't man down. And this is something that we were harping on a lot yesterday from them, having unnecessary splits at times. They were being pinned down by Aurora, though.
They were being pinned down. It's a very difficult portion of zone. I don't think we've seen it be played that much, and so when it's so open like that, it is difficult to try and have the control that you really want. But yeah, there were some changes that could have been made to that.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I think that when you look at how Nongshim Red Force had to play it, in a very similar area, you see how flat that area is. You can't, there's a lot of times where people get stuck in open-ended situations, and then you're thinking to yourself, okay, that team on the outside is going to be able to hold them off. But you saw how flat it was. They couldn't put pressure onto anyone coming from their 4 Thrives. They were there in a good spot, but they were there too early.
Yeah, actually looking at another team that I feel like did really well this game is actually Furia, right? Able to jump up here in 4th position, get himself a total of 60 points, 2 points behind. The Pubg held down by Enigma Galaxy. But this game, how they were able to do actually a big jump around the teams in the southern side against Godlike and also the side of Ida, and then getting in the city and sweeping teams. Sure, they don't get the win, but highly impressive from Furia. They feel like now are building up their momentum. They're a very streaky team, and now I feel like the podium is where they want to head towards next.
That's back-to-back games too for Furia, being able to just show that aggressiveness, getting those eliminations as well, maintaining themselves within the 4th place. Because one thing that we're kind of looking at is Arena starting to create a gap with some of those teams. That's something that 2nd place, especially of esports, they had 2 outstanding Miramars, and in this one we saw Eden being able to get the MVP.
I just want to bounce off what you said about Furia with the 2 good games, because I didn't like them moving into that silo location. I thought they could potentially backfill the west side after coming in super late on that south, but hey, they proved me wrong. I think that they really showed great presence of mind, great kind of space control when they were moving through, and were able to take the gunfight as well.
Yeah, it was very nice indeed. I was watching them kind of how they were moving, because some teams like Aurora, right, you have your position and you kind of just stay there. There's not too much movement going on. For Furia, they were in the middle of the silos, and yet they were always looking, always moving, always trying to figure out where the next play was going to be. So very mobile, very proactive thinking. You could tell from how these guys were moving. Yeah, just very proactive, and that's what you want to see in the middle of a city fight like that.
Yeah, we did see the second page there for a quick second, and I want to highlight one player from Godlike. Man, S-Power is putting up like so many great clutches. We had some clutches early on Miramar. He did it here on the hot drop right versus top. He was cooking the grenade, got the damage, forced to find CQC. I really do believe, and my favorite player from India, by the way, normally is legit. But I got to say, S-Power is putting some global level fights here. He is looking highly impressive. And right now, I would say the best player in India by a significant margin.
Yeah, it's not even close, honestly, especially with S-Power. Now, all we need is to see what the Nongshim players were able to do, which just wasn't just one player. We need all the players from Godlike being able to step it up. But as we're going to be heading into the first Erangel, let's send it over to Barney and Luti.
Luti, what an absolute treat today is.
I mean, 8 games, that's so many clutch can happen today.
I know, 5 more maps to go,
yeah,
so much more Pmwc action to come. But I tell you what,
tell me,
we wouldn't be anywhere if it wasn't for the fans, right?
Of course, they're coming from all over the world.
That's right, and we've got some right here in the Gadir City grid as well, so why don't we check in with them?
Okay.
Okay, you want to check in?
Yeah, my side is better.
Oh yeah,
I'm pretty sure my side is better.
Calm down, okay. All my fans on this side of the building, make some noise!
Nah. I think we're better. Please, from my side, make some noise!
Yeah, okay, now you know what you gotta beat, guys. Now you know what you gotta beat. Okay, I see some Furia fans. Everybody, Fasambaruyo!
I see. I have 40 fans right there, and I can see in their own language as well. It is time. Show! Look at them going. They are crazy.
Okay, you know what, Luti?
Yeah.
I'll give you that one.
Yeah,
you can beat me 1-0, but we'll check in a little bit later today. Casters, who do you think won that?
I think the fans all won that. You know, I'm going to be completely equivocal, yeah, that's everybody won, because we got to experience the energy that is going to be put towards this match, the first of our Erangels today, a triple billing, as we sidle over towards match 8 with Nongshim Red Force able to close down a clutch chicken dinner in the final moments of that last game. Now they turn their attention to the grassy pastures, and maybe we'll get an answer to our question about a couple of our other teams, Dukes, because of course the thoughts on everyone's minds when it comes to these Erangel situations is what is going to happen in Pachinki?
Yep.
Is Enigma Galaxy going to be left alone, or is Ida going to continue down their futile path?
Well, that's the question, because the only other question is Enigma Galaxy going anywhere else? And the answer's no, I'll tell you that. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen on the side of Pachinki. But who's gonna get these points, man? We're heading on over to good old-fashioned Erangel. We got 3 of these matches today, and this is the first one here in day number 2 of the finals, live here in Paris, France. This is the PUBG Mobile World Cup.
It's so American of you to say Paris, France, as if anybody was laboring under the delusion it was Paris, Texas. Come on. That ain't happening. That ain't happening. We're here.
It's about the same heat, though, I'll tell you that right now, because it was hot outside today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's been pretty hot in these games as well, as we are channeling the sun. Even when it's hiding behind the moon, cheeky little sun, you know, got to get him back. We did indeed, but we are going across Erangel once more. The plane path splitting the middle in the most horizontal flight I think I've ever seen.
Right, that's as dead center as it gets right there, literally, right down the middle. And you can start seeing these teams start to spread out. Top players, Aaron right now leading the charge when it comes to damage. But man, those leaderboards changing things up. Arena still up on top there. Enigma Galaxy down in 3rd, Wolf right behind them. But Aurora and Nongshim Red Force push themselves up. Now you can see Nongshim in 5th place with 59 points. That's a much more comfortable position. But we are starting to see some point gaps already starting to be present. This is the most important day here, folks, because that's what's going to set that smash point threshold. And Arena have a nice little gap here, so they're a little bit comfortable, but it ain't over yet. They got to keep that aggression up all day long.
Now, you know what? I talked about it before, right? Arena, chicken dinner towards the start of the day, and then what happens, right? It's that question of then what happens. Oh, by the way, Ida, not in Pachinki. Enigma Galaxy will be left alone. It is a Gatka split drop for Ida.
Oh, about time.
Thank you so much to all the coaches, to all the analysts, to the players. I love it.
Shout out to everybody, dude.
Yeah.
Shout out to everybody.
Shout out to you.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? Shout out to Naruto.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Get that that Ninetales Furies Og, baby. You gotta get it here quick before it's gone. As the Naruto Uzumaki event is still going on. We had a nice little show match earlier. Got to see some of the A7 boys once again. Man, putting in some work. Dropping them jutsus. Them ninjutsus. Substitution jutsus.
That's what I've been told. That's what I've been told they're called.
Uh-huh.
Absolutely. Beautiful stuff. I mean, we saw that show match earlier today, which was great fun. I think everyone had a good time with it.
It's fun. Calaris,
and you know, Alpha 7 have to win something.
Yeah, they got to win something, that's for sure. You know, anytime I get to hear Calaris cast the show match is incredibly loves to do those, so I'm so glad he was able to get one in.
He looked pretty good with the headband as well.
Yeah, he did. He rocked the red one too. I was like, man, this guy is styling today. Should have kept it on all day, in my opinion.
I think he has.
Has he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I
right,
saw him
he
backstage.
has.
He was running with his arms behind his back.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. He does that everywhere now.
Wow. I like it. It's a good look. He should hold on to it. Speaking of good looks, right? Ulf looking pretty good today. I mean, they're in 2nd place. They've been getting a ton of eliminations here. It's gonna be interesting to see how this whole thing fares out. I'm interested to see kind of how teams develop their mindset here going into today specifically, because I think a lot of squads just need to pretend like, hey, this is match 2. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just got our rondo out the way, now into Erangel.
Yeah, Aaron doing a lot of work for the team on Ulf right now. The elims he's been able to find, picking them away from a lot of different scenarios. He's been able to extract just these sneaky little flush steals once or twice, as well as the rest of Ulf doing a lot more. They had a really solid position during that rondo. There were some difficult south shifts that forced them off that high ground mountain quite a while into the zones, which kind of took a little bit of momentum away from them, but the fact that they're able to convert and get a decent line on that game was pretty great, pretty great. And getting that match MVP title as well for Eren. So yeah, in second place, good news for them. One step closer to E-Arena. It's a very tight grouping over towards the top side of these tables still. I mean, there is a bit of a drop-off, I think, you know, from 9th all the way up to 2nd. It's fairly flexible still, given the number of matches we still got left to play, but it's going to get a lot more solid, and teams beneath that, I feel like you're stretching a little bit far now to try and catch up.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of time, right? I mean, we got to look at the math of it. I mean, there's a lot of games still left to be played. I get where you're going with this, though, right? With how these top teams are performing, it's getting real scary here, right? So if you want to be able to make a run for that first place, you got to start performing here, right now. Especially for that 9th place on down. It really is starting to get chicken dinner time.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we've seen teams go, you know, back-to-back, triple chicken dinner. So for all you guys that are fans there of, you know, 4 Thrives, Vitality, Flat, S2G, all the squads down there, you know, give your team your energy, right? Start spamming the chat. They need that positive reinforcement here, because they are not even close to out of the running then. We got a lot of matches left to go, a couple good wins, and boom, they're at the top.
I'm looking right now at what Enigma Galaxy are doing. This split, we saw it from them in the previous stages they played in their group stage. They leave 2 players in Pachinki, they send 2 players out really wide. We've been denied the opportunity to see this happen over the course of these grand finals because of the hot drop with Ida, but now they are unleashed. They've been able to not only get the early loot truck and try and get a little bit of a duplicate on that as well, but they have been able to send out that early duo scout that they seem to find to be successful. They sent out towards Milta Power before on a game that they were able to win in the end, and they now have a foothold over towards the west side in the fields that stretch out to the north of Quarry. And they'll have to figure out how to regroup at some point, but for now there are still there's still a permeable line across the middle of this zone as the arena tried to make it a little bit more waterproof and don't let the Eagle fly.
And the Eagle is grounded here as he's going to go to the lobby. That's the first elimination. Joker catching it. And that is devastation for this lobby, because, I mean, E-Arena are red hot today. Just straight aggression, putting on some points on the board. That 2-2 split you called out there from Enigma Galaxy is great to see. See how well it works out for them, though. As they're putting that 2-2, yeah, because if the zone goes on over to the east side, they got a position locked down. If it goes on over to the west, they got a spot.
So just depending on where the zone goes,
but at the same time, it's difficult to get there. That's going to be the big question. Aurora, still a military base. They're going to be starting to push themselves up through the bridge side. Nobody gatekeeping it, so they should have a clean path on in. We're still in a very, very early game here. Only 1 player in this lobby has been eliminated.
Yeah, only the 1 pickup found. We saw that. Over onto Tianba as well, which is not going to be friendly. They had a real glow up into the survival stage, I think it's safe to say, but here it's not quite been as consistent, and that's probably likely to the fact that you're adding the top 10 teams back in, right? You're coming back into the lobby with the teams that directly qualified. Tianba, it's great that they've gained that confidence. This is not the Tianba we saw in their group stage, but there is a little bit more force to come up against, and that's, I think what they're trying to come to terms with.
This lobby is wild. It really is. I love to see just the progression here of PUBG Mobile. Back in the day, we had like a handful of good teams, and everybody else was kind of pretty far down when it came to skill. But the skill gap has been closed, and teams are going to have to get moving real quick here. That 2-2 split working out for Enigma Galaxy, considering that they already have a couple players in this area. Vitality's right behind them, though. Coops got to get away from this one. He's on the drive. Trying to sneak away here. Serpentine, he's down low. Can he get away? No.
so close. And remember, the 2-2 split there means that he's just not got the cover of another of the rest of his teammates to actually take that fight. So for Enigma Galaxy, this is the worst case scenario. They've left Satan alone out on the western side. Ralph and Lord unlikely to be able to push on through. Ooh, Ulf losing Aaron though, as they rotate out to the west as well, is a pretty big pickup for the lobby to be able to find that one. And in the center of this, it starts to get crunched in. E-Arena, I feel like they've got a pretty solid spot on this. Vitality trying to line the edge of that swamp. Defend it like an ogre.
Run, Satan, run. He's all by himself, just trying to find a position for the rest of his team. But the rest of his team is going to have a tough time rotating on over to him.
Yeah, that's. I was just having a little chuckle to myself about how it looks like Satan's trying to go over the north, and the other duo from Enigma Galaxy, it looks like they're trying to go around the south. And
yeah,
the Benny Hill music was playing in my head. They were chasing each other's tails, and neither one able to catch it. But it's going to be a sent straight through the middle. I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, it's a repair play. Lovely little thread on the needle there for IQ. Over towards Federalis, and they share the swamp across the way.
Nice little pop shot. Oh, they want this. Okay, 14's on the push. Here come 4 Thrives now. Battling it out. Huzaifa up close and personal. Axel driving away, using that hovercraft to find an off angle. That's going to make things interesting. Vitality going to have to make some plays, though. E-Arena catching out Raouf, so that 2-2 split not working at all. Bounce nade is going to be good from Huzaifa. And 4T turning things around. There's another one!
Hell yeah.
You had to know it was coming, Axel, and you pay the price.
T24 does get flushed in the meantime. S2G third-partying this from the south side. Hot Jukes Razak is in the hovercraft, but it starts to go up in flames, and down he goes. 4 Thrives. Ruthless aggression roll-up coming on in. Hit them with the suplex and take them down out of the ring. They are no longer in this Royal Rumble.
Ooh, welcome to Suplex City, baby. That's how you do it. 4 Thrives getting hot. 4 eliminations, taking out Team Vitality with a great shutdown there. And now you can see on the side of Everest, Team Flash, they're going to be holding that high ground. Next circle about to pop. Are we going to see another crazy hard shift? We'll find out. Lord getting eliminated here, and south we go. Yoink!
All right. I mean, to be fair, this is actually kind of chill, given the layout of all of our teams,
sure,
right?
We're already here.
A lot of them decided to go down south. The major feature that caused this is those fields, right, that sit to the south of Hospital. Nobody wants to sit in them. It is really nasty to be in that sort of area, as well as Everest being a roadblocker on the northeast side of it. It creates this lineup. So teams funneled into this south side, so a circle like this actually benefits the majority of the lobby.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I mean, they were already all set up in this position. The zone going here, super beneficial. This is a huge spot here, and it's a battle of contention. Aurora starting to push Nongshim Red Force. It's a rematch, and Nongshim Red Force win once again.
No doubt in my mind that's how it should have gone in that last match. They make it happen, repeating history. And does that mean that Aurora are living up to the definition of insanity? I don't know, but they're going to have to change something if they want to win the fights against Nongshim and join them back up on the podium, because they are putting some pace down now, the South Korean side, opening distance and take control of an area on the south edge of this circle. Putting pressure onto S2G, stopping Godlike potentially moving in, as well as Flash off in the distance.
I've had the pleasure of being able to spend some good quality time with the players from Aurora, especially after their performance at PMGC. And I'll tell you one thing, if I know these guys, they are fuming right now.
Well, you know, it's not infrequent that Doc wins the MVP award, despite not winning this tournament.
Yeah.
And he's not necessarily on track to do that here, but yeah, it's evident that they definitely are gunning for this top spot, but right now they're being denied.
Yeah, let's take a look though as we move on over to some of these other fights. Now 14 teams are remaining. We got Aurora, Vitality out. A couple players from some other squads out as well. Ulf did lose a player early on, but E-Arena, 2 eliminations. They are the big squad in this lobby. Got a nice position in this zone as well. It's going to be really interesting to see how this game is gonna fare. Also can't wait to hear what the Deaths has to say, especially about like that Enigma Galaxy split. I hope we hear from them because it's such an interesting play.
Well, I mean, that circle shift out to the west side that went so quickly kind of devastated them. If it hadn't been as hard, it basically, I think almost any other circle, it wouldn't have been anywhere near as devastating for them. It was just so nasty because everybody started flooding west almost immediately. Oh, speaking of difficult circle shifts, that is pretty nasty. But yeah, the regroup was then completely blocked off.
It did it again.
The gap started to close, and the backstop for Enigma Galaxy wasn't pacey enough to catch up this time. Yeah, disappointing, unfortunate. Maybe they need a hot drop to be able to perform well in these games. Maybe Ida should go back to Pachinki, and that's what they've read into. But you know, Ida pretty happy with themselves that they did right now because they have that Gakko position. They are one of the only teams in the northeast side in these open fields.
And they get blessed here in this circle, and that just goes to show sometimes a hot drop is good to avoid. Satan all by himself. Oh, he's so in trouble. It's on fire. That Murado, he's gonna have to pop out, lay down, and Nongshim Red Force right there. This is like literally the worst location he could be stuck into. Not good. Well, yeah, just a bad game for Enigma Galaxy overall. Still a couple more though in the books.
It's not terrible for him in this position, right? You have this little defilade, you're kind of covered off from the buildings out in the open. The nades, though, from Nongshim Red Force does make it all the more terrible.
That
the speed with which they rolled up does make it harder, but he's still got a little bit of fire in the belly,
Less terrible now. Yeah, Satan on the move. Did get a nice knock there, and now it's bad.
Okay, yeah, well, he's not there anymore. My point was, there is a little bit of cover, and teams on that ridgeline can't necessarily peek over the top. The reason that they were able to do so is because there isn't so many teams out in the open fields, right? And if it happened a little bit later, maybe that would have changed. So I think I read a little bit too much into that to call it enough cover. But either way, he does go down.
6 shot, though.
One of the very few players to be able to knock Hyunbin on that trade, though.
Yep, that was really nice.
Just saying.
Just saying, indeed. Not an easy feat.
Hera.
Wow, what happened to Hera?
They tried to roll in from the west side, and it didn't work. I think that's a pretty apt summation of what's about to happen.
Hate to see it.
Yeah, you do. Orangutan have a real opportunity, though, to find an isolated outpost as the south side gets hot as well.
Yeah, it's getting hot indeed. You can see Oh So Easy on fire. But down to 1 HP, he's gonna get knocked. Al-Ula looking to take out Nongshim Red Force.
S2G.
And yeah, here comes S2G. This Wizard Tower is by far one of the most dominant positions in this zone, and that's why so many teams, they want it, and they want it bad. S2G on the push. They know that that Wizard Tower is weak from this hillside. Starting to throw some utility out, trying to see if they can get a good opening knock here.
Seems like they're slowing it down, though. Over on the northwest side, you've got E-Arena at loggerheads, scrapping it out across the way as well with Furia. 2 players, 3 players now down. Tourniquet's on the inside, terminating with the P90. Pops the reload there, gets the ammo back into control, and the res can come through as well for the backlines. Furia are going to get dismantled, and they get taken down.
Oh, it's rough, especially considering they lost out to E-Arena. They feed E-Arena 4 more points. The White Rabbit really on the run here. Hopping to victory. Next zone, where's he going? If it centers up, it's gonna be disgusting as that field is wide open. Okay, it goes to the north side.
Is it like a rule that the circle has to touch the edge of the previous one in this game?
Just hug it.
It's just like, yeah, I just pick a point around the circle. I attach myself to that. See what we're gonna go for. Another hard shift is crazy, but it's a crazy fight unfolding for Godlike as they find one, try and trade it around the corner with Team Flash, and Tops goes down, put into the meat grinder there.
Let's go at Mino, getting a nice knock and finish. 4 points on the side of Godlike. Haven't had the hottest of starts here. Still putting up some points on the board though. OG, other Indian team, putting in some nice knocks. And Godlike OG are right next to each other on the leaderboards. Again, still a lot of matches left to be played. This could be that start for them to take charge few good games is all it takes.
There's fewer and fewer matches though getting played. Alula try and roll up, try and take this fight with S2G, but it's not going super well for them as they haven't even been able to find that knock onto Hamzy. Down the hill, he was able to survive on a sliver of HP, gets the healing done nice and fast, and S2G can transition now without Alula breathing down their necks. They've only got one player, and Yasser is already sending out into the open.
Everything answers only through the gameplay. I wish we get top 5 for both the teams. It's going to be a huge thing for India because again I said we don't get used to play regularly in these lobbies and we get more opportunities because of these boys and all these players watching from India, all these esports players watching from India, they'll get inspired and they'll feel motivated to do more for the country.
100%. Shukriya, bye. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the show, and I hope that the Indian teams continue to step it up. Back for some more PMWC at UWC 26.
बहुत क्यों के स्ट्रीम ठीक है भाई हेलो बोल कहाँ गए हैं?
Great interview with Snacks Gaming. I'm glad that he was able to make it here to Paris, EWC 26 for PMWC, the grand finals. But let's talk about this game because S2G, we finally got a chance to see S2G the way that we have been wanting them to, pretty much having to grind out that circle, having to push people away like they were able to do with Alula.
It was clearly a Turkish wombo combo right there. First and second place got Ida getting himself the second place. Finally, right, can talk about that a bit later on. But yeah, S2G, beautiful fight onto Al-Ula. There was Godlike, there was also Nongshim Red Force, and they were all vying for that one Harry Potter tower down on the southern edge. And overall, the fighting capabilities of S2G have been soaring in the finals, and we just see more consistency, which is what I was hoping to see from this roster.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy right now the classic Kamikaze, which is now canonically known as just the full center as a one player, and then just dominate from there. And the thing is, Kamikaze can get it done, which is super interesting. He just exerts a lot of control. Soul K from the backlines on that anchor, super cool. Wouldn't call it a wombo combo. I wouldn't be comboing Ida with S2G. That's not fair. I'd have them separately. You know, S2G, you know, maybe up here, and then Ida maybe down here, something like that.
I feel like that was the only time I could really say it, so that's why.
Sitting at the end giggling at you guys. Can I just hand it over to IQ? Can I just like an MVP right now? Because holy guacamole, the clutch insanity from IQ right now. Obviously, you know, we kind of want the rest of Fourth Rounds to join in on that action, but the clutch ability and also the decision making and the macro calls from IQ right now is insane. Also, the opening fights and frags that IQ is doing. We obviously saw it on the rooftop. I think I blinked. I think me and Max just kind of blinked, and I was like, wow, that was the fastest kill I've kind of seen. But like, it's insane the performance coming out of a single player right now.
Yeah, we saw it. We saw him being able to get that first knock on Vitality. I ended up jumping off my seat, Max, because that was such a good opening, and it was actually the decision making, as you were just mentioning, Lace. The decision making from this squad is something that we keep kind of questioning, but they were able to just send it right away to Vitality without even thinking about it. They were like, one knock, let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good decision making overall. We're just trading mics all over the place. But no, it's lovely to see that IQ gets that opening knock with an insanely accurate burst spray. Right, that was just a beautiful execution, and the team is like, well, we have the man advantage. Might as well send it and actually get that engagement. So yeah, IQ's just been spectacular, not just in terms of the eliminations he's able to get. We're just trading stuff right now still. But also in the terms of the opportunities he is able to create for the entirety of the team. And when an opportunity has been made, man, they just fully send it.
They do fully send it. Let's take a look. Actually, I want to see 4Thrive stats so far, because this team is one that has been picking it up so far today. They've been getting those eliminations. I want to see a little bit more placement points out of this squad, especially for this last match. IQ is not just Pubg too, Blank, because that's one thing that we always talk about 4Thrives. Pubg, who Sci-Fi has been able to step it up to when we ended up thinking about PMGO. T24 is that player that just really hasn't been performing that well. I'm hoping is going to start picking it up.
I mean, T24 has always been a really good player, right, overall, which has been nice to see. But you're right, Huzaifa putting a lot of work here. IQ, you were talking about clutch ability with the macro play as well on side. I mean, he's making some good calls right now. I think for this game, you're getting deeper and deeper into these matches is a really, really important thing for 4Thrives. There was a lot of love from the crowd there as well, which was great to see. Also, going to just say, why have you got a heavier mic than to all of us? Your mic like is...
Here, let's switch it.
What, you want yours back? King Mike.
So I can talk to Tomash.
This one's like less. Ooh,
better.
Yeah, this is lights, you know, light on my feet on the desk. You can call this a desk. It's more of a couch. But yeah, overall, I think I completely agree with you. Macro-wise, looking great. I do just want to kind of bring it back to Tiamba right now. They did drop in.
Max, don't leave me hanging. Come on.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, please go on.
Let's chat about Tiamba, right? We had a lot to talk about them today, didn't we, Lace? They've dropped in a new sub now in Shallow. Milu's out for the time being. I think that the team definitely slowed down. Slowed down in a big way. It is hurting them a lot. We're not seeing those snap decisions anymore.
Yeah, it's not even like that they're trying to do something a little bit different. It's now just their strategy is not working for it's insane to see. They're still making the same strategies, the rotates, but when going into a fight now, they seem to be losing it, which they're playing their same game, but it's not working out for them. So I'm seeing I'm picking up what you're putting down here.
Me too. And one team that's been picking it up, especially here in the last couple of games too, has been OG. OG has been able to step it up. We saw them finish in the top 4 situation right there. And they've been seeing, we even saw them in Rondo being able to get eliminations too, switching it up a little bit more, using the Rondo, since they're able to revive people, trying to be more aggressive, Max.
Yeah, I definitely didn't see the aggression we witnessed from them back in their respective group, right? It kind of fizzled out. They've been more passive from time to time. But no, here actually a really good 2-2 split, maintaining that high ground position up north and sending 2 players down. I understand the reasoning behind it, but at the end, pushing that compound is incredibly rough onto Ida as we check out all of the winning teams of today. But I do want to highlight here before we do wrap up this desk, man, Ida finally gave up the whole drop onto Nigma Galaxy. Oh my goodness, thank you so much.
It's good, right? You know, getting a second place off the back of that is cool. I was almost expecting them to clutch up there versus S2G because that is very typical Ida, is just to get all the way to an end game and then just have a really silly win at the end of it.
Yeah, Ida, sorry, I'm thinking about Fudia because I saw them being able to get that chicken dinner earlier in the day. But Ida, yes, I agree with both of you. I'm glad that they finally just stopped doing that hot drop and decided to change the mentality because they were in last place before they decided to make that change. One team that's currently not in last place and is wanting to challenge that first place is none other than Fudia, and I believe Kalari's got a chance to talk to them.
Hey guys, of course I am down here on the stage with Ayala as I have him after this great performance here throughout day number 2 of the finals. My first question here for Erangel is, sorry, Miramar even I should say, in the second Miramar. You guys had great space control to be able to eventually get yourself to that win. So talk to me about that late game and what threats you might face.
Queria perguntar como é que foi o jogo de Miramar para vocês, né? Ali no final, como é que vocês estavam se sentindo ali no late game? Qual foi a estratégia de vocês?
E aí, tudo bem? Esse jogo aí a gente começou perdendo o chifre, só que a gente não desistiu e continuou querendo. A gente jogou bem esse jogo mesmo estando em trio. Então a gente ganhou os morros, foi jogando juntos e a gente conseguiu ganhar a play.
So it was very nice play. We managed to get it through with 3 players, so it was really important for us. We made the right decisions, and we could get it.
Awesome. So let's talk about the Rondo for a moment, because that was great as well. You guys eventually entered into the silos, the urban area and things like that. And I thought you were going to be in a lot of trouble, but you actually looked amazing in that execution. So what were your concerns on Rondo? Who were you kind of looking out for, and how did you execute that?
A partida de Rondo também foi muito boa, né? Vocês entraram ali no silo e ficaram por ali. Parecia que ia dar ruim algumas horas, mas conseguiram sair muito bem. Quais eram as suas preocupações ali nessa queda e nessa partida? O que vocês estavam sentindo?
Nessa partida de Rondo, a gente começou bem, fazendo mais kills no começo, depois fomos pegando mais kills, só que a gente errou em algumas coisas no finalzinho que a gente depois da play conversou, então tomara que nas próximas plays a gente consiga ajeitar tudo para conseguir ganhar esse campeonato.
So it was a pretty nice match. We managed to gather some kills on the start and in the middle game, but by the end we did some mistakes, but after the game we talked, we solved those mistakes, and we are better for the next ones.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for joining me, Ayala. That is it for us here down on the stage.
Thank you, Kalaris, and thank you, Ayala, as well, for that great answer. And yeah, for this team, I mean, they started off hot today. This last match, though, ended up being a big old donut. I think they'll be able to bounce back.
Ayala, you may have your driver's license back. I will bestow it upon you once more, because now the decisions to use the vehicle are working for you and not just going in there and seeing what sticks. But no, look, the elimination consistency from Furia is, you know, we always speak about it. They are a sort of an aggressive, dominant team. But now, you heard it from them. They're taking it there. They are moving a little bit further in placement points, which is exciting to see, especially on the map where they they got their chicken dinner and the way that they were able to just wait. Sometimes they just get a little bit too happy, aggressive, and they're like, you know what, we're going to create our own play. However, the patience that they are showing now, especially Max, it's just working for them, and it's a great Furia look.
It really is. I mean, I kind of want to go a little bit deeper almost on Furia, in the sense that I was expecting Silence and Ayala to put up big numbers, which they still are on occasion, but I feel like Higot has really risen up the ranks in this tournament. He's gotten so many great plays. Sometimes where players will give him a lot of 1v1s, and you don't want to do that to Higot because he will get those eliminations if you give them that slightest opportunity ability to fight back. But yeah, Higor is looking great.
अबे
So
तो
literally
देख
the
रहा
entire
आदमी
Furia
मतलब
has that potential to be in the top 10 players in this event.
But you got to remember, Igor too is a player that has won MVP in the past for Americas too, when he ended up being in previous teams before joining Furia, right? So we know that he can definitely put up those points. We just want to see Silence even more. Silence, what's your pick for MVP? But let's take a look at the overall so we can see where some of these squads are truly sitting at, because I would love to see where Furia is currently at, with Arena still being in first place, the gap being there about 18 points from Ulf Esports.
Well, I mean, for Isla and Chief as well, like back in Liquid days, I think for, honestly, those boys, the big thing about their team play was that they locked down endgames massively. They massively locked down endgames. We're not quite getting there yet. We are slowing things down, like you say, Lace, which is a very, very good thing to get those placement points on board. But I think that as soon as we start seeing Fury in those endgames, we're looking really good. Enigma Galaxy's still up there. Ulf looking fantastic. I mean, it's more consistent than anything. They haven't really been a big driver in these matches, but sitting at 67 points right now, I think they can push that a little bit further. But Aurora slowly slipping down these rankings now.
Yeah, Aurora is starting to be a bit of a red flag for me as well, Lace.
Yeah, it's a little disappointing to see. They're getting active and busy in sort of these mid games, but they're not sort of pushing it any further than that, and not sort of solidifying any eliminations. It's kind of like I feel like Aurora and especially Ulf, they're obviously doing well. They're not on that second page, but I kind of feel like they're just sliding by. Consistency's there. I would say Aurora has dropped more consistency than Ulf, for example, but I'm kind of just feeling like they're grazing by.
I mean, Aurora, actually, if you compare it, the placement points to the teams above them, they all got wins, right? 1 win, 2 wins. So actually, the placement points are not bad. It's just really the eliminations they're missing out on. Second page, though, teams
which is wild.
Yeah, starting to still linger down here. But keep in mind, Ida started the day with 2 points. Now they got 25. They're not in the bottom rank anymore.
Stop hyping them up. They've had one good game.
I got to praise them. They didn't hot drop, okay? So I don't want them to go back to it. Good job, Ida. Keep it up. Yeah,
it's like a kindergarten right now.
Ida fighting.
Good job. You used blue instead of red there.
You get a gold star. Yeah.
I mean, I want to see more out of Ida. I think Emre's a great player, but we have to be honest. We do have to be honest here about it, where it's not looking great. I'd like to see them push that a little bit further now going forward. But yeah, I do think they're a good team. I think they're a good team. It's just I want to see more out of them. And until then, I'm not going to be praising them for not hot dropping 3 times in a row.
I will. I'm still happy. So
I know you're a lovely guy compared to me.
Hey. By the way, I want to say I'm a little bit scared for Ulf because they're in second place. They got the second place curse. They're Suk 2.0, right? PMGC last year. PMGO Season 1, they got second place, right? Just behind the likes of Four Thrives and just above Furia. Second place and Ulf is not a great storyline. They're not friends, but they're still up there.
What was that about the nice guy thing? No. Look, I obviously on that second page just want to touch on Godlike. Their close range battles, amazing. But unfortunately, they're sort of hanging around that engagement too long. And these are sort of in the mid to late games where obviously smaller circle, more teams, third parties are happening. So they're not sort of leaving this engagement fast enough and making that decision to put themselves in a nice spot. However, yeah, their fights, close range, mid range, in buildings has been so good to watch. And whether it be the whole team or just 2 of them, they do have that firepower and strength and they're holding on really well. So I do hope that, you know, after this engagement, they can move a little further in with their placement and just get those top 5s.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. It is a great point there. Close range combat is really, really good. I think so far in the finals, S-Power has made the best play to date.
Yes.
His Longhouse fight was just, he was a weapon in that moment, or a deadly one at that. I mean, the Molotov through the door, I think the impressive thing about that, it doesn't look amazing in the moment, but the amount of times teams will just bank that Molotov off the doorway and it will just burn yourself out. He ends up finishing Vitality with that Molotov, so it's like a lot of presence of mind in those moments, which is great. But coming back to your point, I think there needs to be, yeah, exactly, presence of mind going forward after that of where you want to take the next thing. I'm willing to give this team the benefit of the doubt right now. I still think they're trying to figure out the pressure on a main stage like this, and it's totally okay. And I think they should be proud of what they've done. I think it's nice to see 2 Indian orgs with like very different play styles as well, you know, learning the battlefield and actually doing fairly good in it. I think OG as well is starting to level up. AORUS getting those eliminations, but so is a Tanky. And I think a Tanky Tanky was a great player.
That was the biggest question mark for OG, right? Wondering when the other players were going to start showing up, not just Aru. And I'm with you with during the Godlike and that Molotov. In that moment, we were all hyped. We were like, yes, that was an amazing Molotov because it stopped the other team from being able to just fully flush out the players that were not from him. But before we send it over to the next match, let's send it over to Kalaris and Neptera.
That's right, down on the stage here, of course, with Neptera, Goddess of the Sea, here as we have had 4 games down, 4 games to go. We're going to talk about some of the teams as well, Nep, as we had Furia, looking fantastic so far. Let's just ignore game 1 for a second. But other than that, looked really, really good throughout the day.
It has. I'm really, really excited to see what Furia is actually going to be doing moving forward into the next couple of games, because they are looking just so much better. Their synergy is on point. You can tell the communication is much better. You know, Ayala and Silence, again, in that Miramar, got to shout out them. They were looking very, very good. You know, just being able to play together and work around each other in a way that we were not seeing yesterday. So, yeah, I am really excited with them. They're being very decisive as well, using zone, using other teams. So I do like that a lot for them.
Yeah, listening to Ayala just before in that interview, right, very clearly that they're able to shrug off any inconsistencies, shrug off any kind of challenges that do come their way, have a little conversation about it, and then be able to get right back on the horse again to be able to put themselves in a great spot. So I think I've particularly been impressed by the fact that Furia, when they basically fourth-parted that fight on the Miramar, just to clear out that west side was so pivotal to be getting that win.
Oh, it was, and it was such great knowledge of what the teams had to do, right? Not just worrying about their game, but also worrying about what the other teams, what their options were in that zone, right? You know, they were making sure that S2G couldn't come around to the south side. They were making sure Hera didn't push them either, that they were forced into each other. So really just narrowing everybody else's team, everybody else's options. And that is what I love in a team, is that team control, not worrying so much about themselves, but how do we make everybody else work for us?
Let's talk about one of the big names from the group stage, of course, 4 Thrives, that I know a lot of people are looking at and having big expectations of, and rightly so considering what we saw from them in the group stage.
Yeah, I really am hopeful for them because, yeah, again, similar to Furia, right? 4 Thrives had a rocky start to the finals, but what we're seeing from them, particularly in that last Erangel, is they're starting to do their splits over onto that west side. They're starting to split up, they're starting to spread out, they're starting to take up more space, have a little bit more presence, and to me, that tells me that they're feeling very confident now. They're starting to get that confidence back. For me, I want to see just a little bit more of snappy action coming in. They need to make those rotations a little bit quicker. They need to make those plays a little bit quicker. Those decision making, the timing has to be snappier for me, but otherwise it's just looking really much better.
There's been some good moments, but there is also the fact that this lobby has now leveled up even further. They were able to thrive in the group of death, no doubt about it, but it really has been quite the test here so far for them, especially when they find themselves in some of those split positions where, unfortunately, I kind of, again, like the Rondo situation, I think it's just a little too early to be there, and then eventually they get caved in on. Finally, let's talk about Flash.
Yes.
A team that had like big expectations as well coming in to this tournament as a whole. Not quite got their footing underneath them though. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree. I think, I'm not sure what's happened, right? Because we did see them have, they never had a huge presence, I feel like, even in the group stage, right? They were never this massive frag team, but they always had this quiet dominance. They were always able to be in those end stages. They were always able to take home a few eliminations, even if it wasn't a podium win. And today and yesterday, there's not even that. There's nothing. They're playing very compact. They're playing very much by themselves. They're not really looking to other players. If players look at them, they're like, no, please don't do that. You know, it's just like, it's odd, and we're just nothing in them.
Is it because Max picked them to win?
Possibly. It is possible.
Yeah, possibly. Who just laughed in my ear? What was that? Was that our producer?
I think it was.
Even the producer knows about the Max fan curse. This is ridiculous. But yeah.
Infamous.
I think in the group stage they had some good splits and stuff like that, but yeah, we've got to get a little bit more here in the finals. All right, it's time to get into our next game here. Game number 5 of the day here for Pmwc Day 2 Finals.
Thank you very much, Kalaris and Neptera down on the stage, leading us into the, not the final, Erangel, get ahead of myself, goodness me. We're on to match number 9, we're on our middle billing of Erangel today, and we have one more match of it after this as well, as we are near enough crossing the halfway mark of our day after this one as well. Of course, this will be the 4th match that we played on our big bumper bonus day of 8 matches.
Let's get into it. This Aaron Gale is going to be a big one right here. We've already played 2 matches of Miramar. We had Rondo. And now we are getting into our second match of Aaron Gale here. And it's going to be interesting to see just which team is going to come out on top, because we're starting to see a little bit of differences here, right? We're starting to see some of the squads at the bottom show up. It's good to see Ida make some noise. And honestly, if they were going to start making a run, now's the time. So it's good to see that movement happen. There's still plenty of games. We've seen plenty of times teams, boom, right, get back-to-back chicken dinners. And let's see if now is going to be that opportune time for Ida, now that they're no longer hot dropping Enigma Galaxy.
Maybe they're feeling themselves after that one.
Yeah.
They're just going to go back.
Oh, that worked.
Yeah. Or like, hang on a minute. We're quite good at this. We got late into that game. You know, let's go back on hot drop them, because we'll win now, right? Don't think that's going to work out. Hopefully they stay away, but that might be good news for everybody who's facing Enigma Galaxy. We saw their 2-2 split out from Pachinki not really work out too well from them in that last game. The circle shifts were very, very dramatic. I think it's safe to say for the majority of the zones, right up until the final one, where it started to get a little bit more sensible by that time. So many had already fallen victim to the circle on those shifts, on those rotates. It was pretty difficult to even get to that stage. Not many teams did. Plane path now sending down the east side of the mainland, going between Stalbra and Severny and heading over to Novo. So potentially difficult to get out towards Gatka. And you know, this is the sort of situation where I feel like Ida might just go back to Pachinki.
Oh, that would be a sight to see. That is for sure. But the planes in the air, the islands down below.
I think it's
officially open for business. And oh man, if we see them go back to
because they can't get to Gatka.
I know they can't, but they gotta adapt. You gotta be able to make those changes. They're able to push themselves outside of last place. 25 points on the board. If they get a good performance here, they absolutely can make a run for it. Well, let's see what happens.
भाई देख इस साल ये लोग क्वालिफाई हो गए हैं अब नेक्स्ट टाइम और हो सकता है बेटर करके आएंगे प्रैक्टिस
crisis averted.
They're going east.
वो थोड़ा मैंने वाले ग्लासेस मंगा लिए
Ida making some adjustments.
उन्हीं जो नॉकटिक्स वाले आ रहे थे
Dark is going eastern. Okay, they're doing it. Okay, they're going
for the
Milton Peninsula, it seems. Going for a little bit of a split drop, sending Darken out, grabbing a vehicle to get on in and involved.
भाई फिर तो इनकी फिर इनके लौड़े लगा देते हैं
It's not Ida going to Pachinki. Anyone else can't go there, but I don't think anyone else has. So I was keeping a track of that. That's a nasty circle for this sort of a plane path as well. Does a lot of work to push these teams close together. Sure, it has some of the military base in. It's just very, very unlikely. I would give it about maybe 10% likelihood that you're going over to that military base. Which is it's non-zero.
It's not zero.
It's non-zero, but yeah, I feel like teams are going to really start to pack in around Quarry in about.
But मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है बहुत ज़्यादा oranges लग रहा है मतलब सही है ठीक है.
A little bit shorter, especially if you're a team like Aurora, loot up military super fast, get moving across that bridge and secure those locations really early on, because with so much zone in the water. This is basically, this is essentially like a circle 3 at this point. There's not very many great spots available. You're going to have to get moving here pretty quickly. And you can also get moving inside the game and get yourself that Ninetales Fury Awe, guys. Go ahead and get in there quick. The Uzumaki Naruto event, by far one of the best collabs PUBG Mobile has ever done. Still around. Don't miss out.
It's looking fresh. You saw, if you missed the show match earlier, make sure that once this stream is done, go back and check it out.
Yeah.
It was mighty fun, and of course we had to let Alpha 7 win something, even though they didn't make it to the finals. Sucks for them. They were able to take that title there. The Hokages over on their own.
Ah, the Hokages.
In their own right. The little intro video as well. Revel looked super cool with that shadow clone.
Dude, that was the sickest
I really like
intro I've ever seen.
That was hot. That was hot.
Put that on the highlight reel.
Hell yeah, absolutely. Get it done. Enigma Galaxy going to be chasing down the truck, getting those supplies. Although, look like they're going to be doing so with very minimal weaponry there. Haven't been able to quite disable it before it leaves the city. Where's the weaponry? Come on. shooting it as it leaves. They're dropping 1 or 2 more crates out. Finally, it's on fire. So a little bit slow to get this one dealt with. But finally, they find some weaponry they can use to pepper the back of the doors there. And they draw it too close. So they'll be able to leverage that. Zones still looking very dramatic on the southwest side. Nobody quite on the road, but 4 Thrives went to Primorsk very, very early, Dukes, which means that they will have the pick of the litter when it comes to taking a position into this next zone.
I like
the question for me is where do you go at this point when you know that everybody's going to be flooding out this way? For me, I feel like potentially some of the compounds to the east mouth of Quarry could be quite good. Okay. Transitions away from there can be difficult as well. And the reason I'm going for that is because I feel like I would want something that's at least on the south side, just in case it goes to military.
Yeah, I would take the hill above Ferry Pier. I think that's the strongest spot.
Yeah.
I mean, because you're right, that zone could, for some reason, it's been crazy today, right? It could yoink all the way back to Millie, and you have at least a decent spot to be able to get there pretty quickly. And then plus, if the zone does go in almost any other direction, you have that sight line of that field that's right above you. So you can get a lot of work done from that position. I wonder which team is going to decide to take it early. 4 Thrives heading into Primorsk so quickly, though, I think is an excellent decision, because if some reason that zone does go to Millie, with Primorsk secured, they should be able to at least find some boats and make a crazy rotation on in. So it's not a bad idea.
Nick McGalaxy getting out nice and quickly. Nongshim Red Force as well, moving in a little bit further south of this, and they will start to line the hills just north of Ferry Pier. It's like they are the first 2 teams to really make that break for it outside of their looting phase. And I'm expecting a response from 4 Thrives fairly soon, but so far hasn't really come on through. Ralph able to get a lot more scouting done than maybe he would have expected to. But they managed to sequester themselves nice and deep into towards this zone, which is, I think, going to play very well for them, taking the position just northwest of Ferry Pier.
For sure. I mean, this is still a very, very close game. I mean, second place on down, one good game, we could definitely see a team even like all the way down 12th place jump up really quickly. E-Arena have started to create a little bit of a point differential, though, in between first and second. Actually, I wouldn't even say it's a little one. It's a pretty big one here. It's 18 points between first and second. So E-Arena are going to continue to want to press that on there. At a certain point, though, John, especially if we see E-Arena like pop off in this game, I think the lobby is going to have to start taking notice of it, right? If you want to be able to slow them down from setting that point threshold so high, I think if you realize it's E-Arena by getting at least one elimination on them, you may want to put a little extra urgency on trying to take them out.
Maybe, but then again,
टॉप 2 ले ले भाई, तो सीधे टॉप 2 ले। अगर ये लोग आज के मैच खेले तो हो सकता है टॉप 3 भी आ जाए, क्या पता, निकाल सकता है गॉडल और ओजी दोनों में से। बट आज का दिन ही मैटर करता है ये लोग कैसे खेलेंगे। कल तो मुझे नहीं लग रहा पॉसिबिलिटी, बट आज अगर इन लोगों ने 30 पॉइंट कैसे भी 30 नहीं तो 40 वो बचे मैच में कम से कम 40 अबव पॉइंट्स चाहिए।
Get from 6th to 4th, something like that. Go for those jumps.
I think 4 मैचेस बचे हैं।
I feel like that's the sort of stuff you're going to do.
9,
Maybe if you're at the bottom of the table, you could, but even then, laddering up is still very, very
valid. तो 10 का एवरेज तो मिनिमम मान के चल, मिनिमम 10 का एवरेज।
Unless it's like first place is on 150, second place is on 120, third place is on like 90, even lower. That maybe then the second place team could try and hot drop and go for something like that. You have that sort of advantage with not too many more games left to play. But outside of that very specific scenario, I feel like targeting E-Arena, I mean, given the form that they're on, probably just generally a bad idea.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna. I think hot dropping in general of them is just terrible, no matter what the situation is. I just think that if you just somehow could see them, like for example in the feed, you hear the shots.
Sure.
Maybe you do a little bit extra to try and take them out. As Godlike starting to make some noise. There's S-Power with the run over. No fear getting taken out with the sleepy. Oh,
दूसरा भी 2 नॉक है।
Gonna get the thirst, but Godlike
वो लास्ट चला वो दोनों रिवाइव हो जाएंगे। नाइस बहुत बढ़िया भाई, बहुत बढ़िया गॉडल, बहुत बढ़िया। दोनों रिवाइव हो
गए। Arena are looking to come in from the third point from the west side here. They've already got a scout close by and they've seen the elite feed lighting up as well. Manya looking to press with the nades.
नहीं नॉक नहीं होना है यार।
On the flush, will Arena be here on time? And Tiamba are going to join in from the north side as well. They could have an impact as they roll on towards this engagement.
भाई sexy
And there go, Hera taken out.
4 points
not for 6. Godlike able to send them to the bleachers.
But here comes Tiamba looking to make things difficult for the side of Godlike. And Mino is stuck with QCZ right there. Godlike get that fight done pretty quickly, but they're going to have to make a sacrifice. Oh, the tire busted out from Manya and taken out as well. So man, Godlike is not able to catch a break here.
Tiamba able to rock in with a good third party there. Vitality a little bit late to get involved. Irina wanted to maybe think about it, but they were too spread out on the western side, and so couldn't get involved. But Tiamba were there nice and promptly. The circle, in the meantime, shifted back over towards the bridge. Very Pier is a hotbed right now. 4 drives, maybe bearing the brunt.
That's just saw Coops in the elimination feed there.
That's unhealthy. That's not a good engine noise.
Here we go. Yeah, that does sound like that head gasket's in trouble here as Huzaifa is pushing up on closer to Furia. Oh, hops in the vehicle, hops back in, and now able to at least get a secure position. Ayala holding it down against 4 Thrives. It's a party at the beach. Very Pier is jam-packed.
Get your sunglasses out. Get your tanning oil on. It's going to get toasty very, very quickly as teams crunch on in. Maybe a little bit of calm, though, before this storm.
Oh, I don't know. It's feeling pretty disturbed right now because everybody wants those central positions. But you're right. It does look like the teams are able to secure most of them for now. Nongshim trying to get an opening knock here on OG. They got to be careful here. They're getting mighty close. Oh, Hyunbin gets that opening knock. Nongshim. Are they going to press this? Looks like they are. Hyunbin up close and personal. It's Nongshim Red Force versus OG, and OG are getting picked apart here. AORUS got to find a way to buy himself some time for his team.
Okay, well, I mean, a good answer over towards Nongshim. That knock over there is going well. In the meantime, Ulf lost a player. I believe that went over to 4 Thrives over in Ferry here as well. Zoru gets back in, looking for those reses.
He's going to get him.
पावर ने किल ले लिया अब ले ओजी आरो नॉक कर दिया आतंकी का किल ले लिया बहुत बढ़िया किल ले लिया पावर किल ले जा
we need some of these eliminations.
पावर चला गया देख छोड़ दिया उसने पता है नहीं तो और रुकता उसने किल पे पड़ी ना छोड़ दिया
Power says, you know what, my work here is done, peace out.
गलत टाइम पे छोड़ा अब तो फाइट ले मतलब और ले लेता
there are only 2 players. Staying there for too long would diminish the power of the position that Salme was holding, allow Tiamba in for the north. They needed to reinforce that, so the fact that they're able to extract points and let loose some of the pressure from that south side as well is excellent stuff, so he knows he needs to be prompt on that. The circle goes back over to the mainland. So we are confirming over there. Tiamba trying to leapfrog that godlike position. Looks like it's going well for now. Ida as well, trying to send in from this northeast side.
Got S2G over there by the Blues. They're going to have to come down that hill and find a way in. The thing is that's all open field there. You got Vitality holding the north side of the circle. You got one of the players from S2G. That's Kamikaze. He's going to be trying to get some angles here to see if he can find at least a next position for his team. But Ferry Pier, like we mentioned, completely stacked. Take a look at the replay here. Huzaifa. Ooh, nice shot there. And pick on the Solus.
Yeah, I mean, there's a complete broadside there. No way hiding from that one. In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force trying to hold down the bunker. Emre pokes his nose in. And will not like what he smells. A little bit too much cordite there in the nostrils. And Emre does get flushed away. Nongshim Red Force hold their position on the east side of that ridge line that sits wooded and covered. They're playing on those bunkers as well. A really nice defensible position. Look at the teams out on the east side as well. You've got Ida, Flash, Aurora, Furia, all of them sort of holding each other at bay right now. So Nongshim Red Force feeling very safe and secure for the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, next 3 minutes is going to work out for them, but then things are going to really start heating up here. On the north side, you got S2G now starting to press very, very close to Team Vitality. Yep, Razek just saw him. And they're going to be on the move here, possibly trying to avoid this fight, get in a more solidified position in this circle. Kamikaze just keeping an eye on the side of Vitality for now. This is still super early here, folks. This is only stage 3, but we've just seen so much action through the chaos of that first circle placement.
Yeah, it was really hard to navigate towards it. A lot of damage inflicted, and yeah, with Aura going down as well. We're down to 15 teams, a lot of raggedy squads on the cards as well, which makes things nasty. Plenty of our players. Godlike and Orangutan, though, are both in central positions as their duos, which is kind of their saving grace in terms of survivability. They'll try and keep things going. Arena on the west side, holding around that quarry. They've left Schweppes actually onto the Primorsk Hill on the northeast side of it to be that off angle for them. But they're kind of keeping out of it for now. They're kind of chilling on the west side. So for Arena, we're still waiting to see what they've got for the rest of this game because their path forwards may lead them to clash with Vitality or with Godlike.
You can see Schweppes, though, from E-Arena. He's all the way down in Ferry Pier, just getting some sight lines, getting some intel for the rest of his squad. Got to be careful not to get too close, though, to the side of Galaxy. I see Aurora Gaming. Let's see where this next zone's going to go. That's when the fight's really going to get started. He's going to eat a little bit of blue damage. He's keeping an eye on Flash. Oh, yeah, he's trying to play this quietly, hoping that he comes in this direction, but instead goes in the opposite. Next circle does pop on over, and it is heavily to the east side.
I mean, this is good for Nongshim Red Force, right? On that position. We were talking about that before. The fight to the east side will need to conclude. Tiamba sending in a might challenge on Orangutan's position, but it's fairly open on those hills. Going to be very difficult to hold. Fortunately, there's not too many full squads around them. Nongshim spot a player from Flash as they try to move in. Aurora taking a chunk out too. Tiamba now looking to overwhelm, but they've lost a player on the roll-up. Orangutan try to hold it down, but will not be able to face the might of Tiamba, who are fielding shallow now on their roster, leaving Milu out. And he is not needing to get him back up.
Down to a duo. Eagle trying to get that first aid off. He's going to be able to get that for sure. On over to Ferry Pier. Enigma Galaxy are set up. They're going to have to push into this next zone as well. Circle is closing. This is stage 4. The blue zone really starts to put in its damage here. Let's see what Enigma Galaxy decides to do. It looks like they're going to be most likely prioritizing the shoreline. That's why they're applying so much pressure to the side of Al-Ula. Quick ends up catching. Yeah, that's 4 thrives with Zypha out. And looks like Al-Ula are going to be holding this very pure position. We've seen them do this before. S2G were able to bad beat them in that spot using those hovercrafts in a game not too long ago. So let's see if Al-Ula can turn things around.
Try and hold that west side. I mean, for 4 thrives, a little bit of a lost opportunity there. Remember how early they were in Primorsk, Dukes, and they didn't manage to transition fast enough. Both Enigma Galaxy and Nongshim Red Force both got ahead of them in terms of getting to the positions in that area. It's a little bit unfortunate. I'm not super happy about it. And now they find themselves in the middle of a fight that may not go their way with 3 full 4 squads. Sorry. Both only have 3 players, so with 3 squads surrounding them. Luckily, they are in the zone, so they aren't super under the impetus to move, but they may want to.
Yeah, now we're looking over at E-Arena, the top squad right now. So many points on the board. Nice point gap. Looking to make that push it even further beyond. Team Vitality looking to make some noise on the north side. Everybody just trying to find their spot in this next circle because this next zone's most likely going to push north. And if it does, that is wide open field, which S2G have a decent position in. Tianba and Nongshim Red Force are pretty locked down. But these teams on the south side of Ferry Pier, honestly, should already trying to figure out what is the path they're going to take into this next circle. And the only way they're most likely going to get there is through some insane shots.
The shaking and moving right now for E-Arena because now is the time that they need to transition into a pivotal point in this game. For the time being, for the longest time in this game, they've just been on this west side, waiting, playing that edge, assessing the situation. But now they need to start moving forwards, and that is not how you want to start it. Salme immediately goes for the flush, and he's gonna go unpunished for the moment. I don't think they've got an answer here. DK doesn't connect, Zest Power hiding somewhere else in the building there. Will not find that fight. So for E-Arena to lose a player here, I mean, that's great news for the teams chasing them.
Yep, huge news. And Godlike now knows exactly who they're fighting and the importance of them taking this out. Next zone just going over. Huge zone here for Tianba and Nongshim Red Force. That Ferry Pier heal is just so strong.
I kind of like this for Ulf as well. I mean, it may be a struggle to fend off all the teams in Ferry Pier, but once they're there, they have a fairly isolated area, survive quite deep into this match, but The transition over to the hills can be very, very difficult, especially with two teams lining you up side to side. Vitality gonna have to make a break for it now as they have to roll out from the north edge.
Pubg Mobile World
They're gonna have to
Championship.
cross a lot of open field here. This is what I was talking about. This zone is not very kind to those teams that are playing on the edge position. Yeah, Team Vitality, you're just kind of waiting to hopefully have these teams in the middle start fighting so they can, you know, get a free rotation onto this next circle.
तो जीतने का तो मुश्किल है भाई. अबे देख.
But it's going to be a tough rotation.
कितने 3-4 साल गेम बैन था भाई. तो 3-4 साल नहीं कह रहा हूँ मैं. 2 साल गेम बैन था. I think 2019 या 2020 में 2 साल गेम बैन था. उसके भाई उसके बाद तो फिर इंटरनेशनल तो अभी मिलना शुरू हुआ है. इससे पहले एक टीम गई थी. उससे पहले एक और बार गए हैं बस. मतलब लास्ट 2 इयर्स में गए हैं. उससे पहले 3 साल तो गए इंटरनेशनल स्लॉट ही नहीं मिला है. अब स्टार्ट हुआ है मिलना. नहीं खेलना पड़ेगा. मतलब ऐसा है जैसे BGMI का वो है पॉइंट सिस्टम है. ठीक है तुम जितने टूर्नामेंट्स में कंसिस्टेंट रहोगे. ठीक है तो तुम्हारे पॉइंट से कैलकुलेट होते हैं. तो उसमें अगर तुम टॉप 1 रहोगे तो तुम्हें मिल जाएगा स्लॉट. और एक टूर्नामेंट होता है उसमें तुम्हें हैशटैग बनाना होता है. अगर तुमने मान लो तुम्हारे 0 पॉइंट्स है और तुम उस टूर्नामेंट में क्वालीफाई हुए, उस टूर्नामेंट हैशटैग बना गए तो उसका अंदर 2 स्लॉट मिलते हैं हम लोग को. अब पहले एक ही मिलता था टूर्नामेंट के थ्रू कि ये टूर्नामेंट निकालना है तो तुम्हें स्लॉट मिल जाएगा. वैसा था. तुम लोगों को 2 मिल जाते हैं. एक उसकी तरफ से पॉइंट सिस्टम की तरफ से जो कंसिस्टेंट खेलेंगे और जो ऐसा एक बार जीतेंगे उनको मिल जाएगा. बट हाँ उसके बाद भी हमें ग्रुप स्टेज खेलना पड़ेगा. फिर उसमें टॉप 5 आना है तब जाके तुम ये खेल पाओगे. लोग टॉप 5 आ गए. हाँ अरे तो वही कह रहा हूँ BGMI का है. जब BGMI में ये क्राइटेरिया कंप्लीट होगा तब तुम PUBG खेलने आ पाओगे. क्योंकि बहुत सारे वो है ना PUBG के वर्जन. चाइनीज भी है, कोरियन भी है और कौन-कौन से हैं.
Like an absolute battlefield. Tons of nades going down, and down goes Vitality. S2G joining the battle. 2 eliminations to their names so far. And with that fight, all that promotion happening, it allowed them to be able to get a more solidified position in this circle. Great timing from the side of S2G. Arena are like, hey, I don't care about the timing. We're just gonna push up and hit some crazy shots and put everybody on notice.
2 teams crashing onto Tiamba's position was enough of a smoke screen for Arena to be able to move up nicely. Despite not having one of their players with them, they are now on 5 eliminations. They've pushed past the 90-point barrier now, Jukes.
Wow.
It is a great result so far. 10 teams remain, but they're on the outside of the circle, and Enigma Galaxy are going to cause problems. They've seen what's happened, and they think, no, no, no. This can't stand. No, order. And they find, well, actually it's S2G who find a shot onto Schweppes on the back line.
Stop that, said Enigma Galaxy. And honestly, the whole lobby needs to start really worrying about E-Arena here because the White Rabbits are starting to run away with this thing. Remember, $500,000 for first place, $250,000 for second. That's a big difference here, folks. Now we're going to see Enigma Galaxy, they got that knock. E-Arena are outside of the circle. Tianba will be gatekeeping, and this is kind of a perfect situation for the lobby. Nongshim Red Force, though, gets super blessed in the zone. They are dead center. It is really their game to take advantage of here.
And they're really hoping that E-Arena go down fairly soon because then they can put a massive dent in the gap between these 2 squads. E-Arena, though, currently focused on Tianba and Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy find another knock, sending it over towards Schweppes. And I don't think this is going to be resible. Mormon and Turney K now having to keep it together. On top of the 5 elims they found already. And Lost might have an angle on it as well, suppressing that angle, but Mormon goes down, can't hold face against Enigma Galaxy, and no knocks are sent their way either. Mormon gets flushed away as Schweppes does get back up. Meanwhile, over in Ferry Pier, Aurora, Alula, and Ulf all coming into the fight. It is getting chaotic down there. It's getting messy as well. Turney K, the last to stand for E-Arena, and then Enigma Galaxy have to push into Tianba. And nobody's happy in Ferry Pier either. It has been non-stop action for the last 7 minutes.
fight after fight after fight. These zones making things so difficult. And yes, Enigma Galaxy are now on the push. They want to be able to finish E-Arena out completely. They don't want them getting any more points. And I believe, yes, with that nade, that's gonna do it. E-Arena finally taken out. But they still put points on the boards here, John. So it's like no matter what the situation, they are constantly moving that needle further and further and further.
Absolutely, but for Nongshim Red Force, this is a beautiful position. They were able to do a lot of damage to Furia, leaving them on one player alive. Flash are going to crunch in behind it. Potential to pick up points there. Aurora are going to have to leave into the sidelines of Nongshim Red Force. There is a big Elim potential game here if they can close it down, because they are in the driver's seat here and they need to keep control.
All these teams need it. They all need this chicken dinner and all the eliminations. And that's Furia gone. Nongshim Red Force. Man, XCY with 5 eliminations all by himself. Gonna have to make a play here. He's got the shotgun, but the suppressive fire from too many angles, making things difficult. Nongshim Red Force are still here though, but here's Bose from Team Flash. This nade could be big. Can he thread the needle through the window?
No.
Oh, so close.
Not quite on the first. Has another opportunity, S2G as well. Another one. Don't think that one. I didn't think that one went through, but it did. And down goes this Nongshim push. They flexed out for that position, Jukes. It felt like maybe it was the right time to do it, but they underestimated the chaos on the eastern side, and they've let slip the strongest spot in the circle, and they will leave it all up to so easy. A real big opportunity for them to put a massive jump on the tables. They can still do very well from this location, but they have really had the juice squeezed out of them.
You're so right. I mean, they put some good solid points on the board, but it could have been a whole lot more, that's for sure. Let's see who can take advantage of these missteps. Enigma Galaxy are still here. 4 eliminations. Aurora with 5. Big win here could put them all the way up to second place very, very easily. Team Flash, yeah, with that last player, Bose, just trying to soak up anything for his team at this point. Next circle does go, and up, and it is going to be down to that southwestern side. Enigma Galaxy barely have a position here, but this is all open field. It's time to hit the deck and hit some shots. Satan getting peppered from both sides. He goes down.
He was waiting to take a shot over towards Tiamba as well, but S2G take their turn.
4v4 तो लेना ही नहीं है स्टार्ट में भाई, भूल जाओ.
Enigma Galaxy trying to step up, S2G trying to move in, but nobody can find an opening. Thanks to the suppression.
कोई भी कहीं से भी मर रहा है भाई, कोई भी कहीं से भी मर रहा है.
Are holding their nerve, but only one player now left standing.
SG's fight हो रही है, पीछे NVIDIA आ रही है.
Over the bonnet, tries to find the shots. 3 rounds now left in the back chamber for the S12K. Gets the reload, but it's not enough. Kamikaze keeps S2G in there. S12K may get back to his feet. They don't have a lot of time though, because the zone is moving in.
This area is looking like a dang blender. Shots happening all around in every single direction. You gotta find a way out though, as Doc now on the push, looking to shut things down, getting up close and personal, but it's Coops. Coops on fire, literally now, as those nades, Molotovs too strong.
Oh no!
Coops by himself could not hang on.
Ramp up the heat. Turning up the thermostat of the lobby. But in the meantime, S2G, they may just get themselves back up to 4 players alive here, Jukes, which is kind of crazy, given the chaos that just unfolded at their feet. Remember, Tiamba were there. They were taken down just about with the assist coming in. And Nongshim Red Force still alive, by the way, with their solo player up and into 3rd place guaranteed. It's a little bit less efficacious than they might like to be, given the position that they held, but they'll take it.
Huge game, huge game. Honestly, if So Easy can play this quietly, he can disrupt this pretty big time. But you can see S2G, they get the full reset, and we got to see them bust out the welding gun as well. So they're gonna have their vehicle all set up. As far as when it comes to zone control though, it's all Aurora. They have this entire zone locked down. But the thing was, they had this advantage before against a team of Nongshim Red Force, and they lost that game. This is their chance to make up for it and secure this chicken dinner.
S2G on the ferry, but lost, gets spotted. That is Nongshim Red Force's solo, striking out wide. The point gets taken away from him, but diminishes the power of S2G, maybe gives him a little route in, but already Aurora have flexed 2 players out. I think they're going to be able to deal with this. Ooh, unless a nade lands on Top's head. Launches it forwards as he spotted it. Ooh, nearly, but not quite, not quite. Has to march in, making the mad dash, and Top actually not quite connecting. Has another nade to pull. Top trying to trade it off, and Aurora can really sequester themselves into this angle. Doesn't spot the nade, goes boom right next to his ear, but doesn't quite burst the drum.
That was a prediction nade, though. He knew that he was going to run up, so he threw it ahead of him and got some really good damage on the So Easy. But he is able to get away for now. Here he goes, though. Here comes some more util from the side of Aurora.
They've lost him.
They're spending a lot of time focusing on this one player of Nongshim Red Force who is refusing to go down.
Drops a nade right in front of them. Top steps up, nearly goes down again. They're having real trouble here, and S2G not really having an impact so far. The zone's starting to close all the way, and So Easy just about holding on. But dear life, as Reaper steps into the fight, the DBS there in hand, not quite enough, and down they go. Now S2G up on the chopping block, looking to try and do something, but that nade is big, and the next one is bigger. Takes a huge chunk out of S2G, and Soulcake trying to stay alive desperately, but he crawls onto the nade, and it blasts his belly open. Aurora swing out from Ferry Pier and find a chicken dinner. And it's about time. Aurora clutching it up with a
आप भी देखो कुछ टोटल भाई मसाला
He's been throwing heat-seeking missiles all game long and opening the fight for his team. A full 4v4. S2G tried to catch a couple of their players off guard.
You can't stop S-Power, and you cannot silence Godlike in this moment. Adamino for the closing play as Godlike take this chicken dinner with ease!
The most memorable event has to be the map of Rondo, where Godlike came up with 30 points. As everyone, used to call our region as not so aggressive or passive, and a lot of things like that. But again, Godlike Esports proved with their firepower and with their composure that we do have that firepower. We can also go for big games.
It was like a very unexpected turns of event that we qualified for grand finals. I don't think anyone in India or anyone in our team must have imagined us playing our first international tournament and straight up qualifying for grand finals. So when that moment happened, we all went crazy. All of us, the Godlike family, everyone in India, we were all celebrating, and honestly, I will never forget that.
The fans over here, the love for the game, it has been amazing, and we are having a great time over here till now, yeah. I always had this dream to go and, visit the Eiffel Tower, and it was a dream come true moment for me.
Aurora getting a chicken dinner, but before we break down that match, we wanted to get a club championship update, and I'm joined by none other than Glitter Explosion. As some of you guys know her as Senorita Glitter. Tell us what's going on with the club championship.
All right, we're just going to do a quick update here because we've got some seriously cool stuff going on in chess. Obviously, grand finals here today. Third, fourth decider match also happened. That was between 2 Falcons players for third and fourth place, so it didn't matter who won. They were getting those third place points regardless, but now the finals are going on between Magnus Carlsen and Dennis Lazovic, which means AGAL have guaranteed themselves second place bare minimum. Liquid could get the win if Magnus is able to do it, but either way, that keeps AGL at the top of our leaderboard by 500 points. Now, it looks big right now, but over at the STC Arena, Falcons are still in the discussion. They're in quarterfinals. They will be facing off against Twisted Minds later on today, and if they're able to win, that's going to be another chunk of points in the favor of Falcons. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
It will be interesting, especially because Aurora just got a win here. They want to be in the top 8 because they want to get those points as well. Before I let you go, any team that has surprised you today?
I'm not going to lie, I'm loving the bounce back right now out of Godlike. They put some serious elims up on the board, so shout out to Godlike.
Hey, right on. Thanks. Actually, spot on. Thanks, Glitter. You can go back and just keep on looking for updates, okay? I want to see what else is going on with the other club championships, and I want to see what else is going on here at Pmwc at EWC 26, because some of these squads, especially Aurora Max, getting that chicken dinner. But before we even do that, let's talk about the Pmwc Lucky Spin. Available now. You can check out the Electron Energy set, the Proton Power set, and also that Alien Fusion Grossa, which I want. And I'm still trying to get, and I'm gonna continue to try to get. So make sure you guys check that out. This was co-created with PvP creator Nana. Make sure you log into PUBG Mobile, get that lucky spin before it goes away to get your Pmwc swag. But now, Aurora, yes, that's right. Look at this man. This man is absolutely ready. He's been cheering for the longest time. But Max, we got a chance to see them play that so well too, and just pretty much like a boa constrictor, just squishing everybody in.
Oh, yeah, like a snake. Well, they weren't really snaking in, actually. They were just dominating and eliminating everyone. But, like, finally, no throw from Aurora and Epchira.
Yeah.
They made it. They saw it through until the very end. And we actually see Ziola. I said he was very impressive. I wanted to see more from Reefus and Doc. We finally got it. Reefus 4 eliminations, Doc 3. But in particular, what's very important is that before going onto that ridgeline north of that road sign, Ipchira, they eliminate every single team down there, get rid of all the stragglers. You had Ulf, you had Al Ula, you had Four Thrives, and you also had Nongshim Red Force at one point. Get rid of all of those players before playing that ridge. That was so well executed by the boys.
Yeah, it was really nice to see that, and also learning from the Rondo, right, where they just played it way too slowly. Yes, they had more terrain to work with in this game, but you could see the momentum. They just went from 0 to 100. Once they had gotten cleared everybody, gotten all of those eliminations, they moved in and tried to corral S2G. S2G let that happen just a little bit. I would much preferred a better fight from them for sure. But for Aurora, that was much better, much more what we're used to seeing from them. This is a herding team. They control teams. Teams don't control them. And right now, this was them controlling teams.
I literally wrote down on my notes that, oh, S2G, they looked really good at that sort of northern side. This should be a nice win from them. They got the hovercraft, you know. But no, I have to agree. Aurora played that incredibly well, and they were able to take that time to make that spacing. But also, did you notice like Nongshim so easy causing a little bit of chaos as the solo player between these two full teams? I mean, that was kind of crazy to see as well. I was looking at S2G, obviously, to have that, you know, they were denying the flank from Flash coming around to them. They had a nice 2-2 split on that north side. Soul game with the hovercraft, we're going to bring that up again, but
match start hoga thodi der mein.
So the way that Aurora were able to calculate that with a little bit of annoyance from Nongshim, so easy, great play.
Talking about Nongshim, they were able to put up some good points as well here in this match. 13 points as well with S2G, 13 points. Max, which one are you looking at? I see you ready to talk.
Yeah, because Nongshim Red Force, sure, they gave themselves 13 points. It's eliminations, 5 placement points. I feel like they threw that game. Generally, I think they could have at least bare minimum gotten a top 2 in that position, if not an actual chicken dinner. But then Furia, which is not on Longwood, they're not even on the dip on top of Longwood. Then like this one shed on a little plateau below them. And they get an opening knock, and I'm like, okay, great. Nongshim Red Force, maintain the pressure, maybe chuck a Molotov or a grenade. They fully crashed the shed, and then Flash are like, what the hell are you doing? We're just going to do a counter grenade and Molotov and swipe the entirety of Nongshim Red Force. If they just held their position, they would be where So Easy was. You said So Easy was trolling. If you had a full team, there would be Giga trolling. But I feel like, yeah, Nongshim Red Force, sometimes they get great games, and sometimes they do some of the biggest fumbles in a tournament. It hurts. It really does.
I think it's a great example of something that happens at every level, as we're seeing here, right? Where you get this, that you get tempted to actually full send into a position, but you got to really think about why that team that you're fighting fell down so easily. Generally, it's because the position is bad for one reason or another. It's very constricted there. There's a little ridge around that shack. It's very, very nadeable. Lots of areas to bounce that utility off. So if you're gonna push something like that, or if you're fighting against, hang on a second. If you're fighting against them, right, you don't push that, because then you yourself get naded as well. It's very nadeable for a reason.
Yeah, and that match was a perfect example of what can happen whenever you end up just catching up even more to that first place. Arena ended up getting 5 points. You can see Aurora Gaming just jump up to that second place with 81 points. What was a 1 point and 18-point gap to that second place has just now closed up to 9 points.
I'm so happy to see it, because we saw throughout the entirety of today, right, there were a podium team at the very start, slipping, getting almost nothing done. They were in 8th position before this game. Now with that chicken dinner, rocketing right at the very top here, just behind E-Arena with their 81 points. Literally the only team single-digit points away from our current pack leader of E-Arena. But the thing is, very flash in the pan, right, Nipchira? We need to see more consistency, and especially not throwing games when you know you can get those wins.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. We have one more Erangel and then 2 Miramars as well. Aurora tend to do quite well on Miramar typically, so we'll see how that goes. Again, yeah, they can be very hot, very cold, so it is just down to game by game what they're gonna do. But we're looking at the second page here. Flash and Hora, 48 points each. They are looking tied right now, but there's quite a bit of a gap between them and 4th Thrive, so even further down the leaderboard, we're starting to see those gaps emerge.
Yeah, Lace, for some of these teams here in the second page, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on them, because at one point, we're going to have to start cutting them out, because that point gap is just too much. And keep in mind, going into tomorrow, that Smash Roll is going to be at play, and it's going to be plus 10 points of whatever first place ends up with.
Yeah, and it's strange because, like, I know me and Nepturo are having a look at Godlike, right? And they're making such calculated and well played. And then I even sort of said, God damn, they're so strong as just a little duo. Why don't they just kind of like go in that little map and do their thing? But it's just unfortunate, you know, they were getting like 7 elims in that spot, but just not making it any further. And I sort of touched about that on the shared studio on the couch. It was like they're getting themselves in these great, like, close range fights, capitalizing on it, winning it. And then, like you were saying, moving back in and not, like, the other teams are sort of circulating because they're doing that too late in the game. But I do feel, we've seen it before, Aurora just did it. They can just have this great game, and that will push them up a lot further because they're getting the elims. They'll be able to do it.
And they definitely need it, especially where they are currently. We've been praising them in regards to the performance that they have had today, but we need to see a lot more out of Godlike because they are currently just so far away from the first place. And at the end of the day, you want to be in first place. That's what they're going to be hunting down. By the way, special shout out earlier on to Hot Jukes and John for casting those first 5 games. But now it's time for the main show. Yeah, it's okay. I still got you, baby. For Blank and Jackie Blank, you got me. Come on, man.
Oh, mate. All right, that's one hell of a setup. Thank
you,
Seven.
Yeah,
some great points being raised there.
Indeed.
There's some good breakdown. Got all the fans, of course, enjoying themselves. Saw it over there. They had the I Love Max Man sign. We don't have one of those, unfortunately.
We've got lots of snacks right now, which is cool. We've also got OG and Godlike behind, which is always good to see too. The support is unreal inside the arena at the moment, as per usual. It has been awesome all the way throughout the tournament, but we do have a lot of people with us this time. So we're going to get loud. We're going to get a little bit crazy with it because I imagine, finish off the day, you know, it's been a long day, all right? We might have some mad circles to finish things off.
Yeah, do you reckon? I reckon. Should we make sure there's still some good energy left in the crowd? But
we could try. Yeah.
Right then, Paris. A few games left to go today. Let's see how much energy we've got. Let's make some noise in the building! All right, that's what I wanted. Proud of you, Paris. You've been killing it here at Pmwc, and we'll keep the commentary flowing as the games go on. We can lock in. As we start to get towards the end of the day, it's been enticing, Blank. Some good quality PUBG Mobile coming out, but I'm excited to see if there's any more twists in the narrative.
That's what we're looking for. We're looking for some twists, some turns at the end of the day, some mysteries yet unsolved. As we do get back into the thick of it, we're going to be going to Erangel one last time before we head towards our final 2 Miramars to close out this mega day of PUBG Mobile. Again, like we said, Paris has been fantastic. You guys have been fantastic. The fact that you've been with us this entire time, supporting the teams the entire time. We've heard the drums. We've heard the excitement. The drums better come back, though. I'll be sad if the drums aren't in the crowd.
They're ramping, mate. They're getting ready.
They're ramping. They're getting ready to go. Doing a couple of paradiddles here and there. We got Ralph on screen explaining to his team that they're definitely not getting hot dropped over towards Pachinki. It's not happening again. Eda's had a good game now. They're like, maybe we were the problem.
Yeah, maybe we don't do that anymore. Which, honestly, I think it's a fair shout. I think, you know what, 4 different members of the talent team spoke to Ralph about that yesterday. We were kind of making sure we can get that one across as many ways as possible. It seems like the message has been sent out.
Yeah, it was like, it was coded through Ralph for Eda.
Yeah.
So, what do you think about that? Ralph was very pleasant about it. He was like, I don't think they should be doing it. Like,
we keep getting points.
Yeah, they were. I mean, I think we got about 12 elims off the back of it, which is kind of sick, honestly. It's a good amount of points. We do get our plane path down from the south side all the way to the north. You see there, Eren and Scarface currently topping the leaderboard in terms of damage, which is a surprising statistic for me. They've been very, very consistent throughout. I'm glad to see Eren there. Hasn't quite beaten out Scarface just yet, but I'm glad that Scarface has been the rock so far for Ulf. He has kept that team steady throughout. The suspension system for the Ulf vehicle, which will need to make a move down towards the south side of the map, but it gives a good game here for Aurora, who have been baiting us for multiple years for a massive win at an international, and they might just be giving us it here at Pmwc, at EWC 2026.
God, we keep getting these sort of circles, man. Once again, right, you hit the nail on the head. It's happened. Sosnovka, the military island in play. Like you say, maybe this is the blessing. Like perfect drop spot, perfect end game potentially for a team like Aurora, who do feel like they've kind of locked it in a bit. So we'll see. We'll stick with it. Potential for a lot of early fights. You got Flash taking on OG early as AORUS already down. Tiamba amongst it as well. A couple of squads looking to get stuck in instantly then.
The revolver to the dome there. Unfortunate for guys over on OG. Flash seems okay though, get themselves back up on their feet. Like you say though, we got Aura on screen. Eagle. Explosive bow. Almost hit it as well. A little bit of pinpoint accuracy with the arrows. Jiggle. Dropping some ammo across. Everyone's a little bit low right now. Level 1 vest, a little bit difficult. I might be actually just dropping some of the bandies over. Well, Sleepy is having a troublesome time getting towards them. I think he's in an awkward spot. Sky, though, is coming in from the other side of things. He's over towards the north side of Severny, so this is a long exit for both squads. I don't think any team wants to be here. Tiamba, as well as Aura, stuck in this awkward engagement. Eagle with a Honey Badger at distance on the sidelines. E-Arena also swinging by, but they should get gone.
Very much an early stalemate that no one really wants to overly commit to. With that first domino to fall, it's going to be a nightmare. You want to get out of this very cleanly as well. Losing one or at worst 2 players, even if you do take down the other squad and get a full 4 points from it, this is going to be a major detriment to your run with how few games we have left today.
Yeah. Well, I think the big thing though for this in particular is the plane path from the south side up towards the north, and because we had this big southern circle that is pretty much committed to Sosnovka. This is not going anywhere else.
Yeah.
It meant that a lot of teams dropped out early on the plane path to get looted up early. So you do have the likes of S2G, Aurora, Fourth Thrives, Ida, Alula, as well as Nongshim Red Force already in Sosnovka. This place is getting very busy very quickly. Tiamba moves up, but Horror's already getting themselves into a vehicle. Uzi in play, tries to get the damage across. There will be a shot from Shallow though. Really good stuff there with the QBZ. Get some damage in. Jiggle. Line and wait. Could be a dangerous trap in play. QZZ trying to get around the side. Eagle will just run down Sleepy. They don't know. They do not know. He is hidden, blending in to the rust.
Man, how has he got away with this for so long? He's just there, down on the deck. No one knows about Jiggle.
Come on. Come on.
Pistol.
Come on.
The sidearm.
There's... Are you blind?
He's a master of camouflage. That's insane. Wow, they actually leave. They actually
That's
go.
wild. We're playing some kind of game where you go in as a small white man and you have to be painted against things. And he's done exactly that.
Unbelievable.
I can't believe he's become the chameleon in that situation. That's wild. But well played to him.
Yeah, mega mechanics there.
Only mechanics.
Artistry
He's
is on
prone.
point.
That's a lovely prone. That
Never
is
seen anything like
a
it.
beautiful prone on him.
Got away with that one. Liberties.
Yeah.
Absolute liberties.
Dear me. PUBG Mobile Chameleon. Right here, right now, at Pmwc. If you want to get yourself some skins to allow you to blend in, well, this is not the one for you, because the Uzumaki Naruto event is now on with the Naruto character set, as well as the Ninetales Fury Org. S-Power bringing a lot of fury to the lobby at the moment as well. Talking to Max earlier, he was saying that S-Power right now probably the only player at a massively global level. And I would agree with him. I think he is on the likes of, you know, your Mormons, your Errands. He's looking insane. Yeah, for S-Power doing great work for the rest of his team. I think Godlike has really shown that they absolutely can take it to task with some of the best squads in the world, which is cool to see. Satan here from Enigma Galaxy. Another team that's doing really well too. I genuinely think, and I said at the start of the day, is that I've not always been the biggest fan of Enigma Galaxy and some of the pushes, some of the rotates they make. I think they have a lot of potential in them. This tournament though has been, you know, it's been off the walls, just like this, because this is wild.
It's just ridiculous how close he came when he drove past him twice.
He's twitching as well.
Yeah, I know. Not even fully stationary. Look at him. He's got a slight shifty look about him.
He's put the laser pointer down to the ground. He's like, oh.
Nightmare. They're going to see that.
Put that away.
Well, hey ho, that one worked out. Didn't expect it, but
master
of camouflage there.
ओजी भाई
I mean, the laser pointer.
कुछ नहीं बोल सकते भाई, कुछ नहीं बोल सकते.
That's good.
भाई देख कीप अप करना मुश्किल है भाई, बहुत मुश्किल है अब तो मेरे को लग रहा है.
A lot of teams now getting in position though. Furia looking to cross. Haven't had a really bad day today, honestly. I think genuinely Furia has been looking better and better as the tournament does go on. More shades of the past from them. Pmwc, where they look very, very strong there. And they're bringing it back. I think that they just had to slow down their gameplay a little bit because their end games are nice. That's where they typically thrive. But now they're coming up against Alula. The Claws versus the Panthers here.
Giving us the proverbial question of which set of claws are sharper.
Are they both depicting Panthers though? Because that would be
maybe a Jaguar.
Maybe a Jaguar. Yeah, like that.
Keep you guessing. You never know. Battle of the Animal Kingdom. Oh, West Power with a nice little lift there. That's a 5-pointer.
X5 on that one. A lot of airtime.
It's a great multiplier.
It was a great multiplier. I like that. Anyway, we get next circle.
We've seen this before.
You didn't hear. I don't know if you could hear that, but there was audible disappointment from the crowd. Everyone was oohing and ahhing at that one. Does head out far towards that west side. Really uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable. Ida's already good spot, though. The rest of the team, I would probably say to try and regroup soon, though. Nongshin Red Force has played a similar position to this in the past on this exact spot that Tizzy is currently actually located on with XZY. So I think they'll just try and secure that going forward. They might even try and take the compound that Vitality won on during this map before as well. We'll see what they do. Can't be too greedy though, because again, like I said earlier, it's very busy in Sosnovka at the moment. A lot of teams here.
It's going to get pretty aggressive down there when things do kick off, especially with how this zone shifted, man. Cutting out a lot of that play space once again. So you're fighting around the bridge, you're fighting on the island. Like you touched on, even just a couple minutes into this game, with how close they were off the playing path, a lot of squads did already make their mass migration down and start to try and dig their heels in a little bit. You've got a few squads that are still outside in the mainland towards the blue, having a bit of a slower rotate. A lot of traffic as well on the bridge over to Sosnovka. Furia there, as we saw that establishing shot with Alula just ahead, guarding the entrance. It's then Vitality behind them, and similarly Flash behind them as well.
Yeah, Fury's getting squeezed like a fruit right now. It's not looking good for them. They're getting pushed down by Vitality and Flash behind that as well. So this is an awkward approach. They would like to get across, but I don't think Alula's going to let them across so easily. Igor's is far up though, so he just needs an opener. And Alula looks to be leaving. I think that's the correct decision at this time, just because the circle did push so far over towards the western side. You don't want to get left behind. E-Arena still being here is somewhat of a question mark, but if they knew they could hold out a team over towards Box Compound, sure, why not? It is quite cruel towards Tiamba, but this is the name of the game. You pick up the points where you can, and right now, E-Arena's doing a good job of it.
And Tourniquet there. Up on the top side of the rock face, spamming down into Aching, and will leave him wounded off the back of that. QZZ already knocked, rest of the squad following in their footsteps. This is a brutal start for Tiamba, and one by one they fall. So E-Arena find them outside and dispatch them with ease there. Another 4 points on top. That's a 94-point total over the course of today's games.
It's a strange one, right? Because they both started up over towards Severny, did Aura, as well as Tiamba. Tiamba swings wide over towards North George. Flash does take a knock there, and probably a flush too. This is over towards the fight on the bridge side, so we'll come back to Tiambu in just a second. Axel low, Brazy on bended knee. P90 in play at this early in the game as well. Good to see.
Trying to run back through, but Razak just goes straight into the crosshairs, and one by one, this is looking a bit more uncomfortable. Nice backstab, though, from Axel. Quick switch over to the shotgun through the window. Throws the first man down on the deck. Still has some firepower to play with. Zone nipping at their heels. Razy out of the running. Razak knocked. Axel looking to defend. Throws the nade deep. Thankfully for Bowles, he was able to reposition. That one isn't going to hit him just yet. Ooh, he's closing the distance, though. Wants to really get in there.
Oh my God!
Response back from Axel's quick. And he can get the meds in as well, Blank.
Vexy should just about hit this. It's close, but it's still back up again. We'll go for the res over towards Razak. This is a good recovery right now from Vitality. Sadly for them, Aura has made an incredible run down from that northern side. They are fast in position. Bozy is down. Nigma Galaxy currently holding out Ulf. Lord up on high. Ketch has no idea. Caught in the broadside. Will get taken down, but a lovely refrag coming through from Eren. Ulf likely will now play on as 3. Look worse and worse as time goes down. Lord the only to fall here, and Ulf has been very much struggling to pass on by through Nigma Galaxies. The circle in the meantime did move further down towards the south. IQ taking a tumble though. What's happened there?
Yeah, this is not the dream at all. Ooh, Lord's actually trying to dismount towards the top side, so if maybe they do win out on this fight, somehow they can grab him back up. Oh, good read onto Scarface. Ralph ready for the encounter. Bullets being peppered. He gets him so dangerously low, but he's still standing. He can just tuck in behind the box now. Oh, well, that would have been the operative word. Could have tucked in behind the box. Not going to happen now. Laid out by Ralph. Satan with a re-aggression as well. And this is starting to turn. That's the way Ulf go down. They started out with a bit of a recovery, but finally finished by Nigma Galaxy. Only one player cut short from the roster there. They'll carry on as a trio. Meanwhile, amidst this, we have Vitality bringing the thunder back onto Hera.
It's been a while since I've been seeing Vexy on the main stage, but still got it in him, it seems. Razak does go down, and looks like Vitality might just want to be making the cross going forward. Looks for Sky. Vexy will pick him up, doing a great job here. Settling in for Federalis. Oh, wow. I mean, good job. Really, really well done here from Vexy. I mean, multiple times keeping the team awake and in play, even versus Flash earlier on. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, big step up. Brilliant individual moments there. Zone crunching in a little bit as well. Ooh, Vitality suffering casualties, it seems, with the Elim feed lighting up. That's Flash that are trying to defend the entryway over the bridge. And of a headshot from Tops has shut down Vexy after the good form we saw from him, and Axel has fallen due to the damage sustained. The zone eliminates him, and Vitality finally buckle.
Yeah, it's just, there wasn't a lot of boat rotates from a lot of these teams on that north side. Spent a long time looting up. I don't think they were quite prepared for how southern this circle was going to end up going and how quickly space was going to be taken out of play. But we are in a really awkward arena of the map as we head down towards the southwest side. There's a couple of compounds around here, a lot of open space going forward. Ralph moves up to the plate here. Tony K goes down first. Good shots from him. Will finally fall there to a sideline. But Mormon just cannot hold on. In comes Godlike. They don't care. They're going straight past.
We hear the godlike theme music start playing. They want to cash this one in as they drive past, steal Elims where possible, but focus on the bigger picture, getting into the zone and starting to advance into an actual controllable position on this one. Coop's going right back towards them. They're going to pass each other.
Okay. Like friendly handshake there. Felt like I was in Interstellar for a second. Yeah, Coop's looking further to pick up his teammates, but actually went back for some more. Satan, I think, is back up again. Not sure about Ralph. I think Ralph did fall down, but this has been a really good game from Ralph. I think it's not, I don't want to say rare, but he's been making some good flex outs this game. Sometimes his flex out can feel a little bit questionable. This time I was super happy with him. Blasting the toe caps off of Scarface as well, who was really incredible to see. Just give it one more bullet, and that was enough. Hazaifa up on top. Godlike tried to send it. Got further and further in, but Hazaifa laying down the law.
It's a great peak. Might actually be able to double down, and he certainly will. Godlike eating the bullets from the elevated peak there of 4 frags as Hazaifa starts to bring the heat to the battleground. Enigma Galaxy got back in towards the zone. This is their POV now. They're leader of all teams once more. Coop's going to be hit by the shot. The pump takes him down.
इन लोगों ने जब स्टार्ट में वहां से ब्लिट्स आ रहे थे तो किल फिनिश क्यों नहीं करे भाई? आसपास एरिया चेक कर लेते कम से कम. एनजीएक्स वाले की एफपीटी नहीं तो वहां पे एरिया चेक कर लेते.
Aurora getting eyes on it from so close.
भाई ठीक है हो सकता है मानने का तो खराब समय आता है.
But Enigma Galaxy back down in the dirt. Free
क्या बोले भाई? तबीयत खराब है तो कुछ बोल नहीं सकते. अरे लड़ थोड़ी नहीं गए जब गॉर्डन मर गई ओजी कब की पहले ही मर गई.
It was a real tough scenario that went through. They end the match on 10 evens. I think that's a good profit. I think you come away with this one thinking to yourself, we went through hell and back just to get towards this location of the map, and we still came away with 11 points total. So very, very well done. We do only have 6 teams left at the 17-minute mark. This is the quickest we've seen the lobby cold before off the back of a really horrendous circle. S2G set themselves up kamikaze as per usual, flying in
towards those front lines. अगर एक भी बीमार हो या फिर कुछ भी हो तो कोऑर्डिनेशन फक्ड हो जाता है. यूला मर गई.
Just cleaning house on Alula.
भाई पागल हो गए ये.
They've gone down pretty swiftly.
अरे ओ तुम बीजेएमआई कब खेले मेरे साथ?
A bit of a read on this though with the forward scout we've got from Ayala in the back of the vehicle. So a lot of sight lines being opened up between our squads. Aurora still got space to play with.
तो Velo कौन सा मैं खेलता हूँ? Velo तो मेरा गेम ही नहीं है.
It's been a little bit quieter on the Elim front for Non-Shin, but they're still in the running of the conversation. They've had some good consistent finishes today. It's felt like it's all been coming together communication-wise when they get a good angle to play off in these games.
Well, Hyunbin's basically the crowbar of South Korea right now. He has been cracking the lobbies open. It's good to see. I think the rest of the team rallies around that. So easy. He's been very, very nice on those long sight lines. We've got to come up against Aurora though. Aurora's starting to really feel it. And despite having a lot of weird finishes where second places, where they should have won, especially versus Nongshim Red Force earlier today, they would have been far away at the top of the leaderboard. Some moments where Aurora just can't quite finish the job. Even then, the consistency has been good, so it's an impressive showing from them. But we have that rivalry back up to bat once again here between Nongshim Red Force and Aurora. Shots coming from the sidelines does make things awkward.
Made right over the top. That's Doc that looks to hit them heavy. And if Doc's fired up, mate, Aurora might keep the pace on pretty swift on this one. Fury just off in the distance, haven't overcommitted to anything just yet.
हम दोनों चल बहस कर लेंगे. तू बीच में पिसेगा फालतू.
They got height on it. Just can't really afford to overextend too far. Get caught sleeping. This could be a big unraveling for that side. Tizzy's got to bandage himself back up to stay pretty in the situation he's been left in. Aurora are aware of that angle from Furia at least. Free smokes for Tizzy being the difference between a raw face from Reefers potentially coming their way.
I think the problem right now is absolutely that angle you're talking about between Furia over towards Aurora. You've got Top off in the distance there, currently holding on alongside with Zhol. They look to make the move out, but Furia had that angle on. One player very low in the back of the vehicle. I believe that is Zhol at the moment. Can't quite find the next shots, and Ayala is playing it very safe. The angle over towards his way, but Tizzy with nasty nade goes straight through the side mirror window.
अबे इट्जी मर ना इट्जी पिक कर अपन ने मतलब जब इट्जी मर गया इट्जी ऑल डेड
it's actually a response from 4 Fribes pulling up
अबे
to
ये
the
सब बता के क्या भाई दिखा ना तू
Aurora trying to withstand. Nonshin going down as the last man and So Easy will collapse from it. Doc already piecing out. Ooh, mate, that's the rotate straight into the camp of Furia.
That is very On point for Doc.
He's got that Doc in him.
Yeah, that's the brand right there. Moved instantly over towards Furia, held that angle, made them feel a little bit afraid, right? S2G still got Kamikaze swinging, layering in the vehicles. Circle moves over towards Kamikaze. You can hear Turkish fans for S2G a little bit loud themselves. Hamzi finds a shot over towards Hazaifa. That's on the roadside and a horrible time for it to happen. But it's all popping off now. Reefus up first, nade in hand, looking over towards Ayla, very low. Chief pulled the pin, but a little late. Solke runs through the both of them.
Oh, mate, the car's done enough just with the bonnet. He's dived out with the shotgun in his hand, vehicle burning behind him. Squad mates falling around as the shots are being spammed. Quick turn. Finds that one. Throws Fury out of the running.
This is the best Solke's looked in quite a while, actually.
भाई अरोड़ा का चिकन हो जाए भाई मजा आ जाएगा तो और क्या करे भाई देखो अपनी टीम को नहीं खेल रही तो इसको किसी को तो सपोर्ट करें भाई मैं तो अरोड़ा को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ मैं हूँ गॉडली होली के साथ हूँ बट फिर उसके बाद मैं अरोड़ा के साथ हूँ
Gets the ambulance out, pulls out the rest of their team. Gets them
ready. यही करता है वो सड़ी का यही करता है
Not taking any chances on this one.
यही करता है साला डिस्सी करेगा खुद भी डिस्कनेक्ट हो जाएगा
In the moment, the med kit taking him to full requires Doc to put a little bit of extra work in.
I'm shocked he survived that long.
डाल दे
Left him sweating bullets, like you say. The clutch heal, barely buying him enough time to stay along for a few extra seconds. Now knocked behind the vehicle.
It's a bold maneuver from Solke, but it does drag him from the rest of the team. Likely leaving S2G as a three-man, but they have the compound central.
ये अश्विन ने सुना नहीं था जिस दिन हमने वो कोर्ट वाला वो बकवादी करी थी
over towards can play off the back of that, but it's going to be Aurora.
भाई तेरे को मजा आती है
ping-ponging between one another, taking some pot shots at S2G in the meantime.
Hard confirmed with the nades thrown over, so much so that Doc nearly went down from the danger close to his team. Luckily does have the meds to fix himself with no one nearby to convert from the lower HP he had. You're spot on, mate. We heard the excitement from the fans. You can see why S2G, they were playing with some confidence and aggression. Previously, it's been Kamikaze that reps himself in those situations. This time around, he plays close to the squad. They control the compound, but you're going to be pushed from two sides.
Difficulty with this compound as well. There's a lot of space to control here. There's a lot of space to control. There's some flat walls to work off the back of. So teams could send in over towards one side, and having a three-man inside there means they cannot control every building effectively. So these two on the side here, this is over towards the eastern edge. Sat on Aurora's angle. Possibility to move in. Oh, S2G's just got to be very quick with this, but you know, as soon as someone makes a move for that compound, the other team is going to fly on in. They're likely just going to wait this out until the circle confirms this is a definite compound finish.
Don't invest your eggs into one basket until you know. A few seconds out from that zone crunching, we'll see if it's going to favor S2G once again. Shifts slightly off it, Blank pulls away.
It's nasty. Up towards that north side. Aurora looking to get a chicken under the belt here. Would likely slingshot them up towards first on the rankings. Despite what has been, honestly, a hairy day for them. It really has. There's been some moments where the question marks have been flung out left, right, and center for this squad, but still, they've been keeping themselves looking pretty. Bandaging up between the matches.
Kidhar?
Blessing of it as well with his own shifting. That crate that came in, you can see the top and go able to push over, get an early duo onto that, grab some extra bits and bobs to armor themselves what could be quite an intense final fight once they now get attention from 4-5 and STG. They've got a full four-man squad, similar, 4-4-5s, and they're going to jump in the vehicle, start to advance on this. Oh, that's not what you want. Reefus with a snapshot, Falak falls instantly. He's got some cover to play off here as well, Blank.
T24 is just out. He said, I am not in that buggy anymore, I'm dropping straight to the ground. I think it was the correct choice. Being on the back of a buggy like that makes you a prime target, and he's just realized that Reefus He's got the golden eye there. Quick shots, pinpoint as well as IQ desperately tries to swing around the side. This is a mad dash and one that will not work out in the face of Aurora. More points added and S2G can do nothing but look on.
मैं तो कह रहा हूँ सुनो ना chat में लिख दो
vehicles they're going to swing round. They have to take the moment here into their own hands. Last game, Aurora, they were able to do some good work versus them now looking to actually show some aggression. Reefus goes down first.
Good engage. But how long can they hold on?
Immediate action will be taken.
Wants to arc the nade over, has the SMG to
Immediate
play
action
with.
will be taken.
Right back towards him. Doc putting them down with the DBS.
Panic stations for Aurora
as everything is being thrown out. But Doc takes a heavy hit, but he's still standing.
S2G down to 2. Hamzy G on the north side. Kamikaze lighting them up. T24 still off in the distance, dealing with top here, and Kamikaze takes nade after nade. This bounces, but should go a little bit long here, keeping Kamikaze as a half HP count.
Oh, T24 as well in the midst of all this. That's the off angle you touched on there. Able to strike from the side. Kamikaze replies with one of his own, and these two teams are coming together to make it uncomfortable for Aurora. Doc with an aid, trying to cook that one. Meanwhile, they respond back onto 4 Fribes as they throw that in. T24 behind the tree.
Wait, Doc को पीछे का info नहीं है? क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Split the difference between two players here. Not easy to regroup. Another nade in the hand of T24. Sent it across. Doc is down. Gigabyte falls for the nade from across the way, but seems like he lived it. S2G playing the game of their lives right now. Such a quick swing, Jackie, as well. Love to see it.
This is huge from them. Complete different play style. The confidence out in full force. Right time, right place, and the back door has worked out well. Top trapped, T24. Spamming so close to him. He knows he's exposed. And this duo from S2G looking to take this one with force, but they still play it smart.
Makes the run across right now, trying to deny sidelines. Aurora top will at least find it. The shots are coming through. Kamikaze once again sent straight center. It starts to work out. Nate gets close to the lovely bouncer on it, but won't go quite far enough. Back behind the loot crate. A little bit of cover to work with, but S2G, they've got 2 angles. Top is going to have to play out of his mind to make this one work here. One first aid kit ready to go. Hamzy G looks to send an arc over the top here to finish off the game. Goes wide to the side.
He's really trying to run the risk on this one. He peeks over the top of the crate, using the smoke to block the angle from Hamzy G so he can take an isolated fight. He's reading it as well. This 1v2, like you say, it's got to be impeccable from him. He cannot afford to miss a single shot. The reactions are going to be there. Kamikaze on the road, slight height advantage, throws in the molly, takes the ball. Kamikaze cleans up as S2G get it!
Last game, S2G, they looked a little bit short there, but this game, they go Kamikaze, Crazy for the finish. What a game, not lazy whatsoever with a quick swing out to the side. You gotta love it, you gotta believe it, S2G is here to play.
We thought it was Aurora about to blot out the sun and cast the shadow, illuminate the stage, but no, it's S2G that once again prove how much of a powerhouse they could be here in France.
T24 as well, man, the jump out the buggy to sit down on the floor. I couldn't believe that. I mean, he made a quick snap decision. I'm gonna have to live this game out.
You can feel the energy in the arena as well. We get the replay from that one. Some big individual maneuvers. I love the strategy as well. Like S2G here, the way they were able to control the situation, knowing they had to be so proactive, but didn't overstep the mark. And then on the flip side for Aurora, you're playing with dice, gambling on some of these peaks, knowing realistically, it's a risk that you have to take. It's not an easy 1v2.
It's actually a very difficult circle, and yes, it pulled away, but they were unsure where they wanted to fight out towards, and maybe they had to full committal towards 4 Fribes, clear that angle sooner to deal with S2G, but again, For S2G as a 3-man there, they make the only decision they can. It's been something they've been saying all tournament, is we just don't care. We will just push those angles. We will try and get something done in those end games. And it was lovely to see them prove that immediately after that last game where they sort of just laid down over on Arangul. Didn't quite let that game fall into hands. This time around, they leave nothing up to chance.
I think that does summarize the play style realistically. This point in the competition, after so many play days, so close towards the real big picture. That prize pool looming over you, you can't afford to have any doubts in your mind. Leave it to another team and your dream could be snatched away. Whereas for S2G, they've been rising to the occasion, and that oomph, that killer instinct, that's what's giving them these leg ups.
Absolutely, and in the end, for S2G, this isn't even their best map, man. They live it on Miramar. This is where they usually thrive. So to have some good moments here over on Erangel is lovely to see. Again, a couple of our teams really making their mark right now. Fourth Drive still playing really well. Honestly, for them, I think even that early game where we saw Hazaifa playing the big Lions Rock, where he could just have that oversight, knew exactly what they had to do. As teams flowed in, just deny them. But we do have Kalaris over on the stage for a little hit with the players.
Yo. Yes. क्या बात है. Thank you for bringing this matter to our attention. We noted your complaint regarding the conduct of user staff member terrorists. The matter will be reviewed internally and appropriate action will be taken based on the findings. We appreciate your taking the time to report the issue and help us maintain a professional and respectful community environment.
Pubg Mobile here at Pmwc, and a major problem has occurred. It seems we've let one of our commentators out in the wild here, and we've got to actually wrangle him and get him back in. So it looks like maybe a little bit of movement's going on here, actually. I don't know if they're actually going to be able to capture him. This is the problem with commentators. A lot of the times, they just go wild. They somehow get it. He's on the move. He's on the move. Okay, no, we're actually going to be able to try and hide him as quickly as possible here. He seems to be hiding. I'm not exactly sure if we're going to be able to capture him. John Specimen, in fact, actually has a microphone already. You can see. He's dangerous. He's very dangerous. He has a microphone already. That means he's actually right for the commentator desk already. They might be able to actually capture him here. They've caught him cornered a little bit. I don't think he's very interested in it, but he might take to it. Let's see if we can place down some bait or something like that. Some bait actually might be able to work. Usually chicken dinners are the prime meal of a commentator here for PUBG Mobile. Will they be able to make it happen? This is a tense moment. It looks. I think they might actually have it. They might have it. They might have the John Allen. It looks like. Oh! Did you see that? Get a close up of that. Get a close up of that. I think they've got him. Unbelievable scenes here at Pmwc. Oh, that was close.
Nişan almak aldı. Dürbün. Adam vurma. Araba sürüyor. Araba sürüyor.
Ya.
Araba patladı.
Ya what?
Araba tarıyor.
Niçin?
Araba sprey atmak. Konuş. Araba sprey atmak. Sprey atıyor. Oyuncu. Drive-by. Oyuncu.
अरे यार नीचे क्यों सोए मतलब ऐसे क्या मैं तो ऐसे टाइप कर रहा हूँ.
Drive-by'da adam vurmak. Headshot. Arabada giderken drive-by'e headshot atmak. Canı bir. Araba iptal.
क्या
Araba iptal. Niye araba sürüyorsun o zaman? Ben. Takım arkadaşın. Bekle. O. Düşman. Tamam ikiniz.
अरे भाई मैं दिखा दूंगा भाई से क्या तुमको भाई करना है
Fight'tasınız.
Cross koyuyorsun.
Cross koyuyorsun aynen.
Tamam.
अच्छा ये नहीं देखा मैंने ये देखा नहीं मुझे क्या पता था मैं थोड़ी उधर मैं थोड़ी देखा है
Ben bildim beklemek. Araba sürüyorsun.
Evet.
Durdun.
अरे मैं कुछ टाइप कर रहा था
Ben.
Geç. IGL yani.
Kaptan. Info.
Konuşuyor.
Analiz. Info almak. Analiz. Boş dolu info. Boş.
Boş ev.
Boş loot. Loot aramak. Nak yemek. Pusu yemek. Pusu mu?
Tabak yemek.
Ev boş
अबे
diye gittin mi? Nak yedin.
मैं तो भाई अरोरा के लिए देख रहा हूँ मैं तो मैं क्या बोलूँ मन सा नहीं हो रहा
IDL. Harita ben.
Şişko.
Şey. Alan. Circle. Alan ortası.
GTA
Alan ortası. Çift attı.
Çift attı.
Hard çift. Hard çift be.
Kaç çift?
Tamam.
Loot aldın.
MP5K. Silah aldın.
बता भाई थ्रोटल बता
Hemen güvenli. Skoplu. 0.
Thompson.
Iron sight. Iron sight.
8x.
Dürbün.
2x. Tamam dürbün. Bir şey. Beline koydum.
CS9. Ok, arbelet oku.
E90.
Uzi.
E90.
Vektör. Kapıyı açtım. Loot aldın. Dürbün oku. Skop takamıyorsun o silahı. Doğru mu?
Hi, Kalaris here at Pmwc, down on the stage to talk to Nongshim Red Force. Hyunbin here to talk about some of the games from today. First questions first. I want to ask you guys about the previous Erangel, not just this one. You guys pushed Furia. Talk to me about that decision and if you'd have maybe done it differently in another scenario.
아니라
일단 현민 선수 첫 번째 질문은 일단 이전 매치를 좀 가볼게요. 사실 그전 에란겔에서 유리한 고지를 좀 먹고 있었는데 아래에 있던 퓨리아를 이제 잡으려다가 좀 판이 좀 아쉽게 돌아갔거든요. 그래서 퓨리아 때 좀 어떤 콜이 나왔는지, 퓨리아를 밀러갈 때 어떤 콜이 나왔는지, 그리고 만약에 그 판을 좀 다시 하게 된다면 좀 어떤 콜을 내렸을지 좀 그걸 묻고 싶네요.
Turn on room light.
일단은 저희가 오른쪽에 한 팀 더 있는 거 알았어갖고 좀 한 팀 교전하면 한 팀 무조건 올 거라는 거 알고 저희 팀원이 1평을 둘을 입혔어갖고 가갖고 잡은 게 일단 맞는 플레이를 한 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, we already knew like if we're going to push Furia, then the other party would come. So we tried to push it as fast as possible. But I think if we, I think we'll end up in retrospect, I think we should have just let him just use that one big place, and then just we can hold on to our spaces and would much use it wiser.
Okay, so let's talk about the Rondo game, because that Rondo was amazing from Nongshim Red Force. So talk to me about any potential threats that you had to consider whilst playing out that game, as well as the end where you were able to pull off an amazing victory.
이제 론도에서는 사실 정말 키를 쓸어 담으시면서 또 치킨까지 가져가셨는데 그때 좀 어떤 마음가짐으로 플레이를 하셨는지, 그리고 뭐 부담감이나 압박감 같은 건 없으셨는지 궁금합니다.
부담감이나 압박감 같은 거는 없었고 일단 교전 부분에서는 저희 팀이 가장 자신 있었기 때문에 쫄지 않고 자신감 있게 했던 것 같습니다.
अरे मैं क्या बता रहा था भाई
there
भूल
wasn't
गया मैं
any pressure at all. Honestly, we were very confident in our team fights. So yeah, just we tried to get it head on, and then I think that worked really well.
Thank you very much for joining me, Hyunbin. Thank you very much, Maddox. That does it for us down on the stage.
Thank you, Kalaris, for that interview. A marathon of a day that we're having here, as 6 matches have already been played. And S2G has been able to go now back to back with those chicken dinners. We still have 2 more matches to go here, but honestly, S2G, this bounce back inhibitor out of them.
Quite literally a bounce back. All these nades coming in clutch here for S2G. Very good sign for them. They're climbing up those ranks. That should put them theoretically in that first place, but we'll wait for the overalls to confirm that. But it's looking very good for them. With just 2 more Miramars to go, S2G, they are a Miramar team. It looks like, hey, maybe we'll have another. Oh, we already do. Well, no, that's the match ranking.
No, that's the match ranking.
Whoa, hold up.
I'll give you a chance before or after this to do some prediction. But yeah, S2G putting up those 19 points. Aurora Gaming, though. Aurora Gaming, I can probably end up guaranteeing it that after this match, when we do end up seeing the Aurora, they'll probably end up being in first place, Max.
They go from 8th position, then of course they get that huge game earlier on their angle. They gave themselves 2nd place, and now maybe the jump into number 1, which maybe it's
the most Aurora thing we have seen, right?
Yes, it is the most Aurora thing, and you know what's also Aurora thing to do? After that, dropping down to like outside of top 5. Maybe
wow.
I'm just saying they've done it before. They could do it again here, but no. Overall, some of these plays are interesting. But I want you and me, Niptro, to break down what happened here, because you and me were talking about but this 4 Thrives push, in particular to the western side, I feel like could have been executed way better on the Pakistani end of things.
Listen, I was on the edge of my seat screaming at the television because I was like, okay, guys, they just need to hold. They just need to hold. They go up around onto a third-party position. They're playing this very, very well. The zone just goes complete opposite, and they're like, absolutely not. You're not getting this win. I'm like, okay, this is tough, right? But they could still make this work. And then they just do nothing with it. They wait far too long. The indecision is right back where we started. And to top it all off, rather than making a very decisive play and just full sending it, they stop really, really short, slow down, allow Top and the rest of Aurora just go all over it and go, no, you're not coming over here. What were you even thinking for Thrives? And honestly, I have to say the same thing.
I mean, really, you hit the nail on the head right there, which is they slowed down. And that was the big mistake. At that point, just capitalize, commit. Even if you get eliminated, I'll respect you a lot more for at least trying to go the entire way, because if you do so, you get rid on the western side. I think it was Doc and possibly Top at that point, which get rid of those 2 players. Guess what? You got a decent dip to work around. It's still not sure you're going to get the chicken dinner, but at least you have that opportunity to go the entire way and actually get yourself that chicken dinner. So 4 Thrives, still good points on the board, but they could have gone in a bit more in this match.
Yeah, they could have gotten a little bit more. And once again, that indecision, you guys highlighted it too. I just want to back you up with it, because that's been the biggest question mark for this team for 4 Thrives. We've seen good performances out of them so far, and you know what? Let's take a look at it again, because you can see right there when the air stopping, that's when they questioned themselves in the tour, and we were all hoping that they would just fully send it.
And you know what's crazy is T24 actually got a solid finish. He tried his best from that position. If they had just gone a little bit further, kept 2, maybe 3 players up in that position, Top would have had a real run for his money. As it was, T24 was making it very hard for Top to able to survive as far as he did. So, yeah, I think it's such a wasted opportunity for them just by just slowing down the middle of the field like that. It's far too open, and Aurora of all teams is going to be all over that.
It's still a team that feels like they're getting their bearings, especially here in day 2. We've seen a great switch to from 4 Thrives from what we saw yesterday to what we're seeing now. More players are performing. It's not just Pubg. Now we have also seen IQ earlier in the day as well. And we see some of the other players being able to stand up as Aurora Gaming jumps up to that first place. E-Arena goes down to that second. And what happens when you go back-to-back chicken dinners? That's right, you jump up that leaderboard and you end up in 3rd place.
We're seeing what they did in their group stage. Literally the same thing, right? Just coming back is just Ida staying at the bottom. Otherwise, S2G are making it happen for themselves. 11-8. E-Arena still getting a few points pretty consistently throughout the day, but when you get bangers like that from Aurora Gaming, oh my goodness, they are looking fantastic with the eliminations in particular that we saw earlier today, right, Niptura? Placement points were fine, but the eliminations, they were a little bit lackluster in some of those matches. Man, they're putting up big number after big number after absolutely big number. Yeah!
It's the momentum that we saw yesterday from that one Erangel game, right, with the 2 hovercrafts. S2G just bullying the lobby with those. No hovercrafts today in the same fashion, but still managing to get that chicken dinner back to back. That's going to be looking very good for them there.
One thing's actually scary right now, and I'm starting to realize it. I know we kind of joke about Aurora, the inconsistencies that we have seen out of this team, but for this team, one thing that has been consistent for them is their placement. At one point, we were kind of critiquing where those elims are going to be coming in. Their placement points have been there. The eliminations now are starting to get picked up here in the second day as well, and this team is looking like a team that wants to become a champion.
They're like 4 placement points away. S2G got 3 wins, by the way, which is an insane ratio to have. So
Aurora only has 1.
Exactly. They do only have 1 chicken dinner, so that's some very consistent stuff on board. But I'm looking at a team that it's kind of the opposite from Aurora, which is Ulf, right? They had a massive rise. They got that chicken dinner with a 4-man finish on Erangel. And after that, their second place, falling down very slowly. Now in the middle pack, but we on the second page. Big upsets on Kiamba, just not able to maintain that top position 7, which is heartbreaking for this team.
Kiamba was one
of those biggest question marks for us, especially because of the way that they ended up performing yesterday with Milo being able to pop off. Today is not the same performance on this squad. We knew that they had the fragging power, but those placement points were just non-existent, and right now, nothing's going their way.
Nothing is going their way. I mean, you're seeing them there with 9th place there, 63 total points, 14. 14.
You're going to go with that combo kick in. This will be the perfect time.
Not this time, maybe later. The only thing we can hope to see is that they come back tomorrow stronger, fighting, able to do what we know they can do. I mean, they go into teams and crush them in seconds. I mean, it's easy for them, but just not today. It's just all over the place. Tomorrow's a new day.
I'm looking at something particular on the second page that I've been a little bit disappointed by is Vitality. After their opening day in the group stage, I was like, yeah, Vitality, we're looking so good, so much domination, everyone looking so good. They even swapped out Finales, right, for Vexy, which I was like, that was quite an interesting decision to make. But man, oh man, that was really just a flash in the pan. They had that one insane day, and this, of course, it's hard to replicate, but they're not even getting close to their initial performance on that opening day of their group. I would love to see it come back from my boys, Crazy Razak, but so far it's been a bit of a non-performance in the finals.
Another team along those lines as well is Team Flash. Team Flash has currently been non-existent for this squad. In the last game, though, I do want to highlight something for one team that was able to perform well, that was able to put up those points, and it was none other than Enigma Galaxy. If I'm not mistaken, Enigma Galaxy ended up with 10 eliminations, and that's good because that's a squad that has been consistent now 2 days in a row.
It is, yeah, they had a really nice 2-2 split on the southwest side of zone that really enabled them to get a lot of those eliminations, and even if they didn't make it further into the zone, further into the game, you know, they're just ticking along. They're making sure that they're consistent with those points, ready for tomorrow for these last few matches where they might just win it all.
Well, we have now hit 6 matches, but we still got 2 more matches left. Miramar is going to be coming up. Are these players going to start crumbling, or are they going to start shining as we have seen some of the other players start shining as well? Let's send it over to 2 men that are definitely shining, none other than Blank and Jackie.
Thank you, Seven. That's right, we've had to tone it down slightly because we're blinding the crowd, so don't worry. The spotlight, of course, will be on the incredible plays that are being made by teams much like SPG. Huge show up into that previous game, displaying an unfathomable level of aggression that is really doing wonders for them. But this lobby doesn't get any easier. A ton of talent here. It's been ramping throughout the whole competition. We're coming close now to the end of day 2 of finals. And this is where I feel like another squad's going to step up and try and challenge. It'd be right here. We change the scenery and move
over towards the dusty desert, and you're right. On this scenery change, teams will need to paint a very different picture on the leaderboards. We're getting closer to setting that boundary for tomorrow for Smash ruling. And she seems to pick up very early tomorrow. With the amount of chicken dinners that S2G's got, I mean, it's very much a possibility for them to make that happen. They're very consistent so far. Loving how aggro Kamikaze's been too. We get a very, very northern start here over on the northwest side down towards Truck Stop. So a little bit more inaccessible down towards that south side. We're looking at lots of the honest spots, but he's so hard. All of these positions on that north side need to be taken up, like La Cobreria, even water treatment potentially. Torremada, El Zahar. Is the Nongshim Red Force? I always found this drop spot kind of odd when they were choosing them, but Nongshim Red Force has to take ruins. They take ruins all the way on the northwest side, and they just play that out. It's so out of the way, but with this play path, they get out super early, get this trash drop started almost immediately.
कंट्रोलर भाई कितने लोग पटाए हो हेलो से ये बताओ तुम बाकी सब चीज गया बैठ में
Some other big plays that were coming out, you know, not realistically into the late game there in terms of placement, but for the raw elims and handling themselves under pressure, you've got to give that shout out over to Enigma Galaxy. That was very nice, right? A lot of early carnage, uncomfortable situations where they were fighting, but they looked good in the clutch, having to pull out points where they could. Ended that one with what, 10 elims?
Yeah, it was 10 elims, 11 points total because they got towards that top 8 side of things, which is, I think, genuinely a really, really good result for Enigma Galaxy. I think when you have those types of games, you've got to go for a massive salvage. Now we start over on the northwest side of the map in terms of dropping those players off. We're moving hard down towards that southeast side. Got a lot of water involved. We've got the rocky outcrops, the mountainside down towards Potpari, sort of on the western edge. So should be a fun circle to play around with. We could end up back in Los Leones as we did earlier in the tournament.
अच्छा डन ब्रो
Always fun to have an urban
Land
finish.
वो किसी ने डंडू इन करा ये थॉट है
I think if we look at the leaderboard right now, it's very comfortable on the staging, right? We drop off slowly. It's very much an even stairway to the top, where a 20-point game can be a big difference maker for Nick McCarthy. They get a 20-point match, suddenly they're tied with Aurora, who have currently managed to settle themselves in first, the first team to break the 3-digit mark as well, hit the century here in the finals.
मैं genuinely शादी पे आया हूँ ना
I do wonder if maybe teams will get a little bit more antsy, force some issues slightly earlier into this one. A couple of our big names already inside the zone there for Thrives, Aurora, Godlike. Not too far away.
अबे भाई लीक हुआ है मतलब क्या बोलने भाई
Tiamba, of course, towards the coastline. Keep that in the back of your mind, but focus on this as well. We've got some weapon skins, of course, for those
अरे तो मैं तेरे को भेज दूंगा भाई क्यों चिंता कर रहा है तू
inside of the game. So make sure you're participating in that.
Absolutely. We'll throw that up on screen shortly. You can take a look at it there.
भाई गॉडल ने डॉग को भेज दिया डॉग को मारा अभी
As if on cue.
इसने बोला फूड पॉइजनिंग का चल रहा है केटरर का थोड़ा देखना तो मैं genuinely करने वाला था कि बहन को ऐसा कुछ माहौल है तो भाई थोड़ा
अबे फूड पॉइजनिंग तो ये EWC में चला है EWC में हुआ था वाले
Point for a lot of squads where they want to get in towards the circle as soon as possible. Giving themselves the best advantage early on as they fly down from the eastern side of the map.
तो भाई जो हमारी थूथू होती मार्केट
वो तो है
right
भाई
now might look for some of the high grounds that sit towards the southern portion of this one.
चलो गाइस बुलाव आ गया स्टेज से
और अपने भाई को कांग्रेचुलेशंस बोल देना अरे सुनना एरियो एक काम का थोड़ा स्क्रीन बड़ा कर और इसके ऊपर एक क्लिप बनाएगा अपन थ्रॉटल वापस ये बात
making some quick decisions here and there. I do genuinely think it helps having
ये बड़ा स्क्रीन नहीं जरा
I think as much as we've talked about Coops, I think we do need to shift the perspective a little bit. I think Lolo has been such a consistent player on that team. We've given a lot of love to Coops so far, but I think Lolo is able to excel because he has another strong fragger on the team. Now, I think Satan as well as Ralph are both very good players, but they're not your front line, right? And if Lord was always playing that front line, he was very good with it. He needed someone to play off the back of, and I think he works phenomenally well with Coops right now. So a big shout out to Lord this game. Hopefully they can continue that pressure. Really back in, actually, for Tiamba.
वो तो है भाई
Gets lost here, will unfortunately go down, so Tiamba losing Milu right off the back there. Very sad stuff to see. I think Tiamba was not expecting this. S2G sort of making a Tiamba play versus them themselves.
भाई खुद की खुशी से ज़्यादा दूसरों का दुख इम्पोर्टेंट है भाई
That's unfortunate. The return of the king, but only for a few brief minutes on this one. We'll see if he comes back for another Miramar.
अरे बहुत लफड़े हो जाते हैं भाई बहुत लफड़े हो जाते हैं
Absolutely beasting in the event overall. S2G stealing some of that energy and starting it out with a nice C-lip to send the rest of Tiamba scarpering because they know they don't want to stick around and sacrifice anything more on this one. Three-man squad lives on to see if they can steal some points away on the long con.
For Tiamba, still 7 more matches to go. Like you said, they've been having a great run at the start of it. They had a lovely push in over towards the finals itself. They looked fantastic.
अरे तो QR तो मेरा लगा
the middle side of the tables haven't really able
और ये जो QR है इस पे
points after that.
अरे लवड़े
But they still have a whole additional day. That can change a lot of things. Remember, you just need to get past that smash ruling system and then hit the chicken dinner. So they just need to get themselves in range. That's it. They've got one more game to do. They've got this game here to try and get some consistent points on board. Like I say, the return of the king is very short here, but next game, actually some royal decrees, big throw now here and there.
10% जो भी रहे दे देना मुझे
Yeah, take the opportunity to sharpen the steel once more.
भाव एक सबवे मंगा दो
Then come back out swinging.
नहीं होते ना बकचोदी कर रहा हूँ
Potentially, that's got to be the play for some of these teams as well. That's on the fact that obviously you're trying to set that scoreline to be effectively going into tomorrow.
वही बहुत सड़ा दे रहा चल बे
Stopping some of these top teams. dead in their tracks, seeing if you could stop them from bloating it to a very large scoreline. It's a risk versus reward that you've got to weigh up in some of these situations for teams that are looking to still climb, but don't want it to be too tall of a task to reach it going into tomorrow. You want to lap with that smash rule being in effect. OG on the move here, even just off in the distance.
Yeah, pretty big funnel this portion.
अरे मेरा चालू है हटा दिया वो मैंने मतलब वो भी है बट मैं वो यूज नहीं करता मैं वो हटा के दूसरा है मेरा
staging upwards towards some of those buildings. Wolf's already met that quota right now. They're a little bit further towards the center of the map. Wolf looking for another good game. They were in second place for a little while, but then swiftly fell out of it. Wolf's looking to get some more points on board. Again, for them, good game would pretty much sell themselves up towards the top 3. They just don't really want to get trapped by that second place curse. You know, it's very much the Alpha 7 of old. Flash loses one.
ना करो भाऊ मत करो
will be immediately flushed there by S Power.
ना करें भाईजान ना करें
Godlike on the south side. Vitality having a little bit of a look in towards S2G and Potparaíso actually. They've got a 2-2 split going on, fairly dangerous.
भाई काफी देर तक ये दोनों जिंदा हैं. अरे कोई नहीं मरा क्या?
Zypher up on the roof. Nade in his hand as he starts to make a move over the top side and see if he can get that one down on target. So 4 Thrives collapsing in early. Jiggle knocked. Sleepy arcing a nade back over as well. Going to cook that one. If they came running over now, could be very detrimental. They can tuck into the stairs as well, get a safe recovery on the go here, so Jiggle can still be in play.
Falak though, putting on the pressure, and again, the flashbacks towards yesterday.
Ario 9 at PTYS.
No fear, able to clutch it out towards the end. IQ though finds Sky, and no fear is nowhere nearby. Starting to fly on in, but I think it might be too little too late here. T24 did hit the floor. For the rest of 4 Thrives holding on fairly decently. A tanky though from the sidelines on OG. Literally as soon as T24 got picked up, hit the deck straight again.
Floating around just on the periphery. The Vultures circling these two teams right now. Ooh, up close inside of the compound though, it's Sleepy that looks to clothesline them in the close quarters combat. 2 shots fired over, good assist from No Fear with the SMG as Falak gets lit. They're coming from both sides, this IOP. It's a brilliant clear. Oh, punishing 4 Thrives one by one.
भाई मारा तुम लोग तगड़ा मारा
OG 4 Thrives is almost a dreamlike experience versus Sleepy.
भाई चारों मिल जाएंगे कि लगा नॉट अच्छे खेल लिया
No Fear drops to the plate, but OG they come into
भाई दोनों खेल मिले 40 के चलो
and that's 4 Thrives down.
फिनिश होगा ये फिनिश होगा क्या फिनिश होगा
taking some shots
वो
once
मार दिया
again, but
नहीं
Sleepy
फिनिश
is out. OG with
नाइस
fantastic third party onto it. Oh dear me, for 4 Thrives.
इस वाले की बात पे करा क्या वो
The horror experience continues.
Yeah, those weren't scare actors, Blank. Coming in with real weaponry on that one.
आगे बाव रे love you बाव बाव ने सुपर चैट कर दिया
Yeah, you would not enjoy that. OG certainly did
chainsaw.
Love you
great time,
yeah.
Cut through him. It's like a bad magician, slash you in half, but hey, you're not going back together. They steal those points, keep on dreaming through this one before Thrives and Aura out early on our opener of Miramar today.
अरे उसके लिए सब्सक्रिप्शन लेना पड़ेगा वो यहाँ पे नहीं वो कहीं और मिलता है
very slow to the circle itself. They're coming from that western side past Chumasera. Likely will hit a traffic jam though with the boundaries in place. A lot of teams trying to sidle their way through the northwest edge of Los Leones down towards the southeast. But we are hitting those rocky outcrops where we slope down towards the eastern side, leaving Vitality and S2G on a little bit of an island of themselves. The next circle will determine whether the teams to cramp up towards.
तो ये एनआरआई वाला का किक करो ना
Okay. S2G, fourth one on the cards potentially. All right.
Hey man.
क्या सीन हुआ तेरा?
Goes over towards them, already set up down towards the coast there.
अरे मैं क्या कह रहा था? Throttle मेरे को
in play once again. These circles have been so spicy time and time again, forcing some quick thinking out of our squads.
For S2G though, I mean, as an org, it would be an incredible achievement, right? To come off the back of winning one international previously in the past, and to rebuild and do it again, that is a great marker of success for S2G.
अरे घंटा पर्सनली अरे देख वो हो सकता है बट नहीं करता क्यों देखेंगे
कैसे नहीं देखेंगे
very limited information of what's happening over towards the west here as it does slow upwards. You're not really seeing all of the information, all of the intricate details on that side, so they're going to play it safe for the time being. Tiamba did get a central position though, but they are playing as 3. Milu going down earlier on. Schweppes, good shots. Does not miss those often.
A couple claps back over. Off-angle peek there, getting a few on target. You can see it's a wide spread with the setup from Enigma Galaxy. This off-angle could be so dastardly. He's got his eyes on target. Mormon just trying to stay alive, digging his heels in towards the cliff face. Ralph looking to get those final confirmations off. Tony K low on health as well. 2 smokes dropped. Tucking in while Schweppes is finally confirmed. That was the knock we saw from Coops earlier into this one. Joker does fight back. They know about the angle from Ralph, but you are so pinned in so many positions to be aware of, and they can take shots from all sides.
Sometimes Ralph's flex out that he really does just bait his teammates.
और जैसे कि ओजी को मारा तो भाव ने मुझे 300 भेज दिए जैसे 40 को मारा.
A bit today, but this is the problem that arises. Lord does go down for it. I think in the straight fight they might have done a lot better there having nades, because Ralph's also got all the nades.
उधर है कि glitch अच्छा वो उधर side था. मेरे को लगा ये Rich के इधर ही है.
He placed over towards this side, up against the players. Oops, sends one in. It's a good amount of damage. Knocks one over on the hillside. On the hillside. Oh, that shrapnel still took a hell of a beating.
अब आगे शायद. अरे ये मरेगी मतलब ये
here as well, इधर कितने हैं?
तीसरा कहाँ है इसका? तीसरा नहीं दिख रहा भाई.
See, they're tucked in just on the rock face here with the map geometry.
तीसरा बहुत दूर है, वही मार जाएगा.
भाई ओजी ने भी रोटेशन दे दिया. गॉडल एकदम सेंटर ऑफ मैप पे. बहुत बढ़िया.
ओजी गॉडल दोनों आ गए, चलो बढ़िया.
In the gap, but he's being peppered back as well, and they now know.
चल गॉडल पे जोन है. ओजी भी ले सकती है जोन, नीचे से जाके ले लेंगे.
What's going on for so long? Finally, at least one more confirmation. How on earth, though, if they'd just been given this free fight with no assist? Like, this could end terribly for both squads at this round.
Joker's still off the distance there as well. Ralph finally gets in the car.
मरेगा ये. नारे वो टायर भी नहीं ले, ये भी मरेगा.
This has been a strange one. It's been a very strange one, and it almost feels like
कूफ को भी उतार देगा.
Very reminiscent of Enigma Galaxy of old.
अभी ये वही है जो पिछली बार वो भर रहा था एक तो.
With these odd splits here and there. Ralph goes down.
क्या बात है, Aurora is the first team to hit 100.
Explosive opener, you thought they had him banged to rights, but Arena one by one have punished back against Enigma Galaxy, and with that last nade from Mormon hitting Coops, they thought it was all over. Well, it is now.
For E-Arena, they are very glad to have this guy on side. He is more than a man, he is more man. Here in play, still kicking strong there at the top of the leaderboards, 98 points, but you'd hope lesson learned there for Enigma Galaxy.
You can't afford to be doing that. Not worked out for him whatsoever, mate. Too indecisive.
Yeah, split. I mean, Satan is frustrated, and so he should be in that situation. What a... I don't even know what to say.
अच्छा खेले बट NGX भी I think, but ये लोग कर सकते हैं यार, अभी भी टाइम है इन पे, keep up कर सकते हैं.
For E-Arena, I mean, counting their blessings, they get away with that as a duo. 4 elims picked up, putting them on 98 points total right now, still alive in the game. If they can coast this one out long term, maybe there's still more to be said for them on a bit of a big score on this one. But they've made out with a brilliant heist, got in there, made out like bandits.
The Watcher, Ralph,
observing. Noticing.
अरे ओजी और फ्यूरी आने वाली है.
I've noticed you in a 2v2 with my team.
ओजी थोड़ा सा जोन में ना ही गाड़ी घुमाए तो बेटर होगा चल कंपाउंड पकड़ लिया नाइस बढ़िया बढ़िया बहुत बढ़िया साइलेंस का नॉक नहीं आना चाहिए साइलेंस की तरफ से लॉक नहीं आना चाहिए
Pin pulled, sweaty palms. Can he blow them away?
देखियो कोई नॉक हुआ मेरे को लगा था साइलेंस का नेट जो वहां पे था ना नॉक कर देगा कोई नॉक हुआ साइलेंस नॉक हो जाएगा साइलेंस नॉक हो जाएगा जोन से मारेगा
Going to be crunching back in onto Silence as well, and he's low on HP right now. They've thrown all
अरे
over
ऊपर
the
से हिल से
shot.
पड़ रही है ना
So he should
आतंकी तो चल बच
be.
जाएगा
Might just get the first aid kit off here. Pulls it off in
चला वो
time.
नॉक
Tanky though. Going
साइलेंस को मार दिया
Silence is down and out.
आया अल्लाह बचाया
Got Night Cam on board.
अरे आइडिया वाले भोसड़ी के पीछे से मजे ले रहे
Pushing
हैं
on as his team struggles up against the forces
अरे ये
of
भोसड़ी के
OG.
तब से नहीं मारे जा रहे
Even
अब
now
मारना है
looking down
इनको
towards them, punishing only Ayala
तब
left
से ये
for
खेल नहीं जा
the
रहा
squad
इनसे
to move forward. Vitality found themselves a decent position, and somehow Nongshim Red Force have been able to swing down towards the southern side of the map. But again, I feel where Tiamba's playing, completely workable from
ठीक है
this
कोई बात
spot.
नहीं गाइस गॉड है अभी भी जोन के सेंटर में और अच्छा एरिया
This is a
पे
good
एस पावर वाला
game.
एंगल
I
पे
think
खेल रहा है
this is where they need a good game to stay in contention for the top side.
Yeah, if they want to be in that conversation, you've got to get the boots moving. As we gave you this establisher here of the map crunching in, we did see Ayala, I believe, there on Furia falling. So Furia do go out with the on-watching from the coach, main man Knight. So OG get away with one player still in the contest here. See, Woodcock's going to have to play a very, very slow game from this point as just a solo. Does cut away some of that effective close line. Early setup we saw from S2G. They're going to have to move over to where you are right off there. Very central. Yeah, that's a similar story. And Aurora was just the duo. Yeah, but still trying to invoke some conversation as well. We look up as well. They're on
चल रहा है मेरे को जीटी डाउनलोड करनी पड़ेगी मतलब अपडेट करनी पड़ेगी
Some really nice high ground. Looking down on
मेरे
a
last
lot of these
कितने
teams,
predictions
it's a
सही गए
very,
थे
very good spot, not only to gather information from, but to
थर्ड
springboard the rest of your game.
10 पॉइंटर तो आना
Could be
चाहिए
front of curveball, get a hard shift
मेरे
up towards
लास्ट के जो थे
northwest
ना
side or
एक ही
down
सही गए
towards the
बट
southeast, in which case you need to
मतलब दो
push
सही
down
गए
there.
उसमें से अरोरा के जो थे ना बिल्कुल
Yeah, I think for
परफेक्ट थे
Ulf, they should have a good lay of the land
#2 और #1
going forward. Flash still as a four-man though, over towards that northern edge of the arena, off towards that eastern side, living actually, despite their rank, they were stuck in the blue for quite a while.
Yes. अरे मेरे उसमें देखो ना डिस्कॉर्ड की डिस्क्रिप्शन में अरे ये पॉज क्यों लोड क्यों हो रहा है
You know what, man? Maybe there's a chance as well. We start to get some big booms coming out of the squad like Godlike. Man like S-Power, supply crate come down near them. He's a bit of a cheeky chappy. He's got that good energy about him. If they can get armed,
He does, yeah.
potentially get a good bit of a shift on this one as well that favours them positionally. I think they'd be a team to show back up. This is the kind of environment they can certainly deal some damage.
Yes.
That's a shame.
Does he make it this time?
It's just a shame. Okay, cool.
God, you've been done.
Not a single thing gets past our observers.
No, all the shots on that one.
They notice.
Thank you.
But that's the thing about ladders; they can be a bit hard to climb.
They can be. They can be. Especially when they're off the ground level. But a good attempt.
यार ये लोड फिर मार रहा है भाई
They know about the angle.
2G, important fight here for the eastern side. Trying to play off that edge. Kamikaze looks over the top immediately.
अरे मार एक सेकंड में कोई रिलोड मारने दो यार क्या बकचोदी ब्रेव ही बंद हो गया पूरा क्रैश मार के
ओहो जोन देख भाई जोन देख क्या प्यारा जोन गया है
एक सेकंड आ तो जाऊं वापस चलो वी आर बैक अभी सही चल रहा है ये आई थिंक S2G वालों को मार देगी लेफ्ट से NS भी है ना तो S2G आई थिंक मरेगी अरे दिख ही नहीं रहा क्या स्क्रीन पे
was just trying to dominate the high ground off the back of this. I think with Hyunbin's original push out, that swing was very good, gave them a huge amount of advantage playing forward, but we are just playing in tandem at the moment, slowly stepping up this hillside.
अरुण ने एक kill नहीं निकाला क्या इस मैच?
Climbing up bit by bit. For the
Yeah,
back feed, looks like there's a little bit of posturing from
yeah.
Godlike back down towards this fight that's occurring in the Elim feed with Alula taking on Ida. So Godlike might try and siphon some points out from that one, whilst you do still have this elongated uphill battle between Nonshin and S2G. The duo of Aurora as well, even getting a good distant connection off onto Godlike to at least knock one of the players. All for pushing a bit further down as well. They were debating going for it. But that's actually top. Getting the knock onto Soulless.
Kamikaze though, Arena.
It's
Mormon once again at distance. M4 taking the shots in. Kamikaze immediately has to rebuff that position. Nongshim Red Force takes advantage of it. So easy peeking. Good shots from Joker. Goodness me. Lucky to still have his hat on. Aaron knocks over towards Razak. Aaron has been hitting some nasty shots, by the way.
Yeah, he's been super slick with it. Great gun skill on display. From range as well, gets a little bit more awkward from some of these long-range fights, but doesn't bother him. He's been consistent.
Very important that he gets that knock as well versus Vitality. Massively slows them down because Ulf had 2 players down, knocked. Now they do. I think they just lost 1 entirely. Yeah, they did. So they're down to 3 now. That's Soulless. No longer in with us. It's all from a really, really good position. I don't really know how they lost a player there. It's hard to deny those sight lines in this area of the map. It's
first day wala rehta hai
a lot of little defilades, random bits of environmental objects that are going to keep you alive. Skinny trees.
I think ऐसा था ना 100 points एक सेकंड में 100 points मारने के बाद तुमको लास्ट में चिकन निकालना है जितना मेरे को याद है
been having a really, really good day today. I think he's currently
और अगर तुमने वो मतलब
damage
मेरे को देखने दो मैच जितना मेरे को याद है
first playing alongside him up there.
Well, Zone moves in, still has actually a bit of favour towards Aurora with the position they were set up in, but this battle between Ulf and Vitality has been going on. Meanwhile, amongst it, S2G start to crash onto Tianba. The drum starting to beat. Just outside the doorway, shots into the back line. Heels being pulled out as QZZ tops himself back up. Hamzik's so low as well, you're going to be caught on a wrap. Wow, somehow gets past the door. Oh, mate. Bullets bouncing by him, giving him a short back and side with a haircut, but he's still alive. Nades into the long building.
QZZ lucky there. Almost went upstairs as the nade came through. Joker will finally go down. I mean, Arena was certainly making some enemies, stinging away at some of the players around the map there, but for Tianba, they've got to love this longhouse, and holding on to it is the name of the game. Sadly, no Milu here to make those 1v4s happen. Only 2 players from S2G, so not looking like another chicken dinner going forward. Desperate to take this longhouse off of them, though, and hold out all the teams coming in from the northeast. Molly goes down, forces Hamzy G into the homestead.
Yeah, they got the read though, they know the info. Heard the thunderfooting of the footsteps as he plays close on the stairs. Meanwhile, Vitality continuing to put pressure onto Godlike, holding the backline. Ulf stealing away some of the points as well as Razy will get hit heavy. Razak down as well, calling for backup from Axel that's got about 1 point of health left. And that's Nonshin Red Force that are lighting him up with so easy coming in. Only Vexy left then. Scary scenes for Vitality.
अगला दिन का चिकन पहला मारना है कि तू उसी 6 मैचेस में चिकन मारना है क्योंकि चिकन लास्ट वाला होना चाहिए.
Still waiting, lying, prepared to strike for the S2G side. Close towards Tianba's compound. 4 different fights occurring here.
तो first day 100 मारना आसान नहीं है.
Pretty madness. Over on this side of the map, Nongshim Red Force looks to finish off the final player there from Vitality as they swing down. Leaves so easy on Overwatch towards
वो याद नहीं है.
Flash
किसी टूर्नामेंट में शायद इन लोगों ने मारे थे 100
points. To them, this is a 5-man team. inside the building. We're lost. Hamzy G and Tiamba underneath. Smoke start to bloom. Nongshim takes quite a lot of damage though as Godlike starts to push on through whilst Ulf maintains a little bit of help.
Flash just sprinting in. Clear towards the top side of their area of the building. Meanwhile, AK starts to respond back in kind onto S2G. QZZ with a smooth move and giving them the Texas two-step and dancing past the bullets. That's how S2G go down. More pressure could potentially be coming their way, though.
My win ऊपर चढ़ गया आरामी भाई.
Love that from Aking though. Just decided to push us. Big wins already on the rooftop.
दे दिया टियान को दे दिया. टियान मरेगी. भाई लेफ्ट से अंदर ना चला जाए.
Building with the S12K underneath. There's Eagle lurking as per usual. Gets the first aid kit off. Greeds for it. Zeus low. OZ's down. And Tiamba is making the hold here. One player left remaining. He moves out. It is just Eagle, I believe, left here for the team.
क्या मादर चोट के लिए उठा रहा है भाई मार दिया ले.
Double step into the building.
टियान भी गई और टॉप नॉक है रिफ्यूज ने ट्रेड लिया.
Finds that one on the reply. He can't pull a fast one on him.
But
that's a quick way to go down for the last member of Aurora. They fall as well, and the numbers get fewer and fewer. As we go down to our last four squads. Flash, Godlike, Ida, and Ulf remain. Ulf had been battling Godlike after Vitality were removed. This was the next squad they had to keep the intense action going with. And they've not had a moment of respite in a few minutes.
Godlike's playing a split right now. They've got Salme over on the western side, keeping tabs over towards Ida, trying not let them push, whilst Admino and his power essentially bully Ulf. Ketch is going to try and crawl over towards him as Wind makes his swing. What's over the moment, S-Power and Admino just not giving up.
एप्पल वाला मिलके इनको मार दे भाई. Nice win, nice. बहुत बढ़िया. दे दिया. बहुत बढ़िया.
As S-Power takes advantage of the momentary distraction. And that's just with two players here. Now they look to take the dash versus Ida. It is Godlike, Ida. A 3 versus 3. Nate's forward.
Oh, nice, Somme, भाई sexy.
The vehicle opens up the boot. Looks for more.
ये मरेगा, रीटा भी मर जाएगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. उसको रीटा वन को नहीं है. नहीं है, थोड़ी सी इनको है. गाड़ी के पीछे नहीं है सोमे, गाड़ी के पीछे नहीं है वो. अब साउंड गया उसका. I think फोड़ सकता है वो.
2v3
डैमेज थोड़ा देगा तो भी काम बनेगा. उस थोड़ा नेट सही गया है.
Last bit of offensive utility thrown out by Salme. He's got to get his head down. Off angle split between the two leader players. S-Power from range, putting shots on target. Darkin waiting for the lead. Throws the nade over. Could be good to at least force S-Power back out into the open.
Good damage over towards S-Power there, like you say. He doesn't force him out though. He just holds his ground. Nade bounces off the rooftop, but Salme's not bothered. Darkin now swinging side to side, just about gets to cover. S-Power hits the shot. Now just Rita all alone. The rest of Godlike pushing down into it.
The terrifying trio of Godlike being fired up. The ferocious crowd here in France giving them their energy. Chant after chant, screaming the name Godlike, but can they do the arena proud as Rita makes a move? Bullets on target, now in the deck. He's low, he's trapped, and Godlike know that they are inches away from grabbing the chicken dinner. Salme with the elevated peak, they're looking for the shots. Rita, gotta make the move. Peaks back up, fires the warnings over. That's one knock as Rita looks to hold on. Can he somehow clutch this?
मार दिया. भाई उसको नॉक दे दिए थे भाई. गलत. बहुत बढ़िया. I think अच्छे पॉइंट्स आए हैं. भाई आज मारने की आदत सही नहीं लग रही है. देखते हैं. देख रहे हो कैसा लग रहा है. देख रहे हैं इसकी हालत सही नहीं लग रही है.
And if you're fortunate enough to be here at EWC 26 for Pmwc, you'll hear that organization's name echoing through the hall as the fans cheer on their squad. That chicken dinner locked in. A clutch play at the end denied, and Godlike securing the dinner to give themselves a fighting chance, setting their sights at climbing up the rankings.
Again, for them, I think today and yesterday, it's just been a case of slowly but surely understanding every different scenario, how they want to play it out. But they have, like I said, just inched ever closer towards that victory. It's a nice set of adaptations coming through from this team. It was clear at the start they had a little bit of a slow burn to them. But fire's definitely starting to roar a little bit now here for Godlike, and a good ending over on Miramar. What was quite a difficult circle to play.
Nice guy, man. Badhiya tha.
Yeah, played it to the best of their ability as well, right? So many back-to-back fights where they were just thrown into the blender. Yeah. And no one got any
just
time.
crept out every time.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Is like so many of those teams could have been in a position to keep this one going, but you just never had any respite. They were running low on ammo, using up all their meds. You barely scraped through one fight. Next team's right in behind you. Intense, like, you know, 5 to 7 minutes there of action.
This Power guy though.
Oh, he's giving it. He's bossing it.
He is giving it.
And they love him.
He is giving it. I mean, to be honest with you, I think I was more, as much as Power is kind of ruling the lobby at the moment, it was cool to see Salme play that out. I think Salme has some really good off angles for the team, and he's a reliable player. It's quite rare to find that in a team where you can just rely on that one guy to do his job, picture perfect, and not go down in the meantime, because they were fighting two different fights at the same time.
Mate,
yeah, well done.
That's the difference of it as well, right? That off-angle setup, when they crunched in with the vehicles, they've seen that as like, oh, this is a weaker knee. If we get that one pick here, we can actually try and steamroll and play off the back of this. The fact that he didn't panic, didn't overstep, cooks the nade, gets it off, and buys the team time to win that one. Incredible play from Salme. Big chicken dinner, but so much more to come. We'll see you in a sec.
Welcome back to PMWC at EWC 26. My name is the 7WG. I'm joined by Maxman and also Snowix, a professional player for PUBG Mobile Esports. Snowix, what are you doing here?
Oh, you know, I'm chilling around. I'm sitting at the booth of PUBG Mobile for the collaboration of Spider-Man and Naruto, and I'm enjoying the time with fun.
He's going to play some Brain Rot Royale as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a very fun booth, but I want to ask you, you're watching the game, Snowix. Who is your team that you're predicting to be the champions here at this event?
At the start, I predicted Arena and Nigma, but the way Nigma and S2G playing right now are really amazing, and I guess it's gonna be.
If you had to pick one, I'm being complicated. Sorry.
Nigma, because they're my ex-teammate.
Yeah, that's fair. You know what, Nigma Galaxy looking kind of good.
They are looking kind of good, especially with the numbers that they've been able to put up. What team has surprised you here in day 2?
S2G, definitely.
Those back-to-backs.
Yeah, they chicken today. Too? Yeah, they play very well.
Yeah, very impressive. Do you have a question for you, though, of course? Position here in this tournament, Hustle Crew, took it away from you. I want to know, can you make us any promises as to what you might deliver in the full season of this year?
We're going to give our best, and the goal will be to reach all global final.
Hell yeah, I love to see it. Let's go.
Okay, we'll be waiting for you at PMGO Season 2 in Pakistan and also PMGC in Turkey. Thank you so much for joining us. Snowis, Maxman, 7WG. Back to PMWC at EWC 26.
लेकिन PMG नहीं करना चाहिए था पाकिस्तान में
वो तो भाई मैं भी
हमारे इंडियन टीम्स कैसे ट्रैवल करेंगे मतलब न्यूट्रल लोकेशन होनी चाहिए ना यार
ये तुम कैसे समझोगे भाई
अगर ऐसा न्यूट्रल लोकेशन से दुबई साउथ
अबे कराना ही था चलो ये थाईलैंड भी करा सकते थे क्योंकि वहाँ पे और भी तो
पाकिस्तान में है क्या
there for the US and we're here now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
अरे बाबू बट वो है ना यहाँ पे अभी बैन है तो यहाँ पे मुश्किल है यहाँ नहीं करा सकते मेरे को नहीं लगता है खराब हो गया BGMI का टूर्नामेंट करा सकते हैं बट PUBG के पॉसिबल ही नहीं है
Out of all the questions we have asked from Godlike, we finally got the answer. I'm sorry. That was, yo, props for running. You know, props for running.
But for the rotation of many teams in this tournament, actually. That's quite good.
Just reenacting what happened in the game. It was really scary. Lace, towards the end there, super scary from Godlike. I thought they were about to joke.
Sorry.
It was scary.
I thought you meant scary from Neptura in that rotation. But look, absolutely impeccable. It was a little bit scary, but of course we believe in the clutch ability from his power and the way that they were able to fully swing on Nongshim. Right. And he thought, oh, okay, off my contend that. No, they're going to absolutely obliterate them too, putting themselves in that nice position. Obviously, they had such great support as well, but to have that front line and to be able to come from that rotation that they did and to calculate. I mean, it is tough because you don't know what other teams are going to do, but to calculate that sort of swing on the southern side.
Heck yeah, indeed. And for Godlike, a team that definitely needs some points. It's puts them in contention, Max. If they get another win or if they have a strong finish here, they could end up challenging for that top 5.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility right now, but I know in particular this game, when you're looking at Godlike, they just put down the hammer and said this is our position on the western side, forcing teams not ready to crash onto them, but forcing teams to avoid the fight, right? Especially in Ida, forcing them to go for a wider northern rotation. Al-Ula eventually just crashing and completely failing in their attempt to actually get control of that western side. This is a very impressive Godlike we saw this game. We don't see it very often, but this is, in terms of oppression in the tournament, this is one of their best games so far.
It is, and the thing, Natura, is that this team, just to remind everybody, it is their first international event, first international finals for all these players, and they're being able to put up the numbers, and boy, that makes me happy seeing S-Power. Not only the great hair, the great gameplay from him, but you could kind of see the inexperience there towards the end of the match, and that's one thing that I'm kind of happy they're going through this and they're gaining this experience, because next time they're going to be ready, they're going to be more prepared, and they will be able to just finish off that match a lot easier.
No, absolutely, they will be able to finish the next win they get, because I doubt this is their last. They will be able to finish it off much better, just with a bigger bang. I totally agree. I think overall they did play that final fight very, very well. They held off when they needed to. They were aggressive when they needed to. They didn't go full aggro without enough information onto Ida because they didn't know where they were. Very, very well played. That's a mature style of gameplay. But they just did take it a little too far in those final moments. They almost got 1v3 there because they didn't wait. They didn't push when they should have.
This third party, by the way, over to the eastern side. What a great push up. The timing of Godlike was literally on point. There's no way Wolves can even fight back. They're just cornered. They were getting rid of one player of Flash just to make sure they get that extra elimination and placement point. And then Some hits the, of course it was not like a top speed vehicle coming in his way, but still Some, his utility is some of the best I've seen from this team so far. Of course, Rita, I was believing this might be the Ida win, but S-Power put down the hammer and make sure they got that chicken dinner.
Never doubting S-Power, especially with the way that he has been able to put up numbers. So far, Godlike out there, obviously, with that performance that they have. But we're going to talk about some of the other players, because Ida has continued on a strong performance here, bouncing back from those hot drops yesterday. And it's not just those hot drops that they stopped doing. They actually been breaking out. They've been moving up that leaderboard. Now, the team that has been able to put up good points, especially in this last match, has been Ulf Esports.
Ulf, actually, really good fight they had on the side of Tiamba, getting a little bit involved on the third party distance. Distance away, and then getting rid of Flash. Good stuff overall from Ulf. I feel like they're still not on the level I would be expecting from them. Ulf is a team that I know has the potential to be a global champion, right? We've seen it back, PMGC second place, PMGC won second place. They have that potential. They're not delivering on that initial promise, but Ulf is a team that I know they're going to be willing to iterate and make changes if needed. But yeah, right now, a bit shaky.
Another team that has been shaky and has been very, very shaky is Furia. Because Furia lays, they started off strong, but if we look at Furia's past 4 performances, it has been 0 eliminations, 0 eliminations, 0 eliminations, and 2 eliminations. Not what we were expecting here out of Furia.
What was that? Sorry, again, 7?
0 eliminations, 0 eliminations, 0 eliminations, and 2 eliminations.
Oh, they got back on the card, didn't they?
That's your fault. You get the license.
मैग्नेटिक है तो थोड़ा बढ़िया लगता है मेरे को भाई, बट ऊपर हटा के बाद फट चिपका लो.
It just becomes this sort of point, like they are a team that, yes, capitalize on eliminations, but it does get to them on these longer stages, on these longer types of tournaments, because their play style is just getting completely shut down now that everyone is forcing and playing those placement points. So they do need to sort of adapt and move back into what I want to say yesterday, they were doing yesterday, where they're actually prioritizing placement. What I did like from them on this map particularly, they did get into that place, rotation a lot earlier than they traditionally do, but it was felt like it felt incredibly short because they are tunnel visioning on trying to get those eliminations. So it's like just, it's a hit and miss for Furia, but like once they get that ball rolling with the E-limbs, they're making them plays.
अरे भाई पता नहीं क्या हुआ रोहन वाली दिक्कत करे वैसे इतना सामान मंगा लिया इनके तो ऐसा दिक्कत नहीं हुआ कभी
pull their pants down.
Well, if you want to be challenging for that first place, you don't want to be caught with your pants down. You don't want to be caught doing those drive-bys that you've been doing, Furia. You want to see what you were able to do earlier in the day as well, which was getting those chicken dinners. But I want to take a look at the overall, because right now I want to see what the standings are going to be looking like as we head into the final game. After this game, we will set the threshold for that smash roll. Right now, Aurora Gaming with 104 points, E-Arena 98, S2G with those 95.
If we bring in like the smash rule into it, and we look at previous times, this is so doable for a lot of teams. Usually we see such a tremendous gap, and then it's going to be tomorrow. Every team just trying to catch up. The top team, they're just going to get 10 points and win this thing. But this is actually incredibly close when we bring into that format and that rule that it still can be doable all the way down to 8.
Ooh, all the way down to 8th. Okay, you're a believer. I like the belief that you're currently showing, because for 4Thrives esports fans, they're looking to see some kind of bounce back here. Yes, we have seen flashes of greatness, but right now in the position that there are, 30 points away, not what this team wants to be, considering that they are the reigning champions of PMGO Season 1.
I mean, I believe in them enough to think that if they have a good game in this final match of today, they still have a shot tomorrow. But it's looking worse and worse for them.
Yeah.
So it is, I think it really does come down to this final match. If they can get a 15-20 point game out of this last Miramar, then they should be okay.
I'm going to have to say for 4Thrives, they're looking like day 2 of finals of PMGO Season 1.
No.
They're looking very... I'm not even... They're consistently not getting points, if I had to be brutally honest. So, not loving what's happening. Very indecisive, which is the biggest issue of 4Thrives is themselves, right? Their mindset, hesitant, not trusting themselves. Though, second page, one thing I want to highlight that we barely talked about throughout the entirety of these finals, guys. Hera Esports, really not being brought up in the conversation very often. And I know we have a lot of Hera fans right behind us, right? And they're supporting them, but really there's no reason to cheer for them because they've been pretty much non-existent these finals.
I don't know what to say, because we saw them have some pretty good runs yesterday. Started today, they were also looking fairly strong. They had a couple of top 5 finishes, if I'm not mistaken. But now we're starting to see this team do not a whole lot of anything. And I don't know if that's because the teams around them are starting to really pick apart some of these slower paced teams. I really do believe that the teams at the top of the leaderboard are much faster, much snappier. I use that word a lot, but it's the correct word. It's really descriptive for what we're seeing here. Is these teams are always on the mark, always going forward, always making a move at the right time. And the teams on the second half of the leaderboard, Hera included, I just think they're acting a little bit slow. They're making those decisions a little further behind than all the rest of them, and they're getting left behind in the zone.
At the beginning of the day, though, we saw Hera being aggressive. We saw them just going for those spikes too. But right now, that might be what's hurting them.
I mean, actually, yeah, Hera had one good game earlier today, right? It was a podium. But the reason why I'm not super impressed, right, is that was literally right next to where they usually dropped. They didn't drop there that game on La Cobreria. But it is, I call it Hera Mountain. And they didn't do anything off the back of that, Lace. So I'm really hoping we see something on a circle that they're not used to playing, because right now it's been a nothing tournament for them.
I even backed that up and I was like, oh, they've got that placement, they've got this mountain, it's easy win. Obviously, Hera took that win in that moment. But look, yeah, it's strange and I guess confusing because they're not doing anything remotely terrible in these final matches that should be putting them here. It's more or less like you're saying that all these other teams are just... We're calculating that. We're going to do a little bit better. So it's like they could have one game to pick this up, though. I do believe, obviously, it's their last game today, guys. I keep thinking in the future, though. I'm like, yeah, good games tomorrow, but there is still that opportunity. Like I'm saying, this leaderboard is so close that these major games can turn it around. We've seen it. Aurora did it. Now they're on top. It's truly possible.
If there was any other team right now in first place, I'd be like, yeah, there's a high chance that we'll play those 6 matches. But right now, with Aurora being in first place, we know what they've been capable of. They've been looking great, honestly. It's a team that's been looking really good, really consistent here in this PMWC at EWC 26, and they're looking to take that trophy home because that's what Top's missing. That's what Doc's missing. Sean already has one global championship and refits. He wants to win that MVP and also get that trophy home. But let's send it over to Barney, which I don't even know where he's at. Where is that? Barney over there?
That is Barney over there. Ladies and gentlemen, talk to me. Okay, listen up. So now, today has been a true test of focus and endurance for all of our players. They've left it all on the Gadir City grid, but we want more. We're 7 maps deep right now in day 2, and we've got one more map to go. And so, earlier on today, we checked in with the fans to see how everyone was feeling, but we want to do that one more time to get everyone energized on the Gadir City grid before our final map of day 2. And so, I'm going to send it over to Luti. Who you got over there, buddy?
Yeah, Bonnie, I am here with my vitality suit because we are French and we never surrender. We are believers. So ready, guys? Make some noise! Let's see how it's going. Hojux, up to you.
I know who's hype after that one, baby! Godlike with the 20 points! The domination starts now! So let's make some noise! Ah, let's
go! From all the fans. Different nations, different representations of our organizations that are bringing the heat here in Paris. But you know what, France? Together, I'm sure we can blow the roof off this building. Let's hear it one last time. Let's absolutely go ballistic.
Last game of the day. Let's get into it. Miramar on the cards. We're going to set our smash ruling going forward right now. Teams looking very, very good. Ida getting deeper and deeper into these matches. They're looking energized and good to go. Godlike also with a 20 points out last game. I think that's just the beginning of something great to come here on Miramar. Smash ruling will be in effect from tomorrow, but this is where we lay down that line in the sand, the literal sand here on Miramar. Teams looking very contemplative. Where they want to hit up, where they want to go next. Got Milu back in the game for his last ride here on Miramar before we get into tomorrow. Good to see him back again, though. Hopefully we have him a little bit longer in this game, Jackie.
Hey, you'd hope so, man. It's good to have him back. Incredible talent, unbelievable mechanics. And this could be the reset, right? Little bit more time, he's back in. He's got his fingers on the sticks once more. You deploy him into the lobby once again. And if there was a chance for Tiamba to start to assert some of that dominance that we know they're very capable of, hey man, go big, last game. Bring it on home, start to rise up the rankings a little bit, being a nice position to try and leapfrog tomorrow. It could still be a last match,
Gordon कहाँ पे आ गई? देख Gordon 11 पे आई है, देख रहे हो? A little bit difficult to deal with some of these teams getting up towards that northern edge, at least on that eastern side. But what Paraiso, Impala very much in play there. Good to go.
Basically, आज जो भी टीम का जो नंबर 1 टीम होगा उसका जो भी
open for the teams to move down towards Aurora, getting out nice and early around that position. Top with the 4,970 damage, but Aaron and Scarface still doing an incredible amount of work here, despite where right now Ulf is on the rankings.
मतलब एक सेकंड अगर जो 100 points है ठीक
generally wasn't that bad either. I mean 81 points now, they're getting closer to the top of the table. Aurora wants to pull out something very, very special in this match, though. Remember, we want to set that line higher than anyone else by a fair margin to make tomorrow's rondo a little bit more sweaty. Right? Because I think Rondo, you can earn a lot of points on that map. You can earn a lot of points on that map, and it can get you far towards that score and beyond it.
Yeah. No, it's true, brother. We've had some incredible games of Rondo here.
अबे ऐसे नहीं होगा बे, क्योंकि इसका इधर ये बहुत easy हो गया, पता है तुम्हें?
It's anything like the beginnings we had, namely, it's fitting we get E-Arena on screen, right? Record-breaking game, some big moves. What stadium finish? See that? Styling already.
Top of the building straight to the back of the bike. Okay. Love to see it.
मेरे को भी याद नहीं है भाई.
But yeah, you're right. I think we'd love to see some of that level of sheer world-class gameplay, sort of championship mentality happening right then as we get into tomorrow for that first game to give you that leapfrog, that setup. We'll find out how it goes. For those of you at home as well, don't forget to participate in the event yourself with the lucky stick and draw to get to those beautiful gifts to commemorate
What has been a very wonderful year here at PMWC.
It feels like a rising tide has brought all ships up, Blank. The skill level, some of the plays we've seen, the 1v4s that it feels like this year we've had drastically many compared to what we've had in prior years. It's been a lot of showmanship, a lot of excitement. Paris has been killing it as well. So it's been super exciting. We'll stick with the program for now, see what we get. If this will be a present of a final game between these sides, who's going to benefit most?
We have a lot of rising stars as well. I mean, it's quite cool to see, because I mean, you mentioned the 1v4s. It's been a while since we've really had that presence from singular players in a big way. As we move further over towards being like the four-man teams have to all be consistently good together. We need four players that can play together very, very cohesively, but also have that star power in them. And we're going further beyond than that, right? We're going towards galactic-level gamers, the likes of Milu, Kamikaze. It's awesome to see. It really, really is.
It does feels like we're getting some of those superstar players where, like you say, man,
superstars.
It could make the difference, right?
Bigger than just the normal stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. Larger in stature or potentially gravitational pull. Yeah. I suppose that's true in Milu's case, right? He does just seem to absorb everyone in the lobby. They come near him.
We did move over towards that western side on the circle, though, so that opens up a decent start here from Aurora, moving in from Chumacera early on. Got Picardo, positions around there, some of the trash drops, some of those compounds in play. Like, this is a very compound-heavy area of the map to start things off, like individual areas, not POIs. That does always make for a fun endgame. Orin via the Ma, you got Nongshim. The back of that southern plane path, dropping down towards Partona. Tizzy's already moved across, though. An anchor point for the rest of the team to move in towards. Still far down towards the south of the map, but at least gathering some information early whilst he loots up the couple of buildings. They used to be very much like RRQ stomping grounds back in the day. Way back. 2021, 2022. We're going back.
Kicking it old school. We're rolling back the years with some of the plays we've seen. In some ways, it's felt like that has been the case, right? Kind of a weird dynamic of the old and the new coming together to make something very tasty with the maneuvers we've seen. Hey, black rotate, shout out. Man's getting his exercise in. His legs will be aching. The one neuron for both of us engaged at the same time. That's unreal.
Oh, dear me. Well, okay, Adrian's going to move on over towards Milu by the gas station. Does have a vehicle. Don't abandon him. Come on. Make him go further. It's so rude.
His fires are going to be burning.
No, Milu's got bigger and better things to be moving on to right now. Can't be dealing with you on your bike. Heads over towards Eagle. This is over towards east side of Impala right now. We do have OG actually rotating very closely at the moment. I think that's just a couple of players there, though. It's Aru. See a Tanky over towards Graveyard right now. So quite a wide split as Godlike just slices down the center of them through La Bandita. So they are cut off from one another for quite a little while here. It'll be quite a slow start because, again, this is always funny. I mean, for an end of game circle, end of day circle, this is really, really cash. And this is super casual. Nothing super scary to worry about with. We're not down towards that southeast side where we're playing uphill the entire time, up towards the plateau by the hay bales. It's just back to normality, which I bet a lot of players are quite fond of. It's going to make a lot of the early game a little bit more slow, a little bit more simple in your rotates. A lot of your daisy chains are going to be easy too.
Yeah, very cash money for these teams indeed right now.
Casual, not cash.
Could be both, mate. Casual cash money.
Yeah, casual cash money. At the end of the day, you know, you get yourself up towards that top side, potentially secure yourself.
Yeah, competitive cash money.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the lion's share of $3 million here on the line it is insane. I mean, it's life-changing money.
Oh yeah. You got the bread with the cheddar in the middle, called out a money sandwich. That's what they're all fighting over. Because it is ridiculous, man. You'd be doing wonders for your fans, for your organization.
Even just your family, really.
हो गया होगा 10 मिनट हो गया होगा नीमो सनग्लासेस वो सनग्लासेस नहीं ये ब्लू लाइट ग्लासेस कुछ तो नया आया था इंस्टा पे तो मैंने कहा यार मंगा ही लेता हूँ क्यों फालतू में अपना आँख खराब करूँ
You love to see it, and again, and all the guys just seem so happy coming into this. And
अरे वो ग्लासेस के बारे में मैंने देखे देखो
they've got their own skin in game. Wonderful experience here over at Pmwc every single time. Year to year.
कहाँ गए वो? I just woke up.
Fourth row is very central on this one, though. Just with the western side of Ricardo moved up there nice and early, but we are hitting our next circle shift, the largest one here.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना चाहूँगा.
Miramar into zone 2. It's going to be Ladriero, though. I kind of already know it.
Hospital जा रहे हैं, I'm not feeling well.
Okay, good.
क्या हुआ?
I don't want to go there. I always find those circles really uncomfortable. Instead, we're heading over towards Power Grid. Nick the Galaxy. Having gross right now with Alula.
क्या हुआ निमो?
Acer as well as Quick a little bit slower to the plate right now as R3B and very much in the mix with them.
Hi Nemo.
Chasing him down.
Extra body on है ना?
Yes on है. एक सेकंड देख लेता हूँ. हाँ.
Begging for an angle.
उसको fever है. हॉस्पिटल चली जाओ हॉस्पिटल किसी को साथ में लेके हॉस्पिटल चली जाओ.
Loves the risky peaks from all the way on the top side there. Pretty effective from that position. We'll see if he gets any chances to shine. STG Arena near each other as well.
कचरे के डब्बे जैसे क्यों लग रहा है?
वो लाइट का मैन.
That's a connection over onto Falak.
What do you mean कचरे का डब्बा?
Falak going down there. Bad news there for Fourth Rise. He's really the front man of the team.
I बोल रही नहीं हूँ.
Brings a lot of confidence to the rest of the squad when he's still in play. Should be able to get a res on this one. That was from either, I believe, and they are in front of them. So this is more a case of a step back type of deal, rather than the full-on commit. But both Turkish teams, you got STG and Ulf making a pretty big send here. I think Ulf understands that they want to go a little bit further in this match. As before, 81 points, but they are taking big tags right now. Going very low. Just about stay alive in this one. Wonder if that was from S2G. There's some serious rivalry between those two teams as well. I love it. I do love it.
Feels like even over the course of this one event, we've had so many narratives of like little rivalries that are popping up. And it's given us a lot of excitement. It's made some of the fights pretty intense, not only in the actual battleground, but for the reverberations it has between the two orgs that are going head to head. Left a lot of room for stories to appear. Aurora on the move here, bumping around, doing the suspension in, but they won't care.
Always switch vehicles if you need to. I thought it was quite interesting for Aurora because starting Chumacera, I think it's quite a straight shot up towards that north side, but they were a little bit slower to the circle, so maybe playing a little bit more comfortable on the edge here, or they just want to get as looted as possible, understanding that there is quite a lot of dead space in this zone. And they wanted to know that when it comes down to it, they have the utility, they've got the resources and supplies to make it through to the end, and they weren't going to be mega late by any means because they were starting in Chumacera. Nick the Galaxy do finally find that angle. Saw them earlier all lining up to take those shots. Saluda.
Yes.
We'll get one dropped. No flush just yet though.
Next second.
Yeah, this is a difficult one. We do move over towards that northwest side. We've got the field in play. We've got the almost Death Valley that sits between Monte Nuevo moving up. Furia actually has a good spot here. Ayala already picked up a nice compound, and likely the rest of the team will be flitting back over towards him. Oh no, they're greeting it. They're going doubles. I don't know how I feel about that.
Trying to make a quick getaway, with Lord taking a couple shots towards the back of the vehicle there.
Obviously, you can have the phone direct.
Stray bullets to connect, but he's still on the move, so won't be dropped out of the car by Hera.
I think हो जाना चाहिए.
They're just going to keep forging a path forwards amidst all this.
मेरे को link भेज देना मैं check कर लूँगा.
OG, that's orangutan getting lit up with the crosshairs.
मेरे को link भेज देना मैं check कर लूँगा. अरे आवाज नहीं आ रही भाई.
And someone punished them, keeping them outside of the zone on their rotation up and over with Ulf close by as well.
Furia right now, they're playing a 2-2 split. Yeah, I mean they've got compound that sits over towards the western side, and then one that sits a little bit further east. They do have a lot of confirmation. I wonder if they're doing this just because they knew the play path went from west to east, so a lot of players dropped out on that eastern side because there's more playable space over there in the first place. So they're assuming that there is going to be a big traffic jam on that eastern side, so they can afford to go for a 2-2 split right now. I would expect them to regroup on the next one, but this does give them opportunities and options going forward. I thought S2G might try and plummet down there, but they've stopped short over towards some of the rockier areas of the map where they can settle in. AORUS, they're finding good damage over towards Aurora, our current lobby leaders. And one's already down. Doc's very low. Nade goes long. It's team पे मतलब मैं जीत गया हूँ. Is going to roll over the top there. Oh dear me. Scarface once again. Those taps were deadly accurate too.
वो देना मेरे को QR दे. मैं QR से scan कर रहा हूँ.
Quick jabs to the ribs there.
Screen share करके मेरे को QR दे. Password मेरे को उसमें देखना पड़ेगा.
Rocking up. Oh, doing the classic
दिया Aurora को knock दे दिया. बढ़िया Aurora dead कर दो. Aurora dead कर दे. OG एक तो डंका बहुत बढ़िया OG बहुत बढ़िया. बहुत बढ़िया बेहतरीन.
So 104 points is where their day of big earners
ends. YouTube बंद हो गया.
I love that from Orangutan, honestly. There's been so many times where they have had struggles on these roll-ups where they'll just roll through and try and get the drive-bys. There they just stop short. AKOP gets out and just hits the shots immediately. Then they can move on because they need to get further in. So big hats off there to Orangutan. Shots from behind there from Ulf, but they're moving directly into occupied territory with 4 thrives. As Ifa's down the backlines there, though, no one's really safe. I think Ulf is right now just trying to profit off a lot of the teams coming in from that eastern edge. Tiamba sending it directly over towards S2G. This is a hell of a push. Nice shot from Razy over towards 1. A T24 will shut him down.
Mate, punishing reactions with the DBS up close there. Blows them away and loaded slugs into that one, but here's the re-aggression. Oh, mate, vitality on the reply.
बहुत सारे तो सर्च मारना पड़ेगा तुझे. अरे वो फैमिली में हूँ मैं तो सर्च मार ले.
Amidst this as well, S2G were clashing against Tiamba, and the nade has knocked another man, leaving them with only a solo right now that's alive and kicking.
And his aching. I mean, quickly moved on this mark as well. They heard the fighting. They realized that there was an opportunity to open some space in the circle on the eastern side. They left behind that fight between 4 thrives here and gone for quite a while. And they're going to be coming in late after this. OG even setting up in front of them, dropping down the barbed wire there for them to wander straight into. Tiamba, it is a move outwards. Understanding today the peloton won't be moving much further for Tiamba. Try and get some placement points to finish things off. Noxian Red Force playing down towards that south side. In the meantime, the arena took the eastern compound after that shift, and Furia regrouped over towards the western side. So happened as expected.
But उसमें तो सब missions नहीं कर पाएगा. वो वाला जो आया था वो free वाला एक नहीं था. क्या नाम था यार उसका? उसका नाम क्या था भाई?
With Emre there getting line of sight back over, it's IQ that suffers from this one.
Damn, well done again.
Yeah, bro. Either start it off or finish it. So 4 thrives removed from the equation here. 7th place, 77 points at the end of the day for them. OG were close by to this as well. They pulled back when they saw weakened 4 thrives, didn't overcommit, but they're still amongst basically a bit of a rough sandwich with Ulf and Ida potentially pushing down. Getting eaten by the blue as well on Hora's late rotate. That's not ideal. What's happened there?
It's an interesting kind of events for Aura. They love that position, but it doesn't seem like it loves it. It loves them right now. Sadly, Aura's going to move down, try and swing over towards OG. What a shot over towards Lord on Nigma Galaxy. Sleepy will find OG on that one, and Ulf might want to push a little bit further in, clear out even more space over towards this eastern side. AKOP just trying to swing on down, will immediately get shut down for that. That was a bold maneuver. The rest of Aura moving up. Last player alive is Aru, and he is down and out.
Two very quick pumps there from the shotty in their face, and that's going to finish them. Looked a little bit scary from Sky when he was left behind, but the off-angle peak did wonders. Hamzik's still going, by the way.
The Garant going crazy.
Mate, sniper with a hell of a scope right now.
Yeah. That is great stuff, great stuff. Not what you expect to see on the last game of the day. Circle centers directly, a very, very kind circle. But it's all this weird rocky ground towards the center here. S2G mostly having control over it. Even have Kamikaze down towards that south side, providing another point for them to move over towards Aura. Looking over towards Ida right now, and Ulf still being those gatekeepers on that eastern edge.
Okay.
You've basically had this blockade slowly shuffling further back from Aura. They pushed in, deal with OG, set the focus up onto Ida. They've got a bit of a read as well where the other potential teams are. Just throw nades over, especially with the visual contact there. A few shots back onto them from Ulf. They've got a bit of a ridge to play off, so they can sort of hunker in. Solus is on the off angle towards the left-hand side. This is his POV here. You can still paranoid though. Compound behind them, that's got E-Arena in it.
Barking, finding final player there from Tiamba. Tiamba will finish on 8th place, 71 points. Potentially taken over there by Furia. I think they've got quite a good spot going forward on this one. Sky goes down to Solus, and Ketch will pick up the elimination. So Ulf still putting up points this game, up to 5 so far. They are down to 3 players after an early knock and flush over towards Solus. They're making the most of it on this eastern side. I like to see it.
E-Arena. That's a nice readjustment there. Solus being hard confirmed, but that's stolen away by Hera that finally feel confident to push up into the face whilst E-Arena dispatch Alula. Shutting them down now. Re-aggression, no fear, holds the line, puts shots on target. Ida getting involved as well. So all fragmented. The 5 elims they got might very well be where they end this one with only a single reserve left. Mormon coming up quick. E-Arena, mate, they're in a good position. If they can pull points out of this game and stay alive, clean up on this battlefield ahead of them, it could be a gigantic slingshot to overtake Aurora.
Yeah, set themselves up nicely for tomorrow. Mormon dropping smokes, trying to create a distraction in the front lines. Emre takes a heavy hit. E-Arena been quick with it so far. Mormon being a massively big player for the team. What a nade over the top. That is a long toss on that one. Sends another for the airburst. A little bit of damage in. Swing gets hit hard, and E-Arena is bombarding the front lines.
It's massive from Swaps, and he wants even more. Sleepy just trying to steal points where possible, and this is now the response play.
It's a backstab right now, actually. Oh my goodness me. And they do catch E-Arena sleeping. Nade goes out, Sleepy very low, one last nade in the chamber, goes too far. Airburst might have been needed to be a little cleaner on that one, but Schweppes not quite out. Ida floundering in the background.
Close पे फेंकता तो भी शायद हो जाता. Admin हो गया.
Mormon back to his old tricks.
Slam दिया गया.
Headshot there onto Darkin to finally finish him off.
We had in that
on the Elim feed as well with Nigma Galaxy similarly taking the hit over towards Godlike, and Furia have smelt this weakness. They're coming in for a close collapse behind the vehicles, putting the pedal down to the metal. With S-Power gone, goodbye Godlike, but now they've got another team to worry about. This is the fight established by Furia.
Pins pulled. All the nades sent over the top right now, looking for Nigma Galaxy. And stitch them up on this side of the map at the moment. Good push out from Fury as well. Love to see it. They knew that they cleared the majority of the space. They get rid of Nigma Galaxy. They're playing essentially straight in towards that eastern side. No worries to the 180 behind them. Enigma Galaxy, though, a very, very quick rotate out, understanding that it's better to regroup, reassess from that location on that north side with cover before they make their next maneuver. They might actually just have to make a full send, full rotate towards the eastern side, despite not knowing what's there, because both S2G and Fury is going to have nasty sightlines over towards if they try and play in from that northern edge.
Nonchip being able to hit perfectly up against Flash, resulting in only Tops barely limping away there. Got back behind the vehicle and pieced out in the driving seat. They've got that 2-2 split with focus still turned onto Rita. It's the angle of Coops in play right here, though. Close quarters connection, nice. With the SMG in the face. Yasser trapped, no escape plan there, and Alula fall off the back of it. Amidst this, we also wave bye-bye to Ida as the last man is dispatched. The arena taking shots over towards the setup from Enigma Galaxy. Hamzig looking so damn sick with this snipe. Ready for a little bit more. You peek out and your block could be knocked off.
CG, you still got the Garan as well. It's very, very cool. Playing to the end here. Hamzy G looking good so far on the long-range peaks. Enigma Galaxy opt not to go for that swing over towards the eastern side. I do feel like it's a death sentence for them, though. I'm not sure how they're going to extricate themselves from this. S2G looking for another chicken dinner here, though. They have been so consistent with it. They've been so bold in these games and really taking advantage of that fact. And Fury is struggling to make their way out from this western side. Pushing into open ground. Lord explodes one vehicle. In comes the rest, and Schweppes is setting up for the big spray.
Schweppes so much from this. The eye in the sky taking pot shots when they're weakest. The nades thrown from either side, detonating all around as silence finally falls over Furia with him being dropped. Ayala cooking the last nade back, dashes it into Nigma.
Doesn't go far enough, though. The grass kind of obscuring his vision just a little bit. Still over towards the edge, assuming they're going to jump out towards the side as the nade comes in, but both baits unsuccessful. Switching out the JS9. Need that long range to feel fine versus Furia. Ayala sits on the other side. Blue's going to be a bit of a nightmare here. Chief just stayed behind. We got the night cam on board. Not the best time for him either. Watching his team in a real sticky scenario. Like you said, though, E-Arena looking to put up more points, but it's Nongshim Red Force, actually, who might have a good chance here to really set themselves up the rankings. It'd be great to see those rankings, so we can set up for tomorrow where that smash ruling placement would be.
For Nongshim, you're spot on, though. They do thrive in these kind of situations, so let's see if the teams forget about them and they can step back up. Here you go. This is the lay of the land as well, what we wanted to see. E-Arena on top right now. They've just lapped Aurora. 105 points with a 7 elimination game and showing no signs of running out of fuel just yet. They've been keeping the intense action on. Tops was the last man from Flash. He had to hightail it, went fought from Nongshim a few moments ago, and he's still running away. Looking for a set-up center zone to stay alive for a little bit longer, but might be food fed over to S2G.
Pops goes, MCG, man, what is this? This is actually insane behavior. But he's making it work. Bayonet on the front, and he is slicing and dicing through the opposition. Pure stabs to the enemy teams. Lobby getting perforated by S2G. Nongshim Red Force might have to move forward with the Kevlar in play at this rate.
Damage done again.
What is this guy doing?
Shot after shot. The bolt action sending reverberations through the lobby, but now they're going to try and turn this one to an up-close and personal encounter. Nongshim put the pedal to the metal, they drop in close, the nade blows the car away. Buckles under the pressure as So Easy hits the deck. Kamikaze, 3 nades in the back pocket, one thrown towards him, split the difference, that's the reply back. So Easy trying to keep himself alive. In the midst of all this, we say bye-bye to Furia, and Kamikaze knows that E-Arena are collapsing as well. Nongshim up close, good play done. The pump action silences S2G.
E-Arena off the distance, Nongshim Red Force looking to finish out the game now. What a good push up there. The hero, Hyunbin himself, does go down, but the rest of the team carries the cape forward and will eclipse out the rest of S2G, so no more chickens for you. Two top teams remaining here, face to face, Nongshim Red Force and E-Arena. 3 versus 4 on the cards. There's shots coming through from Mormon. We know how sick this guy has been so far. XZY looking to finish things off. Go by his ABCs, keep this simple, keep it calm.
It is school in session though. Can E-Arena teach Nongshim Red Force a lesson on this one? If they can find a knock, find a pick, they could collapse off the back of it. And we know they've been so damn good in thriving in the chaos today. That could be their outlier. That could be their way to close this with a huge game. Not only take first place, but absolutely skyrocket up to a nice point barrier going into the smash rule tomorrow. A lot riding on this for either team. And like you touched on, that one bit of benefit is the manpower advantage for Nongshim. They can play off each other in a slower approach.
एक advantage रहेगा zone का फायदा, इसके बाद red zone ही है.
E-Arena.
थोड़ा center में है ये थोड़ा सा, और वो बिल्कुल edge पे है. बस ये I think इन पे advantage है. नहीं तो manpower तो NS का ज़्यादा है.
But it looks rougher right now for E-Arena.
हाँ, E-Arena पे थोड़ा century zone है.
Big old lineup here from
slow आएगा, उधर fast आएगा.
Using Tizzy as well as Hyunbin playing off with cover on this little ridge line.
Sure.
Buggy towards the center.
But open area बहुत ही है.
Wait for an opportunity to use it. So easy. Mashed by the smoke, gets up towards the hard cover first. Hyunbin always the first to charge. Crowbar in hand.
Can he smash his way through? No! Mormon asking them to feed him more as he just wants opportunities to show how good he is. The nade is primed. Nongshim lose their edge down to a 3v3 and the nades keep landing on top of their heads so easy. On the rack back around, he's going for the off-angle adjustment. Crawling in to try and be saved. XZY committing to the medic play, but Schweppes, an off-angle reposition. The nade barely bounces over, chip damage done.
So easy behind the tree. They did get the res off. Hyunbin's back up again. E-Arena wasn't able to push forward because the backline support coming through from Nongshim Red Force. Mormon round the side. Molotov prevents the push, but so easy. Sidesteps it, gets into this one. Hot beat on the card. S12K goes crazy.
He's firing off shots, but these aren't warnings. It's him coming in to show how much damage he can do. So easy wants to live up to his name as the punishing play arrives. And it's Nongshim Red Force with the chicken dinner.
Showing some force right at the end of the day, and they do force themselves past everyone else on the leaderboard. This will be a nice points barrier going into tomorrow. Nongshim Red Force. Hyunbin has been amazing so far. That aggression that the rest of the team can follow up on is absolutely contagious. Yes, he goes down, but what a follow-up from his team today, right at these finishing moments, and a long day, to say the least.
In a moment of panic, a team that's proved that communication and teamwork has been what's put them in the conversation with championship mentality is what will get them over the line. They dig their heels in deep, they play off each other, save their mate, and then show us that aggression that we know they have inside them. Unsheath the sword blank and chop straight through E-Arena, standing strong in that gladiatorial combat for the final chicken dinner of the day.
And this was a crazy finish from so easy. Just did not stop moving. Essentially charged over the top of that ridge side and just shut E-Arena down. What a wonderful play there to finish things off. I mean, definitely showing up Hyunbin a little bit there, I would say. And I mean, it's good to see. And I think for Hyunbin, it's almost a good thing that his aggression is contagious, because for South Korea, for a long time in the past, it used to be that they were the team that would dominate from the center, and then we slowly got more and more of these teams, these players, D+ Kia, for instance, who started to bring that aggression. And it's awesome. It is awesome. I feel like I'm getting flashbacks to that right now. I think this team has a real chance. They have been slowly but surely eking their way up the rankings, but that could be said for a lot of teams. I mean, Ulf, E-Arena, Aurora today, S2G, all looking fantastic. It's hard, man, because there were even teams from survival stage that I was sad not to see in the finals. I was sad to lose teams in the group stage, even when it was only 3 at a time. This has been such a competitive arena right now here at EWC, at PMWC. Just so cool stuff. Can't wait to see more tomorrow. And I can't wait to see how that scoreline adds up at the end of the day when we throw it back over to the desk.
You're spot on there, man. This is the sort of LAN event that goes down in the history books, not only because we'll crown another champion once again, but the fact that it feels like the skill level has risen so far across the board, teams being able to adapt and homogenize not only that slow, smart play style, but like you say, turning it on, hitting heavy, playing confident when they need to. And it's even just the sheer showmanship of some of the eliminations we've been seeing throughout the whole day, but in that very game as well. Some powerful plays.
It's still insane as well because Nongshim Red Force, they're just coming off from PMMI winning that one. But in the meantime, we do have an interview with E-Arena with Kalaris down on the stage.
Yes, we do, and with a legend of PMWI, PMWC, it's Shreps, of course, here, 2-time champion. Let's talk to E-Arena about some of these games. First things first, off the back of this last Miramar, were you surprised by Nongshim Red Force not going around the eastern side? And talk to me about those last moments in that game, of course. Despite Nongshim Red Force getting the win, E-Arena still looks fantastic today.
อยากพูดถึงกับเกมสุดท้ายเมื่อกี้นะฮะตอนที่เราเจอกับนงชิมรู้สึกประหลาดใจกับวิธีการเล่นของเขาไหมฮะที่เขาไม่ไปที่อีสานแล้วก็วิธีการที่เขาเข้าหาทีมเราอะก็ปกติครับมันเป็นช็อตที่เขาต้องเล่นแบบนี้อยู่แล้วแล้วเขาก็ทำออกมาได้ดีครับส่วนเราไม่มีออปชั่นพอที่จะไปสู้กับเขาแล้วก็ตัวผู้เล่นน้อยกว่าด้วยก็เลยตามที่เห็น Okay, so to be honest, I'm not surprised with how they play and how Nongshim approached to them during the last circle, during the last fight, because like they don't have any much more option left to play, and also like for E-Arena, we have the disadvantage of the player number. But yeah, congratulations to them.
Yeah, absolutely. So now you're in first place. Obviously, you're going to be setting the smash points threshold going into tomorrow. E-Arena has looked brilliant throughout the day. Is there any extra added pressure? How are you feeling about going into the next day, of course, with the potential of you're even personally, becoming basically a 3-time champion on this stage?
ก็ตอนนี้นะฮะเราอยู่ที่1ของตารางแล้วนะฮะแล้วก็ด้วยกฎของ Smash Point เนี่ยในวันพรุ่งนี้เนี่ยรู้สึกว่ามันมีความกดดันอะไรบ้างไหมฮะแล้วก็รู้สึกไงบ้างครับที่ตอนนี้เนี่ยเราเหลืออีกแค่9เดียวที่เราจะได้เป็นแชมป์3 สมัยแล้วฮะก็ไม่รู้สึกอะไรครับแค่โฟกัสไปเกมต่อเกมไม่คาดหวังครับก็เล่นไปเรื่อยๆตามเกมตามสเต็ปไปเรื่อยๆ So actually we got no pressure at all. We're gonna play game by game, round by round, like step by step, like, and hopefully we're gonna get like chicken dinner tomorrow, and like good luck to everyone too.
I'll finish it off with one last question. With you setting that threshold now, which team would you be most concerned about on your heels, catching you up, considering the lineup of teams that are here?
คำถามต่อไปนะฮะก็คืออยากถามว่าในตอนนี้เนี่ยเราอยู่ในฐานะที่เราเป็นอยู่หัวตารางนะฮะอยากถามว่ามีทีมไหนที่ทำให้เรารู้สึกว่าเป็นกังวลมากที่สุดไหมฮะที่บอกว่าเขาจะไล่ตามเราขึ้นมาได้ฮะก็ทุกทีมเลยครับมันก็ยังมีโอกาสที่เขาจะแซงเรากลับขึ้นมาได้แต่ว่าสุดท้ายแล้วก็อยู่ที่ตัวเรา Well, to be honest, like every single team could be like catching up to them for tomorrow. Like who know what's gonna happen? Like everyone can become the champion at this point. So hopefully, like everyone can play and perform like as best as they can.
All right, thank you very much, Reps. Best of luck tomorrow. That does it down here on the stage. Let's head over for more PMWC.
अरे points दिखा दो भाई points table.
With none other than E-Arena. But right now we have something major going on with the club championship as Magnus Carlsen. He's been able to defend his title.
That's right. All right, let's talk about this, okay, because it was an insane finals over in chess. It means a lot, too, for the club championship side of things. Magnus Carlsen, back-to-back champ, defends the title, does an absolutely fantastic job, too, does not drop a game in the process. Yeah, I mean, honestly, insane work out of Magnus Carlsen. But
it's also the story of Dennis Lazovic, right? Because second place finish for AGAL not only was massive for the club, but massive for GM Dennis as an individual. Magnus was saying that he's really looking to have someone that can kind of be his set rivalry. He wants a rival to look forward to going up against every single tournament. The question is the new up-and-comer, the 19-year-old GM Dennis, gonna be that person?
Is he gonna be? I mean, he did end up getting 12. We'll see what's gonna be happening later on in upcoming years. But in regards to right now, the rankings, AGL being able to secure that second place does put them up in the rankings.
It does. I mean, so that now puts them 500 points above Falcons. After Falcons got the third place amount of points in chess. See that reflected here. See Falcons still in second. However, that's now all the points AGAL can get this championship weekend. Falcons, though, are still in the discussion. There's an insane matchup happening as we speak at the STC Arena between Team Falcons and Twisted Minds. A little bit of a Mina battle going on. And if Falcons are able to come on top, move their way into the semifinals, they get even more points on the board.
Yeah, Will Falcons looking to retain that first place in the club championship, especially with the quarterfinal. A major moment going on in the club championship. And thank you so much for joining us and giving us that update. I'm going to send you back to that one because if we're still live here for PUBG Mobile Esports, I would like to find out what's going to be happening. So thank you. Let us know what ends up happening. We'll be hearing more from Glitter Explosion. But let's get back to PUBG Mobile Esports to PMWC at EWC 26 because right now, E-Arena has regained Hot Juice. First place.
Let's go, baby. E-Arena winning this, or actually being so back in first place, is insane, right? I mean, I cannot express to y'all how important this is for this team here, okay? They're coming out from Thailand, performing so well, especially the fact that they just barely made it here into the finals. It's so wild to see.
It actually is, but I do want to say, for a team that's currently in first place, these average eliminations are quite low. You don't have anyone standing out. They're all around like that one average elimination per game. But it's all about, especially, survival time equals placement points. We see actually right chicken dinners, finishes. That is really the main reason why they're currently contending at the very top. And currently should be right number one above the likes of AORUS. So yeah, the eliminations way lower than I expected.
As we look at the overall ranking, E-Arena finishes off the day with 112 points. So what does that mean for tomorrow? The Smash rule is set, and it's going to be at 122 points if they want to win via Smash rule. Just remember, for everybody watching, if you're not familiar with the Smash rule format, E-Arena, or whoever ends up with 122 points tomorrow, after that, they are eligible to win via Smash rule.
Yes, they are. To get Smash, what do you have to do? Just win a game. So it's just as simple as that, which in this lobby is no simple matter at all. But I tell you what, man, Gnome, Aurora, S2G, Nigma, all of those teams can actually make it.
They're coming for them. They're coming for them hot, and they're going to have to really perform because E-Arena have so much to gain here. Like I was mentioning, you know, they're coming from Thailand. Average monthly salary in Thailand, 500 USD a month, right? To win something like this would be absolutely massive for them. So they're going to be coming in, bringing everything they absolutely got. Nongshim Red Force, though, today, Junbin has been hitting those shots like crazy.
He's been crazy. Really happy about Nongshim Red Force. But you know what? We know that here the top teams on the rankings are going to be in contention for the trophy. But for Thrives, Furia, the lowest teams on this first page, they need to start hot tomorrow, right? That Rondo in particular, Niptura, if we don't see, I'm talking like a top 5 with a bunch of eliminations, especially after the hot top, man, that race to number 1 is going to be done and dusted.
That's what I want to see, especially from 7th place, 8th place, and any of these other teams that want to be challenging.
Honestly, I want to just go back to 4 Thrives very quickly as we look at the second page here. For 4 Thrives, for me, this is best case scenario. For me, right, for them to be in 7th place. Just behind. Within Smash Point, still slightly, but this is best case scenario. We know that this is a team that works on mentality, and if they have a lot of pressure, they do not perform. They're just far enough away where they might not have that pressure on them, but they are close enough that if they are able to play very well, they can go ahead and still win the whole thing.
I'm sorry.
I think आज का मेरा हो गया है. मिलते हैं कल फाइनल्स के लिए. बाय बाय. गुड नाइट. सी यू. एंड